Chapter 696. 1 billion purple yuan? Although she didn't know why Li Zongjie was so obsessed with this number, Master Jingyuan knew that Li Zongjie wasn't there for the money. If he was there for the money, then what about the grade 7 elixir pill? The blue flame, true spirit elixir? Or perhaps Xiao Yuan's arm from before was worth far more than this. If it's 1 billion purple yuan, then the value of this elixir pill would be far more than that. Master Jingyue said, "Would Princess Jingan be willing to sell this elixir pill to me?" Master Jingyue said with a smile, with 1 billion purple yuan, she could directly let Li Zongjie treat her. Therefore, Master Jingyue was actually helping Princess Jingan in disguise. As in primitive emperor powerhouse, it wasn't difficult for her to take out 1 billion purple yuan. The few big banks had a special overdraft quota for the primitive emperor level powerhouses. Which one of them wasn't worth more than 10 billion purple yuan? If Master wants this elixir pill, then I'll reluctantly estimate it at 5 billion purple yuan. Shueiyue's state of mind was completely different from before. She hadn't expected that she would have the opportunity to chase away all those annoying people and obtain a grade 7 elixir pill. In Shueiyue's opinion, the young sect master wasn't a hero at all. Shueiyue was disappointed that he had surrendered so quickly. She just liked to bully people who weren't strong enough. However, she couldn't sell the elixir pill to her master at a cheap price. Therefore, Shueiyue directly increased the price by 5 times when she opened her mouth. 5 billion purple yuan for a grade 7 elixir pill was really something that couldn't be found so cheaply. Master Jingyue's face turned purple when she heard that her disciple had actually tricked her. She really didn't give her any face. This made Master Jingyue so angry that her hands were trembling. You mischievous brat. You actually schemed against your master." Master Jingyue pointed at Shueiyue. However, if he could buy a 7th grade pill with 5 billion purple yuan coins, it would be a bargain. No one in the Mystic Yuan sect was able to refine the Gray Flame True Spirit Pill. Even if the pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion came, he might not be able to refine this pill. After all, this was a pill recipe from ancient times. Even if he could refine it, it would be very difficult to obtain so many precious herbs. Therefore, this Gray Flame True Spirit Pill was definitely something that had already gone out of print. 5 billion purple yuan in his pocket was not a loss at all. If Master doesn't want it, then I can only go to the palace. Shueiyue was also a mischievous person. When she saw that Master Jingyue was still hesitating, she waved the pill in her hand and prepared to leave. "Wait!" Master Jingyue hurriedly stopped Shueiyue. She knew that this little girl was deliberately playing tricks, but she had no choice. She had to fork out the money. Otherwise, this little girl might really take the pill away. If the people in the palace found out, they might fight to the death. After all, this elixir was in the hands of the Xianyuan sect previously, and it was not convenient for them to take action. However, now that it had appeared in the hands of this little girl, it would not be strange for them to obtain this elixir with a little coercion and enticement. Therefore, Master Jingyue was very anxious. This is the origin stone card from the Hungtong Bank. Its value is definitely more than 5 billion purple yuan coins. Take it. Master Jingyue threw out a white card. By relying on this yuan stone card, one would be able to directly withdraw yuan stones from the Hungtong Bank. This was a treatment that only origin emperors could enjoy. The rest of the people did not even dare to think about it. Hee deal. Shueiyue saw this and immediately handed the pill to Master Jingyue. She also handed the card over to Li Zongjie. This should be more than 1 billion purple yuan coins. Is it enough for the consultation fee? This kind of left hand to right hand movement ended up in front of Li Zongjie. Li Zongjie was also not polite. "All right, no need to dawdle. Take me to see what's the situation." Li Zongjie said. Although Master Jingyue did not dare to believe that Li Zongjie could really cure someone, Li Zongjie's ability was not small. There was no harm in letting him give it a try. This way. Princess, be careful. Wan also came to Shueyue's side and carefully served her. Outside the Jingyue villa, Xiao Yuan and the others did not go far. This trip was really too shameful. As an elder of the Xianyuan sect, he actually had his arm chopped off. Immediately, Xiao Yuan also approached and recovered on the spot. He used his lifelong skill to reattach his severed arm. The rest of the disciples also stood guard around him. Only Tian Fei, who had woken up. Tian Fei couldn't help but cry out loud when he sensed the true state of his body. All his hard work over the past few decades had been wasted just because he tried to stick his head out this time. For him, this was the most unworthy thing. Tian Fei's companions, who were on good terms with him before, were now looking at him with cold and indifferent eyes. They even began to deliberately alienate him. Now, it was impossible for Tian Fei to recover his cultivation talent. He would forever be reduced to the ranks of trash. For anyone, this feeling of falling to the bottom was hard to accept. Tian Fei, we will avenge you, Gong Changha said in a deep voice. Tian Fei was once a loyal lackey. Now that such a thing had happened, Gong Changha, as the young sect master, naturally had to comfort him. Young sect master! Tian Fei quickly shouted as he realized something. However, Gong Changha also raised his hand. You don't have to say any more. Here are 1,000,000 purple yuan coins. Even in Saint Flame Royal City, you will definitely be able to live a comfortable life. In the future, live a good life and forget about cultivation. Gong Changha said indifferently and then threw a card. The face value on the card was 1,000,000 purple yuan, which could be exchanged at any bank. This also coincided with the saying that the Xianyuan sect did not accept waste. Young sect master. When Tian Fei heard that Gong Changha wanted to kick him out of the door, he became even more furious. Wasn't it all because of Gong Changha that he was reduced to such a state today? As for your storage ring, it was given to you by the sect. Now that you have voluntarily left the sect, I will return it to you. Gong Changha immediately raised his hand and broke Tian Fei's index finger. The storage ring on Tian Fei's finger landed in Gong Changha's hand. Although Tian Fei was crippled, there were still many valuable items in Tian Fei's possession. Gong Changha must not waste them. Gong Changha, you! Tian Fei was furious. Just a second ago, Tian Fei, was still Gong Changko's good junior. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had become a passerby. Even when Tian Fei looked around at his surroundings, no one stepped forward to speak up for him. This ending should have been expected. No one was willing to be associated with a waste. Good, very good. Today, I, Tian Fei, will remember the young sect master's kindness to me. And all of you, my good brothers, I, Tian Fei, will remember. Tian Fei stood up and picked up the purple yuan card. In the past, he had looked down on it. However, it turned out that it could save his life. Only when he was alive, there would be other possibilities. Chapter 697. After Tian Fei left, Xiao Yuan finally recovered from his injuries. As he stood up, Xiao Yuan's eyes were filled with killing intent towards Li Zongjiu. Mirror Emperor, since you have chosen to protect this brat, so what if my Xianyuan sect exterminates him as well? At this moment, Xiao Yuan's hatred for Li Zongjiu was incomparably deep. As for the crippled Tian Fei, it was simply not a big deal. Elder, do you want to issue the sex kill order now? Gong Changha was also incomparably ruthless as he spoke. The sex kill order can't be used for no reason. Xiao Yuan said with a frown. Li Zongjiu killed our sect's disciple, Tian Fei. This alone is enough to issue the sex kill order. Gong Changha sneered. At this moment, he had already prepared an excuse in his heart. Unfortunately, he could only let junior brother Tian Fei suffer a little. At this moment, kill. A few people looked at each other. What was the meaning of this? However, only one of them was smarter and immediately said to Gong Changha, "Young sect leader, elder, this disciple is feeling a little unwell. I'll go somewhere far away to relieve myself." "Go." Gong Changha waved his hand. Wasn't such a simple meaning very easy to understand? Look at how smart this brat was. When the rest of the people saw that the other disciple had left, they suddenly understood what the junior sect leader meant. His actions were indeed too decisive. However, such a matter was extremely normal for them. Just by thinking about it, they knew if a crippled person could bring value to them, they would naturally be more than happy. This was the legendary making use of trash. Haha! This Li Zongjiu dared to kill our Xinyuan sect's disciple. Immediately issue the sect's kill order. With such a valid reason, it was only natural for the sect to use the sect's must-kill order once again. Xiao Yuan also knew the reason for the current situation. However, Xiao Yuan only needed to pretend that he didn't know, and everything would naturally fall into place. "Li Zongjiu, not only am I going to kill you, I'm going to kill everyone in your clan." Xiao Yuan's eyes flashed with fierce killing intent. Once the sect's must-kill order was issued, the whole world would know that the mystic Yuan sect and Li Zongjiu were at war. No matter what background Li Zongjiu had, he would have to face the mystic Yuan sect head-on. Only when Li Zongjiu was killed by the mystic Yuan sect would this matter be settled. "Go. We'll wait in the royal city. The outcome would probably be the same as before if only these forces attacked." They just needed to wait a little longer for the experts of the mystic Yuan sect to make their move. With the sect's must-kill order personally issued by Elder Xiao Yuan, it wouldn't be surprising if the mystic Yuan sect invited an origin emperor to take action. The entire Holy Flame Royal City was about to welcome a new storm. Mirror Moon Villa. In a room filled with the scent of sandalwood, a beautiful young woman who appeared to be in her 30s was lying on the bed. Her eyes were tightly shut and she did not open them. Both of her hands were tightly clutching the blanket on her body. Beside her, a maidservant was constantly helping her wipe away the sweat that kept coming out from her forehead. Her Highness' condition is not optimistic. This strange illness has persisted for nearly 2 years. Master Jingyue explained the situation. She was Princess Jing'an's mother, Concubine Xian. Concubine Xian had been recuperating for nearly half a year. Originally, she wanted to recuperate, but who knew that her body's condition would worsen? The people from the Imperial Medical Workshop were completely helpless. Many famous alchemists in the city came to diagnose her, but there were no results. However, there was an old alchemist in the palace who said that Concubine Xian was suffering from the cold soul possession. The so-called cold soul possession was just a more vivid description. When the illness occurred, it was as if the cold air rose from the body. Whether it was the body or the mind, it would gradually collapse. Moreover, there was no reason for it. It was as if the cold soul possession had suddenly infected the body, and it directly turned into such a situation. It was unbelievable. A perfectly fine person would actually become like this. There was no cure for the cold soul possession. However, it was possible to temporarily suppress the cold qi in the body with the help of some fire attribute medicinal pills. This was true. This illness is a little strange. Li Zongjiu recalled some of the conditions that he had seen over the years. Even Li Zongjiu was a little troubled. "Is there no way?" Master Jingyue couldn't help but ask. Shuiwei also looked at Li Zongjiu nervously. "It is indeed difficult to completely cure it. This is because it is an illness of destiny. It is naturally very difficult to truly go against the heavens and change one's fate." Li Zongjiu said. When Master Jingyue heard Li Zongjiu's words, her eyes suddenly lit up. To be able to say this was enough to prove Li Zongjiu's strength. Ordinary fools would talk about things like being possessed by water ghosts or being possessed by spirits. These things that didn't make sense were said by them clearly and logically. Therefore, concubine Xian was forced to move out of the palace because the opposition in the palace was too strong. They said that concubine Xian had an inauspicious body. Damn your whole family. You don't have the ability, yet you actually want to create so many problems. Of course, people would feel contempt for you. Master Jingyue's own judgment only had one conclusion. This was destiny. Although such a mysterious theory was hard to believe, it was something that couldn't be explained clearly. However, as Master Jingyue's strength increased, she was also able to come into contact with this so-called life. Just what exactly was this incomparably mysterious thing? Naturally, she needed to properly research it. Li Zongjie was able to say this at such a young age. This also surprised Master Jingyue. Therefore, Master Jingyue really thought highly of Li Zongjie at this moment. That's right. Concubine Xian's illness is caused by destiny. Master Jingyue said, "What do you mean? Do you mean that my mother should have such a fate?" Shueihua was also confused. Kuan Erisher couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the two people in front of him. What were they talking about? Originally it wasn't. Someone forcefully changed your mother's fate. This is a treasure. Li Zongjie pinched his fingers and couldn't help but say, this was a good thing, but they didn't know who had used it. With such an item, it seemed easy to change someone's life. However, there were also limitations and some side effects. If you want to completely cure her, you have to find the person who used the fate-changing object and take it from him to change your mother's original fate. Otherwise, you have to rely on your mother's own efforts to change her own fate. However, the difficulty of this is no less than ascending to the heavens. Li Zongjie said, now that her body is extremely cold, it is a note of fate. I will use the obsidian flame to refine her muscles, bones, blood, and flesh. Then, she will be able to survive today's tribulation. Chapter 698. After hearing Li Zongjie's words, Shueihua heaved a sigh of relief and thanked the heavens. She could finally see her mother escape from this abyss of suffering. Shueihua almost couldn't help but want to use herself in exchange for that elixir when she saw her mother in so much pain. She wanted to use this elixir to make her mother's life easier. Although she knew that this was a very disadvantageous action, she couldn't let her mother continue to suffer like this. Fortunately, Kuan Erisher and Li Zongjie appeared. Isn't it too dangerous to use the spiritual fire to temper the bones? Master Jingyue couldn't help but ask. The spiritual fire was a very dangerous thing. If one wasn't careful, one's entire body would be burned to ashes. Furthermore, Master Jingyue had heard that such a treatment would require one to remove one's clothes in order to observe the flow of the spiritual fire in the body. If Li Zongjie were to do it, wouldn't it be? If Kuan Erisher were to do it, she would most likely die. Moreover, it's just a simple tempering to get rid of some cold air. Li Zongjie waved his hand and said, this was not a very difficult thing to do. It was not like the terrifying poison that had been deeply rooted in the body for a long time and needed to be constantly refined in order to expel it from the body. It was just using the power of the spiritual fire to help warm up the blood in her body. It was a very simple and normal thing. As he spoke, Li Zongjie raised his hand and floated above concubine Xian's forehead. Beads of sweat kept appearing on her smooth forehead. As Li Zongjie's palm floated above her, a stream of spiritual fire quickly flowed into concubine Xian's body. Master Jingyue, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that Li Zongjie had such a method, using such a method to enter her body. The spiritual fire seemed very simple and normal as it flowed through her body. Li Zongjie seemed to be very familiar with the process, and he was quite adept at controlling the spiritual fire. In less than 10 minutes, he had easily nurtured concubine Xian's bones and other parts of her body. Imperial concubine Xian's tightly knitted brows gradually relaxed. After relaxing, one could clearly see that Imperial concubine Xian's expression had become relatively relaxed. She immediately fell into a deep sleep. hearing concubine Xian's breathing gradually becoming stable. The few of them were very happy. "Mother, Shu, your mother needs to rest now," Li Zongjiu said. Master Jingyue had seen the young man's terrifying means. She was extremely shocked to see that he had such strength. This was originally a very difficult problem, but now it was easily solved by Li Zongjiu. Everyone came out of the house. Li Zongjiu also copied a book that was suitable for Imperial concubine Xian's body to cultivate. This set of flying celestial art is suitable for her body to cultivate. If she wants to change her fate, she has to cultivate this book after she wakes up. You can't relax for a moment. Thank you, thank you. Shuewa took the book and was quite happy and excited. She didn't expect today's matter. Although it was very ridiculous and strange, at least it could be considered as solving some difficult problems. Heroes indeed come from the young. Even this old woman can't compare to your means, Master Jingyue said. She was not trying to flatter Li Zongjiu. With her cultivation, there was no need for her to flatter Li Zongjiu. Instead, she felt heartfelt admiration for Li Zongjiu's strength. It was said that Li Zongjiu was already a grade 5 alchemist at such a young age. Even this point was enough to instantly kill Gong Changhe just now. Now, Gong Changhe could be said to be scared witless. When he heard that he had to cut off an arm, he also fled in a panic. This made people look at him with disdain. Such a person without determination and perseverance. How could he last long on the path of cultivation? But today, you offended the Xianyuan sect. These people will definitely not let you go. If you don't have the confidence to deal with them, you can stay in my Jingyue mountain villa. Master Jingyue was also very interested in Li Zongjiu. She wanted to know what kind of situation and environment he was in to be able to train such a young man. With so many great abilities, it would be a pity if he was killed by the Xianyuan sect because of this accident. More or less, this Li Zongjiu should be given some time. A mere Xianyuan sect is nothing. If they dare to come, just wait for their sect to be destroyed, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. If it had been before, Master Mirror Moon would have thought that Li Zongjiu was dreaming and delusional. She might have even thought that he had symptoms of madness. But now, after listening to Li Zongjiu's words, he thought that Li Zongjiu might have some other means. Even if he couldn't destroy the sect, it wouldn't be a problem to protect himself a little. If that's the case, that's even better. Master Jingyue nodded and said. Then, Li Zongjiu looked at Kuan Erishur. Kuan Erishur, it's rare that Master Jingyue doesn't dislike you and allows you to serve in the villa. You have to perform well. I still have a lot of things to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. Li Zongjiu stood up and said. He didn't continue to stay in the Jingyue mountain villa. After saying that, Li Zongjiu left in a huff and didn't give Master Jingyue a chance to refuse. Kuan Erishur naturally knew that Li Zongjiu was clearly helping him. Firstly, he could stay here with Shuewa. Secondly, he could cultivate in front of Master Jingyue. Given Master Jingyue's strength, a casual pointer from her would be enough for Kuan Erishur to benefit. With Li Zongjiu's words, Master Jingyue naturally had to give him some face. More or less, she would give Kuan Erishur some pointers. Of course, it was mainly because Master Jingyue saw that Kuan Erishur was a good kid. Although he didn't give pointers easily, once he opened his mouth, it would be very beneficial. He's so young, yet he can understand fate. I'm sure his realm isn't below mine. Master Jingyue looked at Li Zongjiu's back as he left. In fact, Master Jingyue only said this. She didn't say it out loud. Li Zongjiu's realm seemed to be above hers. Even so, Shuewa and Kuan Erishur, who were behind her, looked as if they had seen something shocking that they had never seen before in this world. They hadn't expected Master Jingyue to think so highly of Li Zongjiu. Perhaps Li Zongjiu really had such a great ability. Chapter 699. After leaving the Mirror Moon Villa, Li Zongjiu walked slowly, admiring the scenery along the way. When they passed by a forest in front of them, they heard rustling sounds coming from the forest. Qin Liang, do you really want me to die? Tianfei's heart was filled with anger. Even his tone was filled with sadness, as if he was at the end of the road. He had never imagined that his best friend would be the first person to come after his life. Tianfei felt that this was ridiculous, infuriating, and lamentable. Tianfei, you can't blame me. The young sect master wants to borrow your men. You can do your brother a favor. Qin Liang smiled sinisterly. Tianfei was indeed vigilant. He had actually hidden himself very quickly. He still had a few treasures on him that could conceal his aura. Clearly, he knew that they would chase after him and kill him. Qin Liang had to search for Tianfei for a long time before he found him. Although Tianfei had taken good care of Qin Liang in the past, killing Tianfei would allow Qin Liang to raise his head in front of the young sect master. Perhaps the young sect master would take good care of him and his status would be high in the future. After the young sect master took over the position of sect master, Qin Liang would at least be able to become an elder. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will follow. As long as he could obtain benefits, it did not matter whether he was a chicken or a dog. Qin Liang, big brother Liang, let me go this time. I will definitely not appear. I know what you want to do. I, Tianfei, will completely disappear from this day onwards. Given your current status and strength, killing me will be as easy as flipping your hand. Just let me go like a fart. Tianfei knelt down before Qin Liang as he pleaded. Now that his Yuan pearl was shattered, he was already a cripple. Qin Liang was also a grade 1 Yuan monarch. It would be extremely difficult for him to escape from Qin Liang's clutches. In fact, this was something that was simply impossible. Therefore, he knelt before Qin Liang, hoping to find a chance to survive. As long as he could survive, Tianfei was willing to do anything. Seeing Tianfei kneel, Tianfei used to be a high and mighty genius. Now he was kneeling in front of him like an ant. When he saw this scene, his heart felt extremely sour. At this moment, Qin Liang's heart was also filled with a hearty feeling. Haha, Tianfei. Oh, Tianfei, I didn't expect you to have such a day. With your talent, it wouldn't be difficult for you to surpass the young sect master. However, in order to please the young sect master, you tried your best to suppress your cultivation so that you wouldn't surpass the young sect master's realm. I know all these, but so what now? In the end, you still have to kneel in front of me. When Tianfei heard Qin Liang's mockery, his kneeling body trembled slightly. Indeed, what Tianfei said was true. His talent was above Gong Changhe's. Moreover, with his aptitude, it would be extremely easy for him to break through. However, Tianfei chose to conceal his strength in order to save face for the junior sect master. Moreover, he forcefully suppressed his talent and didn't allow himself to break through. Such a great humiliation and forbearance had now turned into nothingness. If he was careless today, he would have completely lost his life. With your talent, think about it carefully. How can I let you go? However, you can rest assured that I won't let you feel the slightest bit of pain. Consider it a repayment for the care you have given me for so long. As Qin Liang spoke, he slowly pulled out the long sword in his hand. The sharp light was so dazzling that Tianfei's face instantly turned pale. He never expected that this would happen. Qin Liang was actually so ruthless. He didn't care about the past. Qin Liang, I, Tianfei, will never let you go even if I become a ghost. Tianfei roared loudly at Qin Liang. At this moment, Qin Liang slashed the sword in his hand towards Tianfei's head. This slash didn't require any Yuan power. Killing Tianfei was as easy as killing a chicken or a dog. Clang! Tianfei straightened his body, but the expected pain didn't come. Tianfei couldn't believe it. Could it really be like what Qin Liang said? There wasn't any pain. When Tianfei opened his eyes, he saw that the sword in Qin Liang's hand had been deflected away without him noticing. I don't understand. When you kill, do you like to talk a lot of nonsense? Li Zongjiu casually threw the broken sword in Qin Liang's hand to the ground. Just now, Li Zongjiu had witnessed the annual drama of betrayal and internal strife. However, killing a person was just killing a person. Why did they have to talk so much nonsense? So, Li Zongjiu couldn't stand it anymore. Therefore, he personally showed up and broke the sword in Qin Liang's hand. As the dignified evil lord of this generation, he naturally wanted to make this matter more dramatic. Otherwise, why would this world be filled with so many wonderful things for no reason? It's you. Qin Liang saw Li Zongjiu in front of him and immediately shouted. This great demon had actually chased after him. Immediately, Qin Liang let out a strange cry and fled into the distance. He had fought with Li Zongjiu before, so he naturally knew how terrifying Li Zongjiu's strength was. Furthermore, Elder Xiao Yuan's arm had been broken by Li Zongjiu's sneak attack. Therefore, when he saw Li Zongjiu appear, he immediately turned and fled. Could it be that this guy had appeared to invite him to a meal? Of course, he was here to take his life. What a coward! Li Zongjiu threw the desolate heaven essence in his hand. So, pung! The desolate heaven essence slammed into Qin Liang's back, sending him flying as if he had been hit by a mountain in the vast wilderness. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Qin Liang rolled on the ground. He felt an intense pain in his abdomen. Qin Liang could not believe it. When he circulated his Yuan power, he immediately discovered something that made him almost collapse. His Yuan pearl had shattered. No! Qin Liang roared at the sky. This roar of pain was filled with fear and sorrow. In just a split second, Li Zongjiu had crippled his 20 years of cultivation, the Yuan power of his Yuan King realm. The Yuan power that was enough for him to become an elder of the mystic Yuan sect and become the pinnacle expert of this continent had vanished in a puff of smoke. At this moment, Qin Liang felt a true, heart-wrenching pain. Now that he's the same as you, what will you do? Li Zongjiu looked at Tian Fei, who had a look of realization on his face, and said slowly. Tian Fei had been completely blinded just now. He had thought that he was about to face death. However, Li Zongjiu's appearance had delayed his death. Now he actually saw that Qin Liang, who had wanted to kill him earlier, had also had his Yuan bead destroyed. This caused that person, who was high above and could easily decide his life, to fall into this bottomless abyss. People could not help but marvel at the speed at which the wheel of fortune had turned. Tian Fei's gaze was calm. He knew what Li Zongjiu wanted. Since that was the case, he would fulfill Li Zongjiu's wish. Tian Fei immediately stood up, picked up a stone beside him, and slowly walked towards Qin Liang. Tian Fei, what are you trying to do? Qin Liang looked at Tian Fei, who was walking over, and saw the stone in Tian Fei's hand. He immediately shouted. However, Tian Fei did not speak as much nonsense as before. He raised the stone in his hand and smashed it towards Qin Liang's head. Pung! 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 Every time the stone smashed down, terrifying blood would splatter everywhere. Seeing this scene, Tian Fei did not waver at all. Instead, he continued to use the stone in his hand to smash downwards. Until now, Qin Liang's head had already been smashed into a pulp. Qin Liang's body fell into a pool of blood, twitching nonstop. Tian Fei did not hesitate to break the finger on Qin Liang's storage ring and took off the storage ring. This is his storage ring. Kill me. Tian Fei handed Qin Liang's storage ring to Li Zongjiu and said magnanimously. At this moment, he was already satisfied to be able to smash this despicable person to death before he died. Therefore, he did not ask for more. However, it was hateful that he could not avenge Gong Changhe. Chapter 700. Being able to kill Qin Liang with his own hands before his death was already considered as fulfilling one of Tian Fei's wishes. Is your talent better than Gong Changhe's? Li Zongjiu looked at Tian Fei and asked. Tian Fei smiled bitterly when he heard Li Zongjiu's words. Tian Fei was just a person who wanted to cultivate, become an expert, and control his own fate. He only had such thoughts in his heart. Who would have thought that he would reach such a level and become Gong Changhe's pawn? Li Zongjiu's eyes were filled with bitterness. If he did not do so, Tian Fei's fate could be imagined. Therefore, Tian Fei had no choice but to compromise. He did not expect that he would end up like this. So what if I'm better than him? Now that my elemental pearl is broken, I'm completely a cripple. Tian Fei said bitterly. His face was ashen. Previously, he might have been blessed with a glimmer of hope, but now, anyone could easily kill him. With such a fate, it was difficult for Tian Fei to stand up again. This elixir is enough to restore your elemental pearl. Swallow it. As for your future, it's up to you. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He casually threw out an elixir. When the Shadow Fox's elemental pearl was broken, Li Zongjiu had already thought that these people did not know how to protect their elemental pearls. Moreover, in this battle, it was extremely easy to damage their elemental pearls. Basically, these people's elemental pearls were in an unstable state. How could they stabilize their elemental pearls? Therefore, Li Zongjiu took some time to refine an elixir. This elixir's recipe had not been written yet. But in fact, this elixir's recipe to restore elemental pearls would appear out of nowhere 2,500 years later. It was said that it was directly obtained from the Genius Tower. Therefore, when this elixir's recipe appeared, it set off a lot of bloodshed. In the end, it was naturally obtained by Li Zongjiu. Moreover, the grade of this elixir was not very high. It was just a 5th grade elixir. Refining it was not a difficult task. Li Zongjiu refined a few more and gave them to Yinghu, Taifai, and the others. The effect of this pill was quite good. Tian Fei took the pill. Looking at Li Zongjiu's back as he turned and left, his eyes suddenly widened. Although his cultivation was now crippled, looking at the pill in his hand, it was definitely not a low-grade pill. What is this guy trying to do? Is he trying to poison me to death? Tian Fei thought to himself. However, no matter how he looked at it, the pill in his hand did not look like a poisonous pill. It was a real spiritual pill. But what kind of medicinal pill could restore the origin pearl? Tian Fei had never heard of such a pill before. If there was one, Tian Fei would buy it even if he had to sell his entire fortune. Even if this pill could restore the origin pearl, it should not be given to him by someone who broke his origin pearl. No matter how hard Tian Fei thought about Li Zongjiu's code of conduct, he could not figure it out. He could not understand why Li Zongjiu would do such a thing. But for Tian Fei, he had nothing to lose now. In that case, there is still a little hope. If I, Tian Fei, don't die today, I will definitely fight the Xianyuan sect to the death in the future. Tian Fei immediately swallowed the elixir. Those people from the Xianyuan sect were arrogant and confident. Since they had already sent Qin Liang, they would definitely not send a second person. Therefore, Tian Fei was considered safe for the time being. The pill entered his stomach. Tian Fei immediately felt that the intestines and internal organs in his stomach were all twisted together. The intensity of the pain was thousands or even tens of thousands of times greater than when his yuan bead was shattered. Tian Fei immediately rolled around on the ground in pain. At this moment, Tian Fei was already in a delirious state. After an hour, Tian Fei, who had fainted on the ground, suddenly got up. His eyes emitted a ferocious light. Looking at his palms, there was a trace of disbelief and extreme shock in his eyes. Oh my God! My origin pearl! My origin pearl is back! Tian Fei could not believe it, but the abundant origin energy in his body was still there. Tian Fei's heart was filled with joy once again. Xianyuan sect. Gong Changhe. If I, Tian Fei, don't die today, I will definitely fight you to the death. Tian Fei roared towards the sky. Tian Fei was only missing a finger on his right palm. He, Tian Fei, would get this finger back sooner or later. After this incident, Tian Fei understood that if he wanted to survive, he had to be strong first. It was impossible to become a true expert by relying on others' help. He had to rely on his own efforts to become a true expert. Even if there were difficulties, he had to work hard to overcome them. Only in this way could he grow. Li Zongjio did not give him the pill to save him. Instead, he wanted to create another enemy for the Xianyuan sect. He wanted Tian Fei to become a thorn in the heart of the Xianyuan sect. Tian Fei searched the ground and finally found the storage ring that Li Zongjio did not take away. It belonged to Qin Liang. He opened the storage ring. Although Qin Liang's collection was not as rich as Tian Fei's, at least there were many things in it. Each and every one of you, just you wait. At this moment, Tian Fei's Yuan Pearl had just recovered and he still needed some time to recover. If he used too much Yuan power, it would be very easy for him to damage the newly recovered Yuan Pearl. He needed to stabilize it and take it slow. Therefore, Tian Fei chose to move forward on foot. Li Zongjio, I have to rely on him. Otherwise, it won't be long before the Xianyuan sect finds me. Tian Fei had already made up his mind. Li Zongjio was powerful and mysterious. Tian Fei admired him. Although it was no different from entering the tiger's den again, he had to get Li Zongjio's protection if he wanted to take revenge. Perhaps he would die faster, but there was also a chance that he could survive. This was because Tian Fei knew that Li Zongjio's strength was terrifying. Moreover, both of their enemies were the Xianyuan sect. Only by working together could they have a better chance of fighting the Xianyuan sect. After returning to the city, Li Zongjio went to the bun shop as usual. He wanted to sit down and have a meal. However, he saw Xiao Zhao walking in a hurry. Her face was gloomy as she walked past him. From the looks of it, it seemed that something had happened. Isn't that Xiao Zhao? Chapter 701. Li Zongjio didn't think much and stepped forward to catch up with Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao turned left and right and came to a house. 2 burly men could be seen standing guard at the entrance of the house. When they saw Xiao Zhao return, the 2 burly men revealed smiles on their faces. Lord Xiao Zhao is back. Come in, please. However, Xiao Zhao didn't look very happy. Instead, he was expressionless. What do you want? Where's my brother? Xiao Zhao said coldly. They're all inside. Your whole family is also inside. They're just waiting for you. Although there was some distance between them, Li Zongjio could hear the conversation between the 3 people clearly. When Xiao Zhao walked into the house, there were at least 20 or 30 strong men standing in the courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard, a young man was kneeling on the ground. His body was tied up and his face was blue and purple. Obviously, he had been beaten up before. A middle-aged couple on the side didn't know what was going on in front of them. They were scared out of their wits. The 2 of them were just ordinary people in the city. Usually, they made some pearl hair clips and did business on the street. However, when they opened their stall today, their stall was directly smashed by a group of people. Then they were directly taken back to their house by a group of people. A fat man was sitting on a shabby rattan chair. He was holding a beggar's chicken in his hand and was wolfing it down. Next to the chair was a sky stone hammer. This stone hammer light was already awe-inspiring. When it was discussed, it would be even more frightening. Just looking at it was enough to make one feel fear. Xiao Zhao looked at the situation in front of him and didn't have the slightest fear. Hey, isn't this Lord Xiao Zhao? Why are you fools still standing there? Hurry up and bring a chair for Miss Xiao Zhao to sit down. The fat and brainless man immediately shouted for a beating. He glared angrily at the group of trash around him. They only knew how to stand there and stare. Don't bother. I've brought the money. Let my brother go. Take the money and get out of here. Xiao Zhao, who had always been gentle, was now very serious. When he looked at these people, his eyes were extremely fierce and hateful. Hee, don't worry, don't worry. How much money did you bring? The fat man said with a smile. 300,000 gold coins. Xiao Zhao pulled out a stack of bank notes from his cuff. Xiao Zhao had to scrape together all this money to gather a total of 300,000 gold coins. To some people, this amount of money might be less than the meat of an ant. However, to an ordinary family like Xiao Zhao, this amount of money required a lot of effort. Moreover, it was not guaranteed that she would be able to gather this much money. 300,000? That's too little. 300,000 was last week's price. The day before yesterday, your brother lost 500,000 in my casino. Adding the 300,000 interest from before, your brother owes me a total of 1,200,000. The fat man looked like a tiger, but he was very shrewd when it came to calculating. When he said this, Xiao Zhao's eyes widened. He never thought that these people would be so excessive. Don't talk nonsense. My brother didn't gamble a single cent. Today, I'll leave the 300,000 here. Whether you want it or not, get out of here. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Xiao Zhao said angrily. These people didn't know when they started pestering his brother. In fact, Xiao Zhao knew that these people were clearly targeting the young lady. Now, they wanted him to steal the young lady's account book and next year's plan. Although he didn't know who was behind these people, Xiao Zhao would rather die than betray the young lady. TSK, TSK, TSK. Miss Xiao Zhao has been in the 7-star fire room for a long time and has interacted with many big shots. She doesn't know how barbarians like us collect debts. Come, let's see how barbaric Miss Xiao Zhao is. The fat man immediately waved his hand and 2 figures walked out. They walked towards Xiao Zhao's hand. What do you want? When Xiao Zhao saw the 2 of them walking up, she immediately let out a cry. He didn't expect these people to really dare to make a move. The 2 people directly pounced on Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao turned around and wanted to escape, but the few big men blocked his way. Come here, you stinking girl. Do you really think you're high and mighty? A big man approached and directly came in front of Xiao Zhao. Then he grabbed Xiao Zhao's white and tender throat. However, before he could touch Xiao Zhao, he heard the crisp sound of his own bones. Crack! The hand that reached out was directly flipped over at a 90-degree angle. The 5 fingers suddenly lost contact with each other and just hung on the palm. Ah, you're courting death. Phut! When the other person saw the miserable state of his companion and saw that another person had suddenly appeared beside Xiao Zhao, he immediately let out a low roar and flew up, kicking out with his leg. Bang! An invisible force blasted his thigh and directly made the big man kneel on the ground with a bang. His broken thigh seemed to have fallen to the ground. It was really frightening to look at. What kind of pain would a broken bone of this degree have to endure? This, Xiao Zhao did not expect such a situation to occur. When he looked around, a familiar face appeared in front of Xiao Zhao. Young Master Li. Xiao Zhao exclaimed in surprise. The person who came was Li Zongjiu. When he saw that these people were about to make a move, Li Zongjiu could no longer sit still. In any case, Xiao Zhao was one of his friends. How could these people casually hurt him? Who are you? How dare you mess with me, Sang Biao? The big fat man immediately stood up. At this moment, the thugs beside him also gathered and surrounded Li Zongjiu and the rest. Their futures were raging, and it seemed as though they would tear the people in front of them to shreds in the next second. When he saw the miserable state of his 2 brothers, the one called Sang Biao could not help but feel a little nervous. The people who came seemed to be quite powerful. I'll give you all 1 minute to scram. Li Zongjiu patted Xiao Zhao's shoulder, indicating for the latter to relax. Then he walked out with his hands behind his back and looked at the people in front of him as he said in an extremely benevolent manner. As a manifestation of his benevolence, he gave these people enough time to leave. If they did not know how to cherish the time, they could not blame Li Zongjiu for being vicious. Oh my, I didn't expect such a stubborn lover to show up. Go, kill this kid. Whoever takes his head will be rewarded with 5,000 gold yuan. Chapter 702. Generous rewards would definitely attract brave men. With Sang Biao's words, the crowd below instantly erupted in excitement. In an instant, all of them pounced towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's body did not move. With just a thought, his mental energy whizzed out. Boom! Li Zongjiu's mental energy immediately transformed into a terrifying long whip and spread out in all directions. Pa pa pa! All of them were easily sent flying. When he saw Li Zongjiu's incomparably mysterious technique, Sang Biao was completely stunned. What the fuck? What the fuck? However, Sang Biao was a ruthless person. He immediately raised the stone hammer in his hand and violently swung it towards Li Zongjiu. Then he turned around and climbed towards the wall at the side. Evidently, he wanted to escape. Li Zongjiu gently gestured with his palm, causing the stone hammer to change its direction and head towards Sang Biao, who had already climbed up the wall. With a bang, Sang Biao was directly knocked down from the wall. After all, Li Zongjiu was much more peaceful now. Therefore, when he attacked, he did not kill anyone. Those who had recovered from the ground and crawled up quickly fled into the distance. Without a doubt, this Li Zongjiu was clearly a legendary elite. He could easily crush them to death with just a flick of his finger. The two of you stay behind. The courtyard was not big to begin with. With so many people, it was a little crowded. Li Zongjiu let most of the people leave and then chose 2 people to stay behind. The 2 of them instantly looked aggrieved. They thought that Li Zongjiu was not satisfied with the fight just now and wanted to kill 1 or 2 of them to sacrifice to the heavens. On the spot, their faces collapsed. When they looked at Li Zongjiu, their faces were also filled with grievances. Great, 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 great hero, please spare our lives. Tie that fatty up! Li Zongjiu pointed at the unconscious Sang Biao. Then, with a wave of his hand, an invisible energy surged and cut the rope on Xiao Zhao's brother. Brother, are you all right? Xiao Zhao also hurriedly went forward to help her brother up. His parents also gathered around. They were held hostage just now and did not know what to do. If they were not as strong as the other party, then they could only resign themselves to fate. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu was here today and saved Xiao Zhao's family. Logically speaking, this Xiao Zhao was Song Jiu's right-hand man. These little punks only needed to talk to Song Jiu, and naturally, there would be someone to deal with them. He didn't know what this Xiao Zhao was thinking. The 2 burly men finally found a rope and tied Sang Biao up. Following Li Zongjiu's instructions, a basin of water was splashed onto Sang Biao's face. He woke Sang Biao up. How can you be called Sang Biao when you look like this? Li Zongjiu looked at Sang Biao's round body. What was wrong with this world? Sang Biao had just woken up and did not understand what was going on. Father, mother, brother, this is Li Zongjiu, young masterly, whom I told you about. Xiao Zhao introduced. Xiao Zhao's parents were about to kneel down and thank Li Zongjiu for saving their lives. Li Zongjiu gestured with his hands and lifted the 2 of them up. No need to be so courteous. In the future, if something like this happens, you can just go to Boyu Casino and look for Tai-Fi. Just tell him that I asked you to come. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said, with Tai-Fi's strength, it was naturally easy for him to deal with these people. How can I trouble Sir Tai for such a vulgar matter? Xiao Zhao said with shame. He did not expect that such a matter would disturb someone like Li Zongjiu. According to the young mistress, Li Zongjiu's status had already risen to the same level as the Song family had. Hence, how could Xiao Zhao dare to trouble Li Zongjiu's subordinates with such a matter? You don't have to say such nonsense. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. You, damn fatty, I'll give you a chance. Tell me the mastermind behind this and bring me to him. Then I'll let you go. Li Zongjiu said. Sang Biao heard this and was instantly energized. When Sang Biao woke up, he realized that he had been tied up. It had always been him, Sang Biao, who tied people up. Since, when was it anyone else's turn to tie him up? A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. On the spot, Sang Biao stared deadly at Li Zongjiu. Kid, don't think that you can do whatever you want in Royal City just because you have some skills. If you dare to touch me, Sang Biao, I'll call a few hundred of my brothers to chop you to death. Sang Biao roared. His aura sounded real. If not for the fact that this guy was tied up, one would think that Sang Biao was invincible. Slap. Li Zongjiu slapped Sang Biao's face across the air. Instantly, Sang Biao's face flushed red. Because his face was fat to begin with, he did not react to the slap at all. The only thing that could be seen was that his face was slightly swollen. How dare you hit me? How dare you fucking hit me? Sang Biao used to be an extremely ruthless person. Later on, because of his ruthlessness, he became the boss. Then he no longer needed to fight, and his living conditions improved. Hence, he gradually grew into his current chubby appearance. However, his ferocious character was getting more and more arrogant by the day. Slap. Another slap landed directly on Sang Biao's face. This time around, a tooth flew out. Most importantly, this slap landed on the same spot. Sang Biao's heart was in so much pain. If you still refuse to speak, I'll have no choice but to kill you. Li Zongjiu did not have much patience. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the stone hammer across the air. In Sang Biao's eyes, this ability to grab things across the air was way too amazing. Speaking of experts, Sang Biao had seen his fair share of them. However, looking at Li Zongjiu's various methods, he knew that they were not as simple as they seemed. If he continued to endure, then the one who would die would be him. Don't. Sir, I was wrong. I'll speak. Li Zongjiu had yet to hammer down, and Sang Biao was already begging for mercy. He was just short of kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Li Zongjiu to admit his mistake. It's the Crocodile Gang. It's the leader of the Crocodile Gang who told us to do this. Our casino is also under the control of the Crocodile Gang. As for the other things, I really don't know. Sang Biao closed his eyes and shouted loudly. He was afraid that the hammer would land on his head. If that happened, wouldn't his head be as big as a watermelon? Crocodile Gang? Li Zongjiu controlled the stone hammer, and with a bang, it landed on Sang Biao's feet. Sang Biao immediately burst into tears. Previously, Li Zongjiu had never heard of the Crocodile Gang. There was the Green Dragon Gang, but the Green Dragon Gang had already been wiped out by Li Zongjiu. Where did this Crocodile Gang come from? They were causing trouble here, and even did such illegal things. If Li Zongjiu saw them, he would definitely teach them a lesson. I'll leave the matters of these gangs to Tai-Fi. Li Zongjiu didn't have that much time. In the past, he didn't have any subordinates, so he had to do everything himself. But now it was different. Li Zongjiu immediately used the 1,000-mile sound transmission. This 1,000-mile sound transmission was a yuan qi item that could communicate across space. However, the range was quite limited. Li Zongjiu glanced at it. Coincidentally, Tai-Fi wasn't too far away. The 1,000-mile sound transmission quickly conveyed Li Zongjiu's words. At this moment, Tai-Fi was having a headache calculating the counts. Suddenly, he heard Li Zongjiu calling for him. Li Zongjiu also asked him to bring more people to deal with the matter. He immediately tensed up. Bring more people? How many people do you want? Tai-Fi frowned. Then he immediately issued an order for the people nearby to rush to the location that Li Zongjiu had mentioned. As for the number of people, there were at least 1,000. The main experts were also brought over from Bo Yu Casino. Coincidentally, the casino wasn't open during the day. Instantly, this large group of people rushed to Li Zongjiu's location. Chapter 703. Brat, so what if you know? Do you dare to touch the Crocodile Gang? This is between us and them. It has nothing to do with you. If you let us go now, slap. Li Zongjiu slapped him in the face, and he finally calmed down a little. At this moment, Xiao Zhao also lifted his skirt and went forward. Young Master Li, the Crocodile Gang is big, and there are people behind them. I will report this matter to Mississippi. Why don't young Master Li leave first? Xiao Zhao was also worried that Li Zongjie would be implicated, although he knew that Li Zongjie was powerful, so powerful that even Han Wuxiu had to kneel down before him. These people were, after all, people of the Jianghu. If they fought, it would be a life-and-death battle. He couldn't let his guard down. He must be careful. What's more, this was Xiao Zhao's family matter. How could he let Li Zongjie take the blame for this matter? This made Xiao Zhao feel even more apologetic in her heart. It's okay, just wait for a while. It took less than 10 minutes. Someone had already arrived in front of Li Zongjie. Young master. Li Zongjie didn't know these people, but Taifai did a good job of popularizing people. Everyone knew Li Zongjie and knew who their real boss was. Young master, we're late. After waiting for a while, Taifai also quickly arrived with his men. Up until now, the people that Tai Feiha had brought had already filled up several streets in the surrounding area. Those who were able to enter this small courtyard and meet Li Zongjie were all people with some status. The rest of the underlings could only wait outside. These people were very unique when they waited. They all had their own matters to attend to and looked no different from people who were just strolling around. The Holy Flame royal city abhorred violence to the core. If anyone were to use force in the city, or if there were any violent incidents, they would be treated with great importance. No one would be able to escape. At the very least, they would have to pay some compensation. That was why these people had such a disguise, which was extremely convenient and fast. You're here. This guy's boss is from the Crocodile Gang. He wants to deal with my friend. Do as you see fit. Li Zongjie pointed at the trussed-up Sang Biao. At this moment, there were two other people who were squatting beside Sang Biao in jealousy and grievance. The scene before them was enough to scare them silly. They weren't familiar with Taifai, but the 5 people behind Taifai were the street bullies of the nearby 5 streets. The whole street was under their care, and all the shops could open smoothly. The punks from outside couldn't get a word in here. Now these 5 bosses were standing respectfully behind Taifai. As for that Taifai, he was extremely humble in front of Li Zongjie. This was the most shocking part. Just which family did this Li Zongjie belong to? He actually had such power. One must know that Sang Biao's position was at most one of the leaders under the 5 big shots. Any one of these 5 bosses could be compared to the Crocodile Gang's leader. You guys have some guts. How dare you cause trouble in my Taifai's territory? Taifai said coldly as he came in front of Sang Biao and the other 2. Taifai. When the 3 of them heard Taifai's name, their eyes widened. It was as though they had seen a dead person come back to life. It was the kind of shock that belonged to them. It really was Taifai. Currently, in this Holy Flame royal city, as long as one was in the underworld, who did not know of this Tai Feiha's name. This Taifai could be said to have used ruthless means to unify all the underground forces and become part of the Sacred Flame royal city's underground world. Taifai basically monopolized half of it. There was no one who could go against him. Moreover, Taifai was also very smart. He didn't directly take down the other half. Instead, he chased all the mixed forces of the tribes into the remaining half. Once someone wanted to rule over this half, Taifai would naturally jump out and stop this peaceful and stable situation. It could be said that the underground forces were basically under the control of Taifai. It was not easy for a person to be able to reach this level and live until now. People like Sang Biao were basically local hooligans. When would they have the chance to meet Taifai? You are Taifai. The 3 of them were already stuttering to the point that they couldn't speak. Take them away. The 2 of you, bring the leader of the Crocodile Gang to me. Taifai pointed at the 2 of them. These 2 people were in charge of the streets that often dealt with the Crocodile Gang. Therefore, they were naturally familiar with the situation of the Crocodile Gang. At this moment, after receiving the order, they immediately cupped their hands and left. If you have any problems in the future, just tell him directly. This is my friend Xiao Zhao, Li Zongjie said to Taifai. Tai immediately bowed to Xiao Zhao. If Miss Zhao has any problems, just let me know. Tai said, Lord Tai, I can't accept this. Zhao quickly said. She was just an assistant by Song Jiyu's side. How could she accept Tai's bow? Such politeness naturally made Xiao Zhao unable to accept it. She quickly helped Tai up. Then I'll take my leave first. This matter must be handled properly, Li Zongjio said to Tai. Tai naturally patted his chest and promised that he would definitely find the real culprit behind this matter. This kind of matter could not be easily covered up. Even Li Zongjio personally came forward. Naturally, this matter must be resolved thoroughly. When Li Zongjio came out, those who were originally idle also bowed to Li Zongjio. Those who did not know would have thought that Emperor Xingyan was out in disguise. In order to avoid more disturbances and sensations, Li Zongjio's figure flashed and disappeared from the street. Many people were fortunate enough to see the true face of their young master. They felt that it was an extremely fortunate thing. As for those who did not see it, they could only feel annoyed. Their young master was truly a legendary figure. As for how legendary he was, that was something only he himself knew. In the city at the Four Seas Inn, this inn was prominent and famous in the Jianghu. It had once received many extremely famous chivalrous people in the Jianghu. At this moment, a few people walked into the inn. One of them was an old man who only had one arm, which attracted a lot of attention. When the diners in the lobby saw them, they put down their chopsticks. From the aura of these people, it seemed that they were not to be trifled with. Sirs, please come upstairs. Please come upstairs. When the shopkeeper of the Four Seas Inn saw them, he immediately invited them upstairs. Chapter 704. Those who came to the Four Seas Inn were Xiao Yuan and the others from the Shenyuan sect. After leaving the Mirror Moon Villa, the group of people arrived at the city. The kill order has already been issued. Li Zongjio killed my sect's disciple, Tianfei. Just this reason alone is enough for Li Zongjio to die a tragic death. Oh right, why hasn't Qin Liang come back yet? How long has it been? Gong Changha couldn't help but have a bad premonition. Could there have been some kind of accident? Tianfei's death was the only way to go about his plan. Otherwise, everything would have been in vain. If the fact that Qin Liang went to kill Tianfei was exposed, it might affect Gong Changha. However, Gong Changha didn't care about this. Even if they were exposed, it would have nothing to do with Gong Changha. Everything would be due to Qin Liang's own initiative. He could even say that Qin Liang was blinded by greed. When the time came, he could just kill Qin Liang. The only thing he was worried about was that Tianfei would escape, and the crime that could kill Li Zongjio would be gone. This was what Gong Changha was worried about. Don't worry. With Qin Liang's understanding of Tianfei, there won't be a problem. A disciple said the relationship between the two of them was pretty good. However, it was unexpected that Qin Liang was the first one who wanted to kill Tianfei. Therefore, these brothers who seemed to be on good terms with each other were only on good terms with each other now. If you suddenly lost your power, what awaited you would be endless and the most thorough way to kick you when you are down. Go and find out who Li Zongjio is, Elder Xiao Yuan said. A disciple immediately stood up and replied. This disciple was responsible for collecting information on normal days. He naturally had his own way of collecting information. Li Zongjio, you want to find trouble with Li Zongjio? I can help you. The door of Xiao Yuan's room was suddenly pushed open by someone. Seeing someone walk in, everyone in the room became nervous. He stared at the newcomer with a murderous look in his eyes. Could it be that Li Zongjio was so powerful in the city that Li Zongjio's men could be seen everywhere he went? The ninth prince, Xianming, walked in, followed by Han Shuang and Han Shui. His expression was ice-cold, but there was a different kind of charm to it. It caused one's heart to be involuntarily moved when looking at him. Gong Changha's eyes first fell on the two maids, but he hid his gaze very well and didn't reveal it in front of the crowd. You are. Elder Xiao Yuan said. The newcomer had an untamed temperament. Moreover, there was a strong innate feeling that caused Elder Xiao Yuan to raise his eyebrows. This person's identity was definitely extraordinary. I am Xianming, the ninth prince said slowly. As soon as they heard this name, Xiao Yuan and the others instantly came to an understanding. They widened their eyes and looked at the man in front of them. They didn't expect him to be the ninth prince of the Xingyan dynasty, His Highness Xianming. The reason why the Xianyuan sect came in person was because of the royal family behind Princess Jinggan. Once the Xianyuan sect and the Xingyan dynasty had a marriage alliance, the situation would be like the sun in the sky. It was just that it wasn't so easy for him to succeed. Therefore, they needed this opportunity. The opportunity was Master Jingyue. If Master Jingyue was the one to speak, the success rate would obviously be higher. The Xianyuan sect might not be on the same level as the Xingyan dynasty. Now, the ninth prince took the initiative to come to them for cooperation. If it was before, the Xianyuan sect and the others might have considered it. After all, the status of a prince and a princess was different. If the prince got involved, there might be some problems when competing for the throne in the future. If they stood on the wrong side, it would have a great impact on them. Therefore, it was necessary to assess the situation carefully. However, it was different now. Originally, Xiao Yuan and the others hated Li Zongjio to the core. As long as they could kill Li Zongjio at any cost, it would be worth it for them. So, it's His Highness Xianming. Please come in. It's fate for us to meet here. Xiao Yuan's face immediately revealed a smile. After all, he was the principal elder. He had a lot of experience in dealing with these people. It was necessary to use such means to deal with them, regardless of whether they would cooperate or not. They couldn't afford to offend them. The Xianyuan sect wants to deal with Li Zongjio? Do you have any conflicts with Li Zongjio? The ninth prince said. The faces of Xianyuan Zong and the rest changed. At first, they thought that Peng Qiao was the only one who had encountered the ninth prince. But now, it seemed like the ninth prince had come knocking on their door directly. It seemed like the ninth prince had already investigated their background thoroughly. Xiao Yuan and the others thought about it carefully and didn't think much of it. After all, this was the sacred flame royal city. In addition, although they kept a low profile this time, they did not hide anything. Therefore, some of the movements when they came were seen by some forces. The smiles on the faces of Xiao Yuan and the others gradually faded. Then, Xiao Yuan's eyes were filled with righteous indignation. His eyes were filled with anger and resentment towards Li Zongjio. It seemed like he hated Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio plotted to kill our sect's disciples. If we don't kill him, where will the dignity of our Xianyuan sect go? An indescribable rage and grief immediately surfaced on the faces of Xiao Yuan and the rest. To them, this was a great humiliation, and they had to use Li Zongjio's blood to wash away this humiliation. Li Zongjio dared to kill your Xianyuan sect's disciples. The ninth prince had never expected Li Zongjio to be so bold. This was great news for the ninth prince. Of course, he couldn't show it on the surface. Otherwise, it would be too much. At the same time, the ninth prince's face was also filled with grief. Li Zongjio is so arrogant and despotic. He must have someone backing him. Now that I've found out that Li Zongjio's family is in Luoxia City, we must first control Li Zongjio's family if we want to kill such a demon. The ninth prince said slowly and then looked at Xiao Yuan. As a righteous sect, our mystic Yuan sect will definitely not do something like exterminating the entire sect. Xiao Yuan said in a deep voice. However, the ninth prince's expression didn't change much. He seemed to be waiting for Xiao Yuan to continue. However, our Xianyuan sect has the obligation to eliminate the demon sect that such a demon belongs to. Chapter 705. During his cultivation, Li Zongjio also discovered that using the power of the desolate heaven essence to temper his body was a pretty good cultivation method. He had yet to make any progress with the ancient golden tyrant body technique. Furthermore, the desolate heaven essence could also temper his mental strength to a certain extent. With this discovery, Li Zhongjiu's cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. Li Zhongjiu used his mind to control the desolate heaven essence to hammer his body. Boom! The power of the desolate heaven essence had existed since ancient times. All of a sudden, it smashed into Li Zhongjiu's body, causing a terrifying force to surge into his body. Boom! If the power in Li Zhongjiu's body was like a mountain, then this strike would have directly smashed Li Zhongjiu's body into smithereens. Pwah! Even Li Zhongjiu could not hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He never expected that Li Zhongjiu, who had not bled for a long time, would actually spit out blood from his attack. No, this power is too strong. Li Zhongjiu took a long time to slowly get up by supporting himself against the wall. This strike had nearly shattered his body. Although the effect was not bad, the power was too great. If he was not careful, Li Zhongjiu's body would have been smashed to smithereens. How could Li Zhongjiu dare to take such a risk? It could even be said that if he was careless and made a mistake, Li Zhongjiu's life could be taken. He still had no way of controlling the desolate heaven essence, so he would have to wait until he could control it. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu put away the desolate heaven essence. It was no wonder that the strike from before was able to shatter a person's yuan bead. According to this logic, the yuan bead's hardness should be even tougher than any other part of one's body. Even if one's body was crippled by this rod, one's yuan bead should still be as tough as ever. However, after personally experiencing the power of the desolate heaven essence, Li Zhongjiu also understood why it was able to destroy the yuan beads of others. The stronger your body is, the stronger the power of the desolate heaven essence will be. That was why Li Zhongjiu's stick had such a terrifying effect when it hit his body. Young master, are you all right? Why do I hear you vomiting blood? Yinghu came to Li Zhongjiu's practice room and knocked on the door. Ever since Yinghu broke through, he had become even more elusive in this courtyard. Originally, Yinghu's qigong was not bad. Now that he was a yuan monarch, coupled with the doppelganger technique taught by Li Zhongjiu, Yinghu's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Ahem, I'm fine. Li Zhongjiu stood up. How could he embarrass himself in front of his subordinates? Li Zhongjiu had never embarrassed himself in front of an outsider before. Young master, there's someone called Tian Fei outside. He says he wants to seek refuge with you. Should I let him in? Yinghu shouted from outside the door. Tian Fei? Li Zhongjiu recalled the kid whose yuan bead had been shattered. Hadn't he already given this kid a way out? He had been waiting for this kid to go into hibernation and grow into a great demon king so that this kid could deal with the mystic yuan sect? Why had he come to his place? Li Zhongjiu's actions of letting a tiger return to the mountains was foolish. In fact, he was the foolish one. Such a person was not qualified to be called a tiger in front of Li Zhongjiu. He was at most a fly, or at least a little bigger than a mosquito. Therefore, it could be said that Li Zhongjiu didn't care at all. He just wanted to make this world a little more exciting and interesting. Tian Fei was thrown here because his talent was destroyed. He was even abandoned in the end. They wanted to use Tian Fei's death in exchange for a legitimate reason to issue a kill order to kill Li Zhongjiu. Tian Fei would naturally choose to explode after being treated like this. No one would be willing to endure such humiliation. Moreover, Tian Fei was already a dead man. The mystic yuan sect would not let Tian Fei continue to live. Once the junior sect leader knew that Tian Fei was still alive, he would use even more cruel and ruthless means to kill Tian Fei. There was no doubt about this. Therefore, Tian Fei's future path was to become stronger as he fled. In the end, whether or not Tian Fei could break out of the encirclement and survive would depend on his own ability. But now he actually came here. What was this kid trying to do? Seek refuge with me? Then let him in. Let's see what this kid has to say, Li Zongjie said. Then he tidied up and went out. The Howling Moon Wolf King had already been abducted by Douling. Now Douling spent almost every day in the casino. This brat was truly a complete coward. After a little coercion and enticement, he immediately betrayed Li Zongjie and left with another woman. But fortunately, Douling would come back to sleep at night. She could not possibly sleep in the casino all day long. As for whether Douling was hurt outside, there was no need to worry. He only needed to worry about whether Douling would hurt others outside. Moreover, Douling had Du Liani by her side. Basically, there would be no problem. In the hall, Tian Fei knelt down on one knee in front of Li Zongjie. Didn't I let you live? What are you doing here? Li Zongjie looked at Tian Fei and said, Tian Fei is here to seek refuge with you. I am willing to help you fight against the mystic Yuan sect. Tian Fei said. Ing Hu, who was standing at the side, opened his mouth wide. Fuck me? What do you mean? Why do you want to fight against the mystic Yuan sect? Young master, when did we offend the mystic Yuan sect? Ing, who had been in the underworld for a long time. Naturally, he knew the strength of the mystic Yuan sect. Even among all the forces in the world, the mystic Yuan sect was one of the top powerhouses in the underworld. In the entire Shengyan dynasty, the mystic Yuan sect was not some local expert. This was a dynasty-level force. If you offended such an expert, they could easily hunt you down all over the world. This is the disciple of the mystic Yuan sect. I just chopped off one of their elders' hands and snatched one of their elixirs. Of course, they would not let me go. Li Zongjie said very naturally. It was as if these things were normal for him. He said very calmly, What, young master, you chopped off one of their elders' hands? Whose hand did you chop off? I don't know his name, but he only has one arm. Don't you think it's funny? When Inghu heard this, he immediately felt his legs go soft. In the mystic Yuan sect, there was a famous one-armed elder. One-armed Xiao Yuan, primitive emperor realm expert. How long have you been out? You chopped off the arm of a primitive emperor realm expert, and it was the only one. It's Elder Xiao Yuan, Tian Fei said. Shadow Fox almost succumbed to his asthma and fainted on the spot, unable to breathe properly. Chapter 706. Since you want to seek refuge, you can stay here. Your task in the future is to watch over the people in the stable. Li Zongjie recalled that there was another person in his courtyard. Since he was a Yuan monarch elite, he naturally had to hire an expert to watch over him. Although Lu Winshan had been living quite comfortably in Li Zongjie's residence recently, Li Zongjie's residence was still a little strange. He could also use some elixir pills in exchange for a more comfortable life. Now there was a bed in the small stable. In addition, Lu Winshan's daily job was to brush the red mane horse clean and feed it until it was full. Tian Fei had not expected Li Zongjie to agree so quickly. Was he not afraid that Tian Fei would do something else? He was too confident in Tian Fei's safety. Then, Inghu brought Tian Fei to the stable. When Tian Fei saw the person living in the stable, he felt suffocated. For some reason, he felt a sense of suffocation. It was obvious that the strength of the person in front of him was even greater than his own. Although Lu Winshan was now a prisoner, he was still a powerhouse who was about to break through and become a grade 6 alchemist. His mind power was extremely powerful. Who is this? Lu Winshan asked Inghu. In this entire courtyard, Inghu was the real housekeeper. Everything was handled by Inghu. Because there was no one else, Lu Winshan tried his best to curry favor with Inghu. You two can get to know each other. You can stay with him in the future. There are no other rooms here. His task is to watch over you. Don't worry. Inghu waved his hand and said, although Lu Winshan did not know the person in front of him, he knew that the young man in front of him was a Yuan monarch elite. Such a young Yuan monarch elite was naturally talented and strong. However, How did such a genius end up living in a stable? I am Tian Fei. How should I address you, senior? Tian Fei cupped his hands and said. He could tell at a glance that Lu Winshan was strong. He had not expected that the person living in Li Zongjiu's stable was also a peerless expert. Spirit Valley sect, Lu Winshan. Finally, there was an outsider. Lu Winshan immediately said arrogantly. With his reputation as an elder of Spirit Valley sect, many people would have heard of him. True enough. When Tian Fei heard Lu Winshan's name, his face immediately turned pale. Their Mystic Yuan sect might not know everything that had happened in Sacred Flame Royal City previously. At most, they had heard a little about it. However, they had naturally heard of Lu Winshan's name before. So, it's an elder of Spirit Valley sect. Tian Fei bowed respectfully. Although the fighting strength of Spirit Valley sect was definitely inferior to the Mystic Yuan sect, a sect like the Mystic Yuan sect would definitely not dare to offend an alchemy sect like Spirit Valley sect. Once they were offended, the alchemy sect would go all out to help the Mystic Yuan sect's enemy. That would be a heavy blow to the Mystic Yuan sect. Even if the Mystic Yuan sect was not destroyed, it would be quite difficult for them. What sect are you from? Why are you here? Lu Winshan asked. Speaking of this, Tian Fei's eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. Although he was young, everything that he had experienced was still too tragic for him. Tian Fei immediately recounted his experience to Lu Winshan. After all, Lu Winshan was also an experienced person. After comforting Tian Fei, he also expressed his approval of Tian Fei's enlightenment. Only when one's strength is strong, that's true strength. Previously, he hoped to rely on the strength of this sect to save himself. In the end, he was quite miserable. However, Lu Winshan relied on his own strength to survive here and had a good life. Most importantly, Lu Winshan was still alive. Everything was to save himself. As long as he was alive, there was hope. Then work hard here. There will be a day when you succeed. Oh, right, as an old man here, I have to remind you. In this courtyard, other than Li Zongjiu, you have to be extra careful of another young girl. This girl's strength is unfathomable. When she is irritable, she has unstoppable violence. Lu Winshan said in a deep voice. Tian Fei nodded. Tian Fei also nodded in understanding. Even the calm and experienced Lu Winshan could not help but show a trace of fear and lingering fear on his face. It was as if he had experienced an indescribable horror. Tian Fei, who had just joined, could not help but feel a little nervous. However, even in the stable of Li Zongjiu's family, the person who lived there was a peerless expert. This was really too shocking for Tian Fei. Shouldn't such an expert be provided with the best food, accommodation, and service? It was really hard to imagine that such an expert would be reduced to living in a stable. No, I have to remind Li Zongjiu. Young master, the Shenyuan sect is very likely to attack his family. Tian Fei was very familiar with the tricks of the Shenyuan sect. In fact, Tian Fei did not hate Li Zongjiu. After all, they were on the opposite side at that time. Moreover, although his origin pearl was broken, the other two had also repaired it. Instead, it was Li Zongjiu who made Tian Fei recognize the group of people around him. At the same time, it made Tian Fei determine his own path. Who else in the world could do this to such an extent? Naturally, there was no need to hate such an expert. What made Tian Fei most angry and hated the most was the people of the Shenyuan sect. Only by killing Gong Changha could he vent the hatred in his heart. Lord Yinghu, I have something to report. Tian Fei found Yinghu, who was fishing. If you have something to say, just say it. What's there to report? Yinghu shook the fishing rod in his hand, and the fish that was about to take the bait was scared away. Yinghu hurriedly went forward to report this matter to Yinghu. Yinghu immediately put down the fishing rod and went to look for Li Zongjiu. The people of the Shenyuan sect are so shameless. After listening to this information, Li Zongjiu suddenly frowned. although the Luoxia city was under the protection of the Thousand-Horse City. The Thousand-Horse City might not be able to withstand the Xianyuan sect with their strength. Therefore, if he wanted to solve this matter, he must do it as soon as possible. A group of people who are courting death. Li Zongjiu's eyes were filled with cold light. Since these people wanted to deal with the people of the Luoxia city, he naturally could not let them go back alive. Just when Li Zongjiu was about to set out to find these people and kill them, but he found that there was another visitor, and this time the visitor could be said to have been waiting for Li Zongjiu. It was so hard to wait. "You stinking brat, I finally found you." The library elder rushed in and almost strangled Li Zongjiu to death. Chapter 707. The person who came was none other than the guardian elder of the library who had been waiting for Li Zongjiu in the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor. Now, the half-year deadline was just around the corner. If the scorpion poison in his body was not removed, it would definitely have a great impact. Therefore, during this period, the elder had been desperately searching for the medicinal herbs that Li Zongjiu needed. It was not easy to gather them, but he found that Li Zongjiu was in the secret realm. Now, he could not find Li Zongjiu no matter how hard he tried. He could only wait outside bitterly. "Oh, it's you. It's been half a year already?" Li Zongjiu frowned. Time really passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the time was up. Look at how anxious this old man was. "It's just a small scorpion. Look at your cowardly face." Li Zongjiu said disdainfully, "Have you prepared the things I asked for?" When the elder heard this, he wanted to slap him. What did he mean by a small scorpion? If it were not for this scorpion, he would not have to suffer the pain of his cultivation falling. Of course, it's all here. The medicinal pills on your prescription are all a mess. Speaking of these medicinal herbs, this old man could be said to be extremely annoyed. He had to run all over the Shengyan dynasty. God knows how many grandfathers and grandmothers he had to beg before he could gather these medicinal herbs. Now that he thought about it, the price he had to pay to get these medicinal herbs was quite high. These are all good things. What do you know? Li Zongjiu took the storage ring that the elder handed over. After checking it, he found that the medicinal herbs were indeed complete. In this way, he could start preparing to refine the Longevity Myriad Origin Pill, a pill that could increase his cultivation for many years and increase his cultivation base. Just the 6 grade 6 medicinal herbs in his hand were already very precious. To be able to finish them in half a year, this old man was quite capable. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so efficient. "You've got the herbs. Now, tell me, how are you going to detoxify me?" Until now, the old man still didn't know if Li Zongjiu was reliable or not, or if he could cure him. If Li Zongjiu couldn't do it, then he would definitely beat this guy to death without hesitation. "Follow me." Li Zongjiu led the old man into the training room. The training room itself had been reinforced, so that if there was a breakthrough, some of the wantonly pervasive aura would be released and hurt the people around. "It's finally here. I'm so excited. Brat, you have to be careful. Otherwise, I'll be sorry if I accidentally hurt you." The old man's emotions were clearly somewhat agitated. His cultivation had been sealed for nearly 10 years. Anyone would have been driven mad. Fortunately, this old man had waited for hope to arrive. Brat, the weapon in your hand looks pretty good. Where did you get it?" The old man looked at the desolate heaven essence in Li Zongjiu's hand and could tell at a glance that it was extraordinary. He had already reached the Yuan Lord realm more than 10 years ago. Such strength naturally wasn't something that ordinary Yuan lords could compare to. Li Zongjiu estimated that the old man's previous cultivation should have been at the 4th or even the 5th Yuan Lord realm. After all, it wasn't easy to survive the attack of the desolate sky scorpion. The fact that he was still alive and breathing was already proof of his strength. He had already possessed such a cultivation more than 10 years ago, but now he was trapped at the peak of the Yuan Lord realm. Naturally, he wouldn't feel good about it. What are you doing?" Suddenly, he saw Li Zongjio raise the glowing stick in his hand and smash it at the old man's head. Pum! The old man immediately flipped over and fell to the ground. "You're really talkative." Li Zongjio knocked the old man unconscious. Of course, this wasn't necessary. He just didn't want to listen to the old man's bullshit. Following which, Li Zongjio helped the old man up. With a bang, a stream of yuan power was injected into the old man's body. A domineering force instantly surged out. The obsidian flame immediately burned in the old man's body. In the past, his strength had been insufficient. Even the flames had not been able to enter the old man's body and had been blocked by the old man's own strength. Although the old man's current Yuan monarch cultivation base was only at the peak of the Yuan monarch realm, the various reactions of his body were at the level of a Yuan monarch. It wouldn't be so easy for the external Yuan power to invade his body. After knocking the old man unconscious with a stick, it would have a certain effect. Of course, the reason why he was so confident was because the desolate heaven essence was in his hands. Using the desolate heaven essence to suppress the old man would naturally have a very good effect. Now, let's see how cunning a scorpion like you is. Li Zongjio's yuan power wrapped around the Black Day's flame before it directly gushed into the elder's body and reached his yuan bead. The elder's yuan bead was also surrounded by this terrifying flame. Then, Li Zongjio also immersed his mental energy into it. Boom! In the next second, Li Zongjio's mental energy arrived at the Yuan Pearl. This was the old man's Yuan Pearl world. Li Zongjio's mental energy could see a tall mountain. This was the old man's Yuan Pearl. At this moment, the terrifying power that existed on top of this mountain made Li Zongjio raise his eyebrows. What a huge scorpion! From the top of the mountain, one could see an extremely huge black scorpion lying on top of it, staring at such a terrifying power, Yizichin sighed. It was the power of this black scorpion that was suppressing the old man's Yuan Pearl. A large portion of the power was being restrained by this scorpion. Desolate sky scorpion, let me have a taste of your moves. Li Zongjio stretched out his hand, and the desolate heaven essence appeared in his hand. This was the benefit of refining a weapon. One could take it out and use it at any time and place, using such power in one's hands. Li Zongjio was also extremely powerful. The desolate heaven essence emitted a terrifying light. Boom! It transformed into a force of 10,000 feet and smashed towards the desolate sky scorpion. As long as the desolate sky scorpion was destroyed, the poison would be eliminated. The obsidian flame wrapped around the desolate heaven essence. It smashed towards the desolate sky scorpion. The great desolate sky scorpion was greedily absorbing the energy of the Yuan force mountain below. Suddenly, it sensed someone charging towards it. Naturally, it was infuriated when it sensed such a terrifying aura. The desolate sky scorpion also raised its pincers. Boom! When the desolate heaven essence collided with the desolate sky scorpion, there was a terrifying explosion. The desolate sky scorpion's pincers were sliced apart. However, the desolate heaven essence was also blasted away. Not good. When the desolate heaven essence was blasted away, Li Zongjio sensed that something was wrong. The desolate sky scorpion was also at the Origin Emperor realm, a rank 6 Yuan beast. The strength of such a Yuan beast was naturally not weak. It seized the opportunity to grab Li Zongjio with its pincers. The powerful move was released and separated the distance of a few hundred meters, clamping Li Zongjio between its pincers. Crack! Li Zongjio immediately felt that his body was about to be crushed. However, the golden dragon Yuan spirit also took the initiative to appear. It allowed Li Zongjio to release golden light from his body, blocking the attack and preventing Li Zongjio from being crushed into two. How arrogant! Are you trying to crush me to death? Li Zongjio's eyes were filled with coldness. He immediately raised his hand and slammed down. It shattered a small portion of the desolate sky scorpion's pincers. Break! Another punch landed right in the middle of the room. It contained Li Zongjiu's Yuan Qi and the power of the golden dragon Yuan spirit, shattering the desolate sky scorpion's pincers. Boom! The moment Li Zongjiu smashed the pincers, suddenly the sound of wind breaking could be heard. It was the desolate sky scorpion's poisonous tail. Boom! Chapter 708. The poisonous stinger was extremely powerful. If Li Zongjiu was hit, his mental energy would be contaminated by the prehistoric sky scorpion's poison. However, when the poisonous stinger appeared in front of Li Zongjiu seemed to have nowhere to run. At this moment, the black dragon soul was released from his body. A majestic roar resounded in the sky like thunder. Boom! A huge black dragon drilled out of Li Zongjiu's body and grabbed the scorpion's tail with its claws. With a roar, it shattered the scorpion's tail. Bang! The appearance of the black dragon soul was truly shocking to Li Zongjiu, because this fellow seemed to have appeared by itself. This made Li Zongjiu turn serious. This wasn't a good thing. He didn't expect this thing to have been hiding in his body all this time, hibernating until now. However, the black dragon origin dragon appeared because Li Zongjiu was in danger. No, this black dragon soul seems to be in a state of automatic protection. Li Zongjiu looked at the black dragon origin spirit that had rushed out of his body. It was wildly beating up the prehistoric sky scorpion in front of it. The fierce battle made Li Zongjiu shudder with fear. This kid is really fierce when he fights. The black dragon origin spirit was indeed the king of this battle. With a flip, it tore the prehistoric sky scorpion into pieces. In just a short moment, the black dragon origin spirit had already stepped on the prehistoric sky scorpion. The arrogant attitude of an expert made the prehistoric sky scorpion tremble. The prehistoric sky scorpion struggled for a while before it was devoured by the black dragon origin spirit. Then the black dragon origin spirit whistled and flew back into Li Zongjiu's body. Boom! Seeing the black dragon origin spirit disappear, Li Zongjiu also found that these things had been done. The black day's flame appeared once again and gradually removed the remaining poison on the yuan bead. However, before Li Zongjiu could make a move, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy that seemed to be directly erupting from the yuan bead. Not good. Li Zongjiu hurriedly withdrew his mental power from the old man's body. If this power were to spread out, it would directly shatter Li Zongjiu's mental power. So, Li Zongjiu's mind power returned to its original position. After opening his eyes, Li Zongjiu dashed out of the door without a word. Boom! A loud noise erupted from Li Zongjiu's house. Li Zongjiu's figure landed on the ground. That shocking shockwave was about to send Li Zongjiu flying. However, it was only a remnant shockwave after all. After a slight adjustment, Li Zongjiu unleashed his yuan power and blocked the shockwave in front of him. Otherwise, just this shockwave alone would be enough to destroy the entire courtyard. Boom! All the power was directed towards the sky by Li Zongjiu. In the stable, Tian Fei and Lu Winshan suddenly felt a tyrannical shock wave in front of them, because the distance wasn't very far and the aura was gradually getting stronger. This was clearly the shock wave of an Origin Emperor expert. There's an Origin Emperor expert? Could it be that Li Zongjiu has broken through to the Origin Emperor level? Lu Winshan's face was full of shock and astonishment. Seeing this scene, he was also guessing in his heart. Origin Emperor expert. Tian Fei's face was also full of shock. What kind of crouching tiger and hidden dragon was Li Zongjiu? Even in the Mystic Yuan sect, the number of Origin Emperor experts was definitely not many. Every Origin Emperor expert was almost priceless and had a high status. In the Mystic Yuan sect, if one's cultivation had broken through to the Origin Emperor realm, he would basically not have to worry for the rest of his life. As long as he did not betray the sect, he could do whatever he wanted. There was a great tolerance for origin emperor experts. Even in a sect, as long as there was an origin emperor expert alive, they could make a comeback. Even the other sects and forces would not go too far. If an origin emperor expert went crazy, the lethality and destructive power he could cause was extremely terrifying. Now, in this small manner, there was also an primitive emperor powerhouse, which was really shocking. Inghu also hurried to Li Zongjiu's courtyard. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was extremely shocked. How could there be an origin emperor expert? Could it be that the old man just now had such a powerful ability? Ha ha ha, I Nangong Wuji am back. An incomparably savage laughter suddenly resounded through the sky. When many people in the city heard this voice, they directly scolded him for being a lunatic, making a ruckus in broad daylight. What else could he be if he was not a lunatic? However, many people were stunned when they heard the name mentioned by the voice. Who did you say? Who's back? Nangong Wuji. He's really back. Yes, that's what that person said. Oh no, this is not good. This Nangong Wuji, oh no. Some people seemed to know the whole story. When they heard the name, they were already very surprised. When they found out that the person who had returned was really Nangong Wuji, their expressions changed. This time, there would be a storm gathering in Sacred Flame Royal City, White Deer Manor, as the terrifying power in Nangong Wuji's body surged again. Nangong Wuji also felt a kind of power that he had not felt for a long time. Li, you helped me detoxify. This old man owes you a favor. Nangong Wuji's figure appeared in front of Li Zongjiu. Now that Nangong Wuji had recovered to the origin emperor realm, although his cultivation had not yet returned to its peak state, he was already quite strong. At least there was hope for him to continue on the path of becoming an origin emperor. Don't be so pretentious. You won't die. Li Zongjiu looked at the old man in front of him and said, why did he feel that the old man was floating in the sky after breaking through his current realm? Pretentious? You don't know how powerful I am now. I don't need to be pretentious. Nangong Wuji said indifferently. Those who did not know him would really think that Nangong Wuji was very powerful. Li Zongjiu waved his hand casually. All right. You are so powerful. Go and take a look at your library. Li Zongjiu said. This time, Nangong Wuji did not agree. You are trying to stir up trouble. Hee, I know that you have some tricks up your sleeve, but you have miscalculated if you want to fight with me now. Nangong Wuji's confidence was greatly boosted at this moment. In addition, Li Zongjiu always acted so arrogant, as if he did not put a peerless expert in his eyes. Even if Li Zongjiu saved him, he still wanted to teach Li Zongjiu a lesson. He wanted to let Li Zongjiu know what it meant to be low-key. Oh! Li Zongjiu looked at Nangong Wuji with a faint smile. Chapter 709. Today, in return, I will teach you a lesson. Don't worry, it's completely free of charge. I won't charge you anything. With that, Nangong Wuji placed one hand behind his back and stretched out his other hand. A terrifying yuan power gathered in the center of his palm. It seemed like a casual wave of his hand could attract all the yuan power within 100 miles. Buzz! Yuan power suddenly gathered in front of Nangong Wuji. Boom! The yuan power in front of Nangong Wuji surged out like a raging dragon. It rushed straight towards Li Zongjiu. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu stood still and did not dodge. However, Nangong Wuji did not hold back at all. He was determined to make Li Zongjiu suffer a little. You're just using an old trick from hundreds of years ago. Li Zongjiu's words were full of contempt. However, Nangong Wuji thought that Li Zongjiu was just trying to win with his tongue. As long as he caught Li Zongjiu and gave him a good beating, he would become obedient. Boom! Li Zongjiu slashed out with an object in his hand and instantly dispersed the yuan power in front of him. The yuan power released by Nangong Wuji was forcibly dispersed at this moment. Crash! How dare you break my yuan power? When Nangong Wuji looked at Li Zongjiu, he frowned. The strength that Li Zongjiu displayed at this moment had surprised Nangong Wuji. Not only will I break your yuan power, but I will also break your legs. Li Zongjiu swung the desolate heaven essence in his hand, and the power of the desolate heaven essence immediately swept out. Boom! The power of the desolate heaven essence was like the terrifying power that erupted from the vast mountain range. It rushed towards Nangong Wuji with a terrifying hurricane. Nangong Wuji, on the other hand, was a little confused in front of this power. Immediately, he could only circulate his elemental energy to defend himself. If he were to run away, it would be too humiliating for Nangong Wuji. Could it be that a dignified primitive emperor would run away from a little brat like you? Wouldn't my reputation be tarnished in the future if people knew about it? Therefore, even though Nangong Wuji was already panicking, he didn't choose to escape in the face of this move. Boom! Nangong Wuji's figure was instantly sent flying. Bang! Li Zongjiu's strike was too powerful. Nangong Wuji was sent flying by the force of the collision. Nangong Wuji instantly smashed through a wall in the manor and flew out, eating a mouthful of fence-sitters. Cough, cough! The corner of Nangong Wuji's mouth was overflowing with blood after he forced himself to stand up. However, he quickly wiped it clean. This time he was in extreme pain. He felt as if all the bones in his body were going to fall apart. Others probably wouldn't be able to experience this kind of incomparably satisfying feeling. Li Zongjiu put away the desolate heaven essence. This time, this self-righteous and pretentious old man would probably be a little more obedient. Li Zongjiu's action was to let Nangong Wuji know that he couldn't act presumptuously in front of him just because he had broken through to the primitive emperor realm. This strike could be considered to be a lesson to the old man, a knock on his head. At the same time, Li Zongjiu wanted to determine the true power of the desolate heaven essence. Nangong Wuji had just recovered, and his elemental energy cultivation was only at the first grade primitive emperor realm. However, with his strength, he could easily deal with a second grade primitive emperor. However, after Li Zongjiu's strike, Nangong Wuji's situation was still very bad. There was nothing more to say. Li Zongjiu also had a rough idea of how much power the desolate heaven essence could produce. Brat, what kind of weapon is that in your hand? Nangong Wuji grimaced as he came in front of Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu had already put away the desolate heaven essence. My weapon specializes in beating up the old and weak, Li Zongjiu said faintly. Remember to fix my wall when you get back. The matter of the wall couldn't be forgotten so easily. Although Nangong Wuji was depressed in his heart, he was also slightly surprised. Could it be that the young people nowadays were so powerful that even the primitive emperor could be easily defeated? It's just a wall. If this old man wants to, I can build a mansion in a few minutes. Nangong Wuji said. Nangong Wuji's elemental energy was of the earth attribute. Therefore, he should be quite knowledgeable when it came to building. At this moment, building a wall was naturally an extremely simple matter. However, Li Zongjiu took note of Nangong Wuji's words. You said it. If that's the case, I'll leave that piece of land to you. You have to build it properly for me. Li Zongjiu pointed to an open space outside the shattered wall. The open space was next to a barren mountain. It looked extremely desolate, but it was spacious enough. This piece of land looks a little familiar. You really got a piece of land. Nangong Wuji wanted to slap himself. Who would have thought that Li Zongjiu would really have a piece of land? Before the house is built, don't even think about leaving. Also, don't blame me for not reminding you. With the state of your origin bead, before it completely recovers, if you still dare to act recklessly, then you can just wait for death. Li Zongjiu said. It was like a crippled patient who had been bedridden for many years. If he ran like crazy after recovering, it wouldn't be long before his legs, which had just recovered, would be broken. Moreover, his legs would be completely ruined. Nangong Wuji naturally knew how much credibility Li Zongjiu's words had. Therefore, Nangong Wuji wasn't too surprised after hearing Li Zongjiu's words. Building a house is not something that can be done with two hands. Besides, I'm a dignified primitive emperor expert. How can I help you find a construction team? I have the formula for a grade 6 elixir. If it's refined, it can at least restore your cultivation to its peak within a year. Deal, Nangong Wuji said immediately. Nangong Wuji no longer had any doubts about Li Zongjiu's ability. After all, he could easily remove the primitive sky scorpion's poison. This was enough to prove that Li Zongjiu's strength wasn't ordinary. In addition, with this strange weapon, Li Zongjiu could at least remain undefeated in the face of a grade 3 primitive emperor expert. It was naturally shocking that he had such terrifying talent and potential at such a young age. Without Li Zongjiu's elixir, Nangong Wuji would need at least 3 to 5 years to restore his strength to its peak. Furthermore, no one knew how many heavenly treasures would be consumed during this process. However, Li Zongjiu's elixir could greatly shorten the time needed for Nangong Wuji to restore his strength. This was already a miracle in itself. When such a miracle happened to Li Zongjiu, Nangong Wuji was not surprised at all. The two people hiding in the stable were watching from afar. After witnessing Li Zongjiu's strength, they were deeply shocked. No wonder young master could cut off Elder Xiaoyuan's arm. This is too strong. He recalled that he had wanted to defeat Li Zongjiu in the Jingyue villa. Tian Fei suddenly felt that he was too stupid. He wished he could slap his own mouth. It was already giving him face that he didn't kill him directly after offending such a high-level expert. At this moment, Tian Fei had completely let go of his worries and kept a low profile. Although his previous strength was not bad, there were too many masters and capable people in this world. Any one of them could easily appear and take his life. Nangong Wuji. Nangong Wuji, this name. Tian Fei looked at Lu Winshan, who was beside him, and repeatedly muttered Nangong Wuji's name. Tian Fei was a little surprised. Why was Lu Winshan so frightened by the situation in front of him? Elder Lu, what's wrong with you? Tian Fei couldn't help but ask. However, when he looked at Lu Winshan, a clear fear gradually appeared in his eyes. It's him. He's back. Chapter 710. Lu Winshan's teeth were chattering, making it hard to hear what he was saying. Tian Fei listened for a long time, but he still couldn't make out what he was saying. However, he came to the conclusion that Lu Winshan was an extraordinary person a long time ago. This was enough for him to know. This small white deer manor was really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. At night, Tai-Fai returned to White Deer Manor with a murderous aura. He mainly came to report today's matter to Li Zongjiu. After a busy afternoon, he finally figured out the whole thing after a round of torture. It turned out that it was an elder of the Song family who was behind this. This elder wanted to trip up Songjiu, so he started with Songjiu's assistant, Xiao Zhao. In the end, he kicked an iron plate Li Zongjiu. This time, he was directly wiped out. Now, this elder was probably running away in the middle of the night. Li Zongjiu's actions surprised Songjiu. In the past, when Li Zongjiu had just risen, he was just a weak little guy. However, now he only needed to move his fingers to force an elder of the Song family to leave. If this elder had stayed, he probably wouldn't have had a good ending. This was extremely surprising. Songjiu was also glad that she had a good relationship with Li Zongjiu during this period of time. Well done. Li Zongjiu nodded. He knew Tai-Fai's ability to handle affairs. If not, Li Zongjiu wouldn't have been able to lead Tai-Fai until now. The ability to do things was one thing, and the ability to cultivate was another. No matter which of the two abilities you have, it will be very useful. No matter where you go, you will be able to get along very well. By the way, young master, there's a rumor in the underworld tonight, Tai-Fai said in a deep voice. When he received this news, even Taifai himself was a little surprised. After all, it was just a rumor, and there was very little that could be verified. Although it hadn't been verified yet, it was still a matter of great importance. Taifai couldn't help but mention this to Li Zongjiu. What? I just received the news tonight. There's a must-kill order from the Jianghu, the Xianyuan sect from the Tianyuan state. The Xianyuan sect was located in the Tianyuan state. The sect's kill order. Once such an order was issued, it would definitely not rest until one of them was dead. Moreover, it was usually only used in extremely troublesome situations in order to intimidate the enemy. At the same time, it was equivalent to a bounty order. If anyone in the Jianghu killed this person, they could use this person's head to claim a huge reward from the Xianyuan sect. Therefore, once someone bore the sect's must-kill order, they would usually not be able to survive. How could one person go against the entire sect? In the end, they would usually die a very tragic death. This was the #1 sect in the Tianyuan state, the Xianyuan sect. Oh, the Xianyuan sect's must-kill order? Li Zongjiu laughed disdainfully when he heard this. These people are really taking it seriously. I have so many things that I haven't done yet. Could it be that these bullshits want to shit on my head? After hearing this, Li Zongjiu was also quite angry. It seemed that he was still too merciful. At the Mirror Moon Villa, he shouldn't have let these people leave the mountain alive. They really thought that they were so powerful. Young master, the Xianyuan sect has issued a must-kill order. The first step is to stop them. Otherwise, they will first rush towards your family. Tian Fei came in front of Li Zongjiu and said, Family. Li Zongjiu had been fighting alone outside for the sake of providing a good place for his family in the faraway Luoxia city to recuperate. However, these people from the Xianyuan sect actually dared to take the initiative to target his family. Without a doubt, this had directly touched Li Zongjiu's bottom line. I think these people are deliberately courting death. Li Zongjiu's eyes were filled with a terrifying light. Find the people from the Xianyuan sect in the city for me, Li Zongjiu ordered. Given Taifai's familiarity with Li Zongjiu, he knew without hesitation that something big was going to happen. Although Li Zongjiu was very busy, he would always write a letter to his family and send it back to Luoxia city. These things were handled by Taifai. Therefore, Taifai also knew how much Li Zongjiu cared about his family. Now, a group of people had jumped out and wanted to deal with Li Zongjiu's family. Yes, young master. Li Zongjiu's eyes flickered with a cold light. What's wrong, kid? You're in trouble already? If you want me to take action, you have to make an appointment in advance. Otherwise, I'm very busy, Nangong Wuji said with a faint smile. Can you destroy the Xianyuan sect? Li Zongjiu looked at Nangong Wuji with disdain in his eyes. Destroy the Xianyuan sect. What's going on? Why are you going against the Xianyuan sect? Nangong Wuji opened his eyes wide and looked at Li Zongjiu in disbelief. You're really good at stirring up trouble. In the blink of an eye, you've provoked the Xianyuan sect. Although he had been living in seclusion in Heavenly Star Medicine Manor for many years, he was not dead. He was still aware of the happenings in the underworld. As the #1 sect in Tianyuan province, the Xianyuan sect's strength was obvious. It was easy for them to mobilize several big families. It might seem ordinary, but once they gathered together, their power would be quite terrifying. The Xianyuan sect is provoking me, Li Zongjiu said. It seemed like he would not be able to have a good rest tonight. Hee. I don't have much to do with the Mystic Yuan sect, but I have a friend who has a very discordant relationship with the Mystic Yuan sect. Wait a moment, I'll contact him for you. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a lively matter as soon as I recovered my strength. Nangong Wuji was obviously excited. Li Zongjiu glanced at the old man. It seemed that this old man was the one who really liked to stir up trouble. Then, when are you going to fix my courtyard? This is a small matter. I'll take care of it in a minute. Nangong Wuji's figure disappeared into the night sky as soon as he finished speaking. Tian Fei, who was standing at the side, could not wait any longer. Young master, according to the procedure of the sex kill order, we have to prove that the order is effective. As long as I'm alive, they won't be able to carry out the order. Tian Fei suddenly said. Li Zongjio looked at Tian Fei. Within 2 days, the sect will send a supervising elder to verify the content. Once it's verified, the kill order will be fully activated. At that time, I only need to show up to prove that the order is invalid. Because of the content of the kill order from before, it was obvious that it was based on Tian Fei's death. If Tian Fei had not been killed by Li Zongjiu, the kill order would not have existed. So what if it's valid? So what if it's invalid? I, Li Zongjiu, don't need to wait to kill. Li Zongjiu said proudly. Chapter 711. Since he had already planned to mess with Li Zongjiu's family, how could he continue to be courteous with him? What nonsense was this about whether it was effective or not? Li Zongjiu only needed to know where these people were and kill them directly. As for the others, he would kill them one by one. If 10 came, he would kill 10. If they were too slow and Li Zongjiu wasn't satisfied, Li Zongjiu wouldn't mind bringing people to their sections. He would kill them until their sects were disbanded. These people really wanted to go to heaven. How dare they clamor at Li Zongjiu? Tian Fei, on the other hand, was shocked by Li Zongjiu's attitude. What kind of thinking was this? Could it be that the entire Xianyuan sect was nothing in Li Zongjiu's eyes? One should know that there were at least 10 primitive emperors in the Xianyuan sect. Excluding those who had been guarding the sect for a long time, there were more than 10 primitive emperors who could move freely. Even in the sacred flame royal city, there might not be many forces that could resist the arrival of 10 primitive emperors. If young lord has already decided, please leave Gong Changhe's life to me. Tian Fei said coldly. Tian Fei would definitely make these people kneel and tremble at his feet after seeing the arrogance in their eyes that day. He would definitely make Gong Changhe pay 100-fold for breaking his finger. Up to you. Tai Fai's efficiency was good, but when the news was brought back, it brought a big problem. There was someone else who was secretly meddling in this matter. The 9th prince. Let's go. Let's deal with the 9th prince of the Xianyuan sect first. We'll settle the score with him later. Li Zongjiu said. Tai Fai brought Li Zongjiu to the 4 Seas Inn. At the same time, Li Zongjiu mobilized his mental strength and summoned the Howling Moon Wolf King. Douling rode on the back of the Howling Moon Wolf King and shuttled through the eaves. What's going on? I was just about to win. Recently, Doulinger had become addicted to playing Sparrow. She had just gotten a good hand of cards and was about to win when she discovered that the Howling Moon Wolf King seemed to have received a message and was rushing over. Doulinger naturally stopped what she was doing. It was obvious that she had something important to do. Go kill a few people, Li Zongjiu said as he sat in the carriage and sped forward. The streets at night seemed particularly empty, mainly because it was getting late. Kill? As long as there is no blood. Doulinger. The one driving the carriage was Tian Fei. Tai Feiha and the others didn't follow. After all, they weren't strong enough. Even if they came, they would only be delivering their heads. When Tian Fei first saw this strong and tall wolf appear beside him, he almost jumped in fright. It was not because of the wolf's size. After all, he had seen many Yuan beasts. It was because of the fierce aura of the Howling Moon Wolf King. After getting closer, the terrifying aura of the wolf was enough to intimidate Tian Fei. Coupled with the ferocious gaze that was directed at him, Tian Fei felt a sense of deterrence. Over the past few months, the Howling Moon Wolf King's meals were very good. Other than the elixirs refined by Lu Winshan, Douling would also frequently reward the Howling Moon Wolf King with a few elixirs. This allowed the Howling Moon Wolf King to enjoy what was called a good life. Its strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. In a short span of 3 months, the Howling Moon Wolf King's strength had reached the middle of the 5th rank after eating and drinking the best food. It was equivalent to a grade 5 Yuan monarch. Its sharp claws had not seen blood for a long time, so it naturally wanted to enjoy death. Besides the Howling Moon Wolf King, Tianfei also saw a young lady sitting on its back. This young lady was like a fairy. This was Tianfei's first impression of her. He was even a little dazed. However, in Tianfei's mind, he quickly recalled what Lu Winshan had said to Tianfei. He had to pay attention to a little girl. Although she looked gentle and pleasant, she was actually quite terrifying. Was it this fairy-like little girl before him? Tianfei started to doubt Lu Winshan's motives. She was obviously an adorable little girl. How could he go around slandering her? This was really too much. Tianfei would never believe Lu Winshan's nonsense. He must be trying to deceive him. Go. Tianfei was even more smug now that there was a beauty beside him. Yinghu was also in the carriage. Now that he had broken through to the Yuan monarch realm, he would be of some use in these battles. At this moment in the 4th season, the 9th prince and the mystic Yuan sect had already reached an agreement. In order to better deal with Li Zongjiu, the 9th prince would even provide protection for these people. In order to succeed, I will do whatever it takes. The 9th prince's eyes flashed coldly. In Gong Changhe's room, Han Shuang and Han Shue's acupoints had been sealed and they had been drugged. This caused the twin sisters, Han Shuang and Han Shue, to lie on the bed, unable to move. Their eyes flickered with the light of pain. The two of them had been sent to serve the 9th prince as his maids. They had only been groomed by Zishuan court. During this period of time, the 9th prince had already known the true identity of the two sisters. However, in order to make use of Zishuan court, he had deliberately kept the two sisters by his side. Now that he felt that Zishuan court was not very useful, he might as well give the two sisters to Gong Changhe. This was because the 9th prince's own ability was already at its limit. Therefore, there was a price to pay for success. Such a painful price had already been paid. How could the 9th prince not continue and succeed? When Gong Changhe returned to his room and saw the two sisters lying weakly on his bed, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a sinister smile. So what if you are a prince of the Xingyan dynasty? If I, Gong Changhe, like you, all I have to do is hook my finger and you will automatically send your maids to my door. At this moment, Gong Changhe was very pleased with himself. Although he didn't say it explicitly, his hint was very accurate. It seemed that this Prince Xianming was a smart person. After he sent the person up, Lin Mingyao was stunned. This caused Gong Changhe to feel extremely satisfied. Don't worry, my ladies. You will feel very happy during this process. Gong Changhe rubbed his hands and walked towards the two sisters, step by step. The two sisters gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. At this moment, they could not move at all. They could only shed tears of humiliation. Just as Gong Changhe's demonic hands were about to reach the two sisters, a gust of cold wind blew by and blew open the window beside the bed. When Gong Changhe saw this, he immediately stopped what he was doing. Another pervert! A delicate shout sounded. It could be said that Dou Ling was extremely unhappy when she saw the scene. These men were simply carved from the same mold. They all looked like the same damn men. Gong Changhe was extremely surprised when a figure suddenly appeared outside the window. Who is it? Gong Changhe immediately let out a loud roar. Damn you! As soon as he finished speaking, the Howling Moon Wolf King smashed the window in front of him with its paw, and its huge body immediately rushed in. On the other hand, Gong Changhe's reaction was relatively fast. He immediately retreated, but the Howling Moon Wolf King's speed was even faster. After it pounced on Gong Changhe, its sharp claws left a sharp gash on his shoulder. Gong Changhe immediately felt the pain and slapped the Howling Moon Wolf King with his palm. He wanted to send the Howling Moon Wolf King flying, but Gong Changha felt a strong, rebounding force. His entire palm was shaken to the point of pain. Hiss! Gong Changha sucked in a breath of cold air. While he was looking, the Howling Moon Wolf King had already swung its tail. Bang! The Howling Moon Wolf King's body instantly fell to the ground. Awoo! Just as the Howling Moon Wolf King was about to roar, Doling immediately gestured for the Howling Moon Wolf King to be quiet. If it was too noisy, it would disturb the others' sleep. This was impolite behavior. Damn it, who are you people? Chapter 712. After being knocked down by Doling, Gong Changha was furious. Gong Changha's face was also filled with displeasure and anger. There was actually someone who dared to attack him, the dignified Gong Changha. He was the young master of the mystic Yuan sect. Did they think he was just a nobody? Gong Changha immediately took out a cyan steel longsword. Most importantly, he turned around and fled. After all, the strength of the man and the wolf was not ordinary. If he fought with them forcefully, he would definitely be affected. He might even be at a disadvantage. Anyway, there were so many people in the sect, and Elder Xiao Yuan was also here. Naturally, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, it was not so easy for Gong Changha to escape. The Howling Moon Wolf King instantly blocked Gong Changha's escape route. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, revealing its sharpness. No matter how Gong Changha's cyan steel long sword pierced its body, it did not budge at all. Clang! Gently, it brought up a trail of fire. Even with my metal attribute sword energy, I can't hurt this wolf. Doling unsealed the acupuncture points of Han Shuang and Han Shue's children. At the same time, she poured a stream of elemental energy into them to help them dissolve the poison in their bodies. You even drugged them. You're really shameless. Doling looked at Gong Changha as if she was looking at the world's worst scum. She could not wait to smash him into pieces. Thank you, heroine, for saving our lives. The two women were naturally grateful to Doling for saving their lives. It was all thanks to Doling that they could be saved this time. Otherwise, it was easy to imagine what would happen next. It's okay. Doling waved her hand. This was the first time Doling was called a heroine. It was a refreshing feeling to be called a heroine. You bitches, how dare you hurt me? The Mystic Yuan sect will not let you off. Gong Changha was beaten up by the Howling Moon Wolf King. He did not even have the chance to escape and was directly pressed against the floor. Gong Changha, who had only revealed his head, cursed Doling in front of him. How dare you be so arrogant? Cut him for me. Doling suddenly said. Elder, save me. Gong Changha immediately roared. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a terrifying fluctuation coming from the room next door. Boom! Xiao Yuan broke through the wall and rolled out, smashing onto the floor. He happened to be right in front of Gong Changha. Pooh! Xiao Yuan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood sprayed on the floor, making Xiao Yuan's complexion quite pale. Ah, there's blood. When Doling saw the blood, she immediately covered her eyes and turned her head away. Elder? Seeing Xiao Yuan land on the ground, Gong Changha couldn't believe it. Even this primitive emperor elder was beaten to such a state. Who was the one who did it? Let's count and see if there's anyone else left behind. Li Zongjiu's voice came from the darkness. Then, with a few thuds, 5 heads rolled on the ground. When he saw the 5 heads, he was shocked. Gong Changha immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Xiao Yuan was shocked and couldn't believe it. These 5 people were the disciples of Xian Yuan sect. There were a total of 7 people accompanying them. Qin Liang had gone to kill Tian Fei and had yet to return to the team. The heads of the remaining 5 people were all placed in front of everyone's eyes. How could anyone be surprised when they saw this scene? It was obvious that they were here to exterminate everyone. It's you, Li Zongjiu. Xiao Yuan raised his head and saw Li Zongjiu. Immediately, his eyes were filled with coldness. Just now, when he was cultivating and healing, someone sneaked in and attacked him. The weapon in Li Zongjiu's hand seemed to be specialized in restraining the yuan qi of primitive emperors. It was completely suppressed by Li Zongjiu, and there was no way to resist it. "It's me," Li Zongjiu said lightly. "You're courting death." Xiao Yuan was really angry. As an primitive emperor expert, he was repeatedly beaten to the ground and vomited blood by a young Yuan monarch expert. This made Xiao Yuan unable to bear such humiliation. Immediately, Xiao Yuan slapped the ground angrily. Boom! The whole floor collapsed in an instant. Suddenly, a golden rooster with golden light appeared on Xiao Yuan's body. When the golden rooster appeared, the aura in the air seemed to become extremely sharp. This was Xiao Yuan's original spirit, Golden Rooster King. "Li Zongjiu, you're courting death." Xiao Yuan spat out blood at the corner of his mouth, but it couldn't conceal the tyrannical aura on his body. Staring at Li Zongjiu in front of him, his eyes were full of indifference. The ceiling and roof of the inn were penetrated by the golden rooster. The howling moon wolf king crawled on the ground and kept baring his teeth, as if he was having a fierce collision with the aura of the golden rooster. "Go and capture that brat." Li Zongjiu shot a glance at Gong Changhe, who was about to escape. The howling moon wolf king didn't say anything and went straight down. Whoosh! "Don't even think about leaving here alive today." Xiao Yuan was completely infuriated. How can a mere rooster give you so much confidence? Li Zongjiu looked at Xiao Yuan and couldn't help but sneer. He immediately released the yuan power in his hand. The aura of the desolate heaven essence was like a mountain range, shrouding the golden rooster in the sky layer by layer. Boom! Xiao Yuan also controlled the golden pheasant to peck down. It seemed to have the power to break through 10,000 caddies. Boom! Boom! A muffled sound was heard as the power of vibration spread out wildly. Li Zongjiu's figure instantly disappeared from where he was as he charged toward Xiao Yuan. Blood Soul Hell. When Li Zongjiu's hellish power spread out, it directly enveloped Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan was about to have a head-on confrontation with Li Zongjiu when he suddenly seemed to have fallen into some kind of domain. The power in his body was also greatly suppressed at this moment. Behind him, the Golden Rooster King's body kept shrinking. Domain power? You are only a Yuan monarch. How can you use the power of a domain? Xiao Yuan was shocked. He looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him. His eyes were full of shock. In order to create the effect of a domain, one had to be at least a grade 6 Yuan monarch. Now, Li Zongjiu was only a Yuan monarch, but he was able to use a domain. This was the real power of a domain. There was nothing fake about it. Could there be a grade 6 Yuan monarch powerhouse behind Li Zongjiu? That's right. If Li Zongjiu didn't have such an expert behind him, how could he be so arrogant? If Li Zongjiu didn't have such an expert behind him, how could he have such a powerful strength and means? Li Zongjiu, let's talk things over. Stop. I will immediately lift the sect must-kill order. Your Mystic Yuan sect will not pursue the matter. Xiao Yuan said anxiously. The power of the domain was too strong, so Xiao Yuan's golden rooster power could only be maintained in his own body and not be attacked at all. Oh, in other words, your Mystic Yuan sect is willing to let me off? Li Zongjiu chuckled as he held the desolate heaven essence in his hand. That's right. We won't pursue the matter. Let's talk things over. You won't pursue the matter, but I want to pursue the matter with you. If you have any ability, just use it. I won't let you off today. Li Zongjiu said nonchalantly. Xiao Yuan cursed in his heart when he heard this. This darn guy, why didn't he say that he had such a powerful backer? The only thing he could do now was to escape. It didn't matter if those disciples died, but if Gong Changhe also died, then the matter would be serious. Therefore, Gong Changha had to be the one to take him away. However, Xiao Yuan thought too highly of himself. With his strength, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape. Xiao Yuan used his Yuan spirit power and slashed at the border of the Blood Soul Hell. He wanted to split the hell open, but he only managed to create a crack. Li Zongjiu, who was behind him, had already waved the Desolate Heaven Essence in his hand and smashed it at him. This move is called Overlapping Mountains. Li Zongjiu used the Desolate Heaven Essences technique. Instantly, the terrifying power stacked layer by layer and swept forward. Not good. Facing the power of Li Zongjiu's move, Xiao Yuan himself also sank into an extremely shocked state. Block it for me. The power of the Golden Rooster immediately swept out. However, under the light of the Desolate Heaven Essence, it was instantly blasted clean. The Desolate Heaven Essence directly hit Xiao Yuan. Pung! Xiao Yuan's body was immediately shattered inch by the domineering power of the Desolate Heaven Essence. No. After Xiao Yuan let out a final roar, he couldn't speak again. He was no longer able to speak. Even Xiao Yuan's strength had been completely destroyed. Of course, none of Xiao Yuan's energy was wasted. All of it was integrated into the power of hell. It was completely absorbed. Li Zongjiu extended his hand and beckoned. With a swoosh, Xiao Yuan's storage ring landed in Li Zongjiu's hand. It was a ring that shone with a golden crown light. Chapter 713. It was not difficult for Li Zongjiu to kill Xiao Yuan. Below, Gong Changha stood up and tried to escape. He had already avoided the Howling Moon Wolf King's pursuit. However, when he turned around and passed through a small alley, he was kicked in the face. Bang! Gong Changha's entire body flipped and rolled on the ground. Who is it? Gong Changha was kicked and rolled several times on the ground. Even now, his chest was still in great pain. Young sect master, long time no see. Tian Fei walked out from the darkness and looked at Gong Changha, who was lying on the ground in a miserable state. His mood was extremely happy and joyful. In fact, this scene seemed to have come a little too quickly for Tian Fei. The usually high and mighty young sect master that no one dared to disobey was now like a broken and disheveled dog, kneeling in front of him, begging for mercy. When he saw Tian Fei walk out, Gong Changha's eyes were filled with astonishment. "It's you! Why are you still?" Gong Changha suddenly said in horror. No wonder Qin Liang hadn't come back after such a long time. Since Tian Fei was still alive, it meant that Qin Liang had already met with misfortune. Why am I still alive? Are you disappointed to see that I am still alive? Tian Fei sneered. Gong Changha was lying on the ground and vomiting blood. In addition to his previous injuries, it was difficult for him to get up. I have said that I will return this enmity tenfold. Tian Fei stretched out his hand. The flaw in his palm was clearly visible. Gong Changha immediately understood that Tian Fei had come back for revenge. Tian Fei's origin pearl was clearly broken, but it had recovered its strength. It was simply unbelievable. How did Tian Fei repair his origin pearl? However, at this moment, Gong Changha didn't have to think about such things. He had to think about how he could survive. Tian Fei, calm down and listen to me. If you let me go, I will let bygones be bygones. When I return to the sect and become the sect master, I will definitely promote you to be the sect's great elder. Gong Changha quickly said. This was the only thing that Gong Changha could take out. You know who I am. The sect will do everything they can to investigate my death. When the time comes, you won't be able to escape. I'll pretend that I never saw you today. Let me go. Gong Changha's thoughts were clear. However, Tian Fei was well aware of Gong Changha's temperament. The first thing he would do when he returned to the sect was that Gong Changha would definitely send people to kill him. Even his family would not be spared. Moreover, this time, Gong Changha would definitely eliminate the source of trouble. This person must not be allowed to return alive. Tian Fei sneered. There's no need for that. You can't be the sect leader anymore. Just be a dead man. Immediately, Tian Fei's eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. Tian Fei, you little bastard, how dare you? Seeing this, Gong Changha attempted to intimidate Tian Fei with his status as the junior sect master. However, Tian Fei had already drawn his sword. Whoosh! With a single slash, the head of Gong Changha was sent flying. Whoosh! As Gong Changha's head flew into the air, the howling moon wolf king rushed over from afar and devoured Gong Changha's head in one bite. Now you know who's the real trash. Tian Fei looked at Gong Changha's corpse on the ground and sneered. However, at this moment he was still feeling a little complicated and excited. After all, the person he killed was the junior sect master who had been above him for many years. Even Tian Fei couldn't believe it. Although he had been dreaming about killing this guy, when the day really came, he still felt like he was in a dream. This feeling was really good. This wolf seems to like eating heads. Tian Fei looked at the howling moon wolf king who had landed on the ground and could not help but feel a little nervous. Now that he had gotten rid of Gong Changha, Tian Fei never thought that he could take revenge so quickly. Even before he was mentally prepared, his enemy had already fallen under his sword. He didn't need to accumulate more hatred in his heart. This kind of gratifying feeling of revenge was really delightful. However, just like what Gong Changha had said earlier, the Shenyuan sect would definitely do their best to track down the culprits. Once they were discovered, it would be a disaster. However, there was no other way now. It was better to take one step at a time. If he returned to the sect, he would definitely die. However, if he stayed with Li Zongjiu, he still had a chance of survival. As long as Li Zongjiu did not die, Tian Fei, who was hiding behind him, would be able to keep his life. Li Zongjiu had easily killed Xiao Yuan with the Blood Soul Hell. Just as Nangong Wuji had guessed, with Li Zongjiu's various means, the maximum level of the enemy he could face was around the 3rd grade Origin Emperor realm. If a 4th grade Origin Emperor came, even Li Zongjiu would have to retreat. Of course, he still had means to save his life. There were countless moves that Li Zongjiu had not used yet. After all, it was really hard to meet an evenly matched opponent who deserved Li Zongjiu's full strength. Young master, Gong Changha has been killed. If Xiao Yuan escapes, we must kill him, Tian Fei said nervously when he saw Li Zongjiu return alone. That old man is already dead, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Dead. That was the one-armed Xiao Yuan, one of the 7 elders in charge of the Shenyuan sect. An Origin Emperor realm powerhouse. He died just like that, on a night like this that didn't even pick a day. He died just like that. Whoosh! Another figure landed on the ground. Yinghu was holding 2 people in his hands as he rushed towards Li Zongjiu. Young master, how should we deal with this fellow? The 2 people Yinghu was holding were not ordinary people. They were the 9th prince, Prince Xianming. The other person was the 9th prince's bodyguard, an Origin monarch realm powerhouse. However, experts like Yinghu did not need to face them head-on. They could rely on their superior movement skills to knock them out. Yinghu had obtained a lot of good things from Lu Wenshan. It was a very simple task for any alchemist to casually refine some medicinal herbs with special effects. The 2 people in Yinghu's hands were also in deep sleep at the moment. Take them away. Li Zongjiu glanced at them. The person he had captured was the 9th prince. Naturally, he could not be dealt with so casually in the city. Even if he wanted to get rid of him, he would have to bring him to a secluded corner first. Doling also brought Han Shuang and Han Shui with her. Everyone returned to the White Deer Manor. Although tonight's battle was extremely spectacular, the process was not complicated. Yinghu had easily killed the disciples of the Shenyuan sect. Of course, Li Zongjiu had also killed 3 of them. We are here. Nangong Wuji's figure descended from the sky. Behind Nangong Wuji was a hunchbacked old man in ragged clothes. He held a walking stick in one hand and a broken bowl in the other. He was obviously a beggar in the sacred flame royal city. "Old Nan, is this the awesome kid you were talking about?" The old beggar was quite boastful. When he arrived, he wanted to show off his power to Li Zongjio. "Where did this beggar come from? Kick him out." Li Zongjio glanced at the old beggar and said contemptuously, I, Hong Sher-san, can get any food I want." The old beggar Hong Sher-san burst into laughter. "Hong Sher-san? You are Hong Sher-san, the whirlwind staff." When the old beggar announced his name, Tian Fei was also surprised. "Oh, this little guy has good eyesight. He actually knows my name," Hong Sher-san said proudly. Chapter 716. Revenge. All right, stop showing off. Aren't you going to deal with the disciples of the Xianyuan sect? I have brought you some experts. When are you going to do it? Nangong Wuji said. Nangong Wuji was a person who loved to see the world in chaos. Since he happened to be here, he would definitely join in the fun. As for the revenge of the Xianyuan sect, sorry, they hadn't thought about this at all. Do it. Why would I wait for you? I have already killed them. Li Zongjio said. Killed them? What did he mean by that? Nangong Wuji wasn't the only one who didn't understand. Hong Sher-san was even more puzzled. Didn't these people want ZZ to deal with the people from Xianyuan sect? What did they mean when they said that all of them had been killed? It was really puzzling. This kid looks familiar. Nangong Wuji saw the two figures lying at Yinghu's feet. Why did one of them look like the 9th prince? We have already gone out and killed all the disciples of the Xianyuan sect. None of them were left alive, Tian Fei explained. Since the person in front of him was Whirlwind Rod Hong Sher-san, he was one of them. This was because Whirlwind Rod Hong Sher-san was hunted down by the Xianyuan sect in the past. Even Hong Sher-san's family was destroyed by the Xianyuan sect. Therefore, Hong Sher-san hated the Xianyuan sect very much. However, he was not strong enough to take revenge. Killing these small fries was not enough to satisfy him. Therefore, Hong Sher-san had been lying low, waiting for such an opportunity. Are you serious? Hong Sher-san was very clear about the movements of the Xianyuan sect. Immediately, Hong Sher-san's figure flashed and disappeared in front of them, flying towards the horizon. Boom! Seeing Hong Sher-san's figure disappear, he must be going to confirm whether those people were dead or not. Lock these two up in the stable and lock them up. Li Zongjio said directly. The dignified 9th prince was reduced to a prisoner. This was probably something that the 9th prince had never dreamed of. There was actually someone who dared to kidnap him in the Holy Flame Imperial City. Even in his dreams, he would not dare to believe it. The two of you can go back by yourselves. I can't stay here anymore. Li Zongjio looked at Han Shuang and Han Shui and said, Thank you for saving our lives, young master. The two of them looked at each other, then bowed to Li Zongjio. Soon after, they left White Deer Manor. Naturally, they had to return to Purple Xian Pavilion and report back. No one could have imagined that the current situation would turn out like this. However, one thing was certain. It would not be easy for the 9th prince to walk out of the White Deer Manor. Boy, did you really kill the people of the Xianyuan sect? I heard that the one who came this time was an primitive emperor elder and some young sect master. Did you kill them all? Nangong Wuji asked Li Zongjio. He had only gone out for a short time. He only had a meal with his old friends and had a few sips of wine. How could Li Zongjio directly finish the matter? Is it strange? After Li Zongjio finished speaking, he said to the shadow fox, I'm going to go into seclusion to refine pills. Before I come out, make sure that they don't cause trouble everywhere. Young master, don't worry. Yinghu nodded and said, Tonight was a good night to show off his skills. It also rekindled Yinghu's desire to fight. What they did tonight could be said to be quite exciting. Back then, Inghu had embarked on the path of an assassin precisely because he liked the suffocating feeling of being on the verge of death. Tonight, he had experienced this feeling once again. He had not felt this way for a long time. Li Zongjie went into seclusion once again. However, the disturbance in the outside world did not stop. Nangong Wuji used the excuse that he was going to start drawing designs as an excuse to stay in Li Zongjie's Bailu Manor in a dignified manner. He was responsible for guarding the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, but what was there to guard? All they did was read books, sweep the dust, and play with crickets. Other than that, there was nothing else to do. They were so bored that their balls hurt. They had already reached their age. So what else was there to say? If they didn't find something to do, then they would probably be like this for the rest of their lives. Therefore, Nangong Wuji found something for himself to do. As for the lack of a room, Nangong Wuji built a wooden house on the old locust tree in the courtyard in less than 15 minutes. Inghu gasped in amazement when he saw Nangong Wuji's method. Nangong Wuji's method was too incredible. He could build a house in such a short time. The problem was what to do when it rained. Hong Shi-san, who had gone to check the situation, quickly returned to Bailu Manor. Looking at Hong Shi-san's expression, it could be said that he was quite excited. There was nothing more exciting than this. After so many years, he really did not expect that he could really meet someone who was not afraid of death and go against the mystic Yuan sect, an enemy. It was simply inconceivable. At the same time, Hong Shi-san was extremely excited. Speaking of which, Hong Shi-san's heart was filled with joy. He's really dead. He's really dead. This guy has guts. I want to cooperate with him. Hong Shi-san said as he was about to rush in and become sworn brothers with Li Zongjie. However, Nangong Wuji stopped him. Save it. He's refining pills now. Don't mess around. Nangong Wuji stopped Hong Shi-san. Refining pills? I'll wait for a while. Let me tell you, the Mystic Yuan sect has suffered a great loss this time. That old bastard Gong's son is dead. Even his head is missing. Don't you think it's great? I've recorded it with a recording crystal. When I see that old bastard Gong, I'll definitely magnify this scene and show it to him. I'll let him enjoy it slowly. Ha ha ha. Hong Shi-san laughed crazily. Nangong Wuji was meditating at the side, ignoring the somewhat crazy Hong Shi-san. This was because Hong Shi-san had endured too much pressure for so many years. Now that he finally saw that the mystic Yuan sect had suffered such a great loss, he was naturally very happy. At least he saw a glimmer of hope. This colossus was not invulnerable. I'll stay here first. I'd like to see how capable the mystic Yuan sect is. Ha ha ha. Hong Shi-san laughed loudly. As he was about to enter Nangong Wuji's treehouse, he was kicked out by Nangong Wuji. Get lost and sleep outside. You old man, how dare you kick me? Hong Shi-san was about to argue with Nangong Wuji, but when he saw Nangong Wuji's action, he suddenly shut his mouth. Finally, he obediently walked outside and sat on the steps outside the manor to sleep without his clothes on. Underground black market. It was difficult for the wind and clouds above to spread to the underground. However, the premise was that the people underground did not take the initiative to investigate. At this moment, in front of the King of Fire, Oxhead General was reporting the situation of the person who had robbed their shop in the Ghost King Night Market. Since Li Zongjie left the Ghost King Night Market, he had been targeted. Oh, you're saying that this Li Zongjie not only killed the people of the Chongqing Pavilion, but also the people of the Mystic Yuan sect today? Without accurate information, Oxhead General naturally did not dare to come back casually. If the King of Fire was not satisfied with the information he had collected, he could lose his life at any time. In this Ghost King Night Market, human lives were worthless. Don't think that your strength is enough, or even think that you are quite important. If the Fire Ghost King was in a bad mood, he might directly kill you. It's really interesting. It seems that this guy has a good aptitude. Maybe we can cooperate. The King of Fire said mysteriously. Naturally, the people below did not understand the King of Fire's words, but they continued to listen to the King of Fire's orders. Now that we've found this guy, there's no need to worry. Keep a close eye on him and see what other amazing moves he can make. Yes, Ghost King, Oxhead General said respectfully. Also, you did a good job this time. Here's your reward. As soon as he finished speaking, Oxhead General found a fiery red elixir in his hand. When he saw the elixir, Oxhead General's face under the mask suddenly revealed an extremely surprised expression. This kind of elixir was only given out by the King of Fire when he was extremely happy. Chapter 714. Tianyuan Province, Mystic Yuan Sect. The Mystic Yuan Sect was located in the core mountain range of Tianyuan Province. It oversaw the central region and absorbed the flourishing energy from all directions. The glory that the Mystic Yuan Sect had created was unprecedented. There were more than 30,000 disciples in the sect. There were even more than 3,000 inner sect disciples. It was a huge scale. There were already more than 100 Yuan monarch disciples. Regardless of whether they were the future successors or the current pillars of the sect, they were all vigorous and radiant. It was precisely because the Mystic Yuan Sect was full of vitality and had unlimited possibilities. Therefore, the sect master of the Mystic Yuan Sect had made a bold attempt to let his son take advantage of this wonderful opportunity to propose marriage to Emperor Xinyan. If this matter could be resolved, then the Mystic Yuan Sect would become the #1 sect in Tianyuan Province. It might even be possible for the Mystic Yuan Sect to become the #1 sect in the Xinyan dynasty. There were still many sects that could compete with the Mystic Yuan Sect in the 13 prefectures. Therefore, if he wanted to establish his position as the #1 sect, he would have to use even more extreme means. However, an accident still occurred during this trip to Sacred Flame Royal City, even though a principal elder was personally leading the team. The sect leader had a bad premonition when he received the sect kill order. He quickly dispatched a team of law enforcers from outside the sect leader's territory. These teams were all outside the sect to deal with some matters, such as the pursuit of traitors within the sect, or some families that had harmed the interests of the sect needed to be thoroughly punished. Even though they were righteous at the beginning, there was a change in the process. Gradually, they became extremely vicious and merciless, causing people to tremble in fear. However, this group was only halfway through their journey. Suddenly, they received news of a death in the sect. In the middle of the night, under the bright, starry sky, a mournful ringing of a bell suddenly rang out in the sky, penetrating through the entire sect. Anyone who heard the ringing of the bell quickly gathered in the main hall. Gong Wuliang didn't even have time to change out of his pajamas as he hurriedly strode towards the hall. The one who sent the message was the 1,000 Music Palace's palace master. Exactly what kind of news was it that required the 1,000 Music Palace's palace master to personally come and report it? What is it? Spit it out. Gong Wuliang said hurriedly. The ringing of the bell indicated that it was a bad thing. Elders Xiao Yuan and Yang, sect master, died in the line of duty. The 1,000 Sound Palace master cupped his hands and said, "What?" Gong Wuliang only felt a thunderous roar in his mind. Even with his cultivation, he felt a momentary blankness. From this matter, one could more or less see Gong Wuliang's fondness for Gong Changhe. At the same time, in order to temper Gong Changhe, he asked Xiao Yuan to accompany and protect him. Furthermore, with the protection of a divine item like the purple golden helmet, even if he faced a primitive emperor, he would at least have a chance to escape. He might even have the chance to introduce himself, so that he would not be killed directly under certain circumstances. In that case, his death would be too dubious. However, he did not expect that Gong Changhe would also die outside in the end. Could Sacred Flame Royal City really be a tiger's den? Even Gong Wuliang's son dared to be killed. Gong Wuliang naturally knew that those who dared to kill him definitely knew Gong Changhe's identity. Not only did they want to kill Gong Changhe, but they also wanted to provoke Gong Wuliang. How can the lives of my sex people be trampled on by outsiders? Order the 7 palace masters to come to the conference hall. Immediately. Gong Wuliang said coldly. Killing Gong Changha could be said to have directly angered the leader of the Xianyuan sect. Even if he just moved his finger, the experts would be able to cover the sky and cover the earth and kill him. There would be no chance for him to escape. Order the 4 palace masters to come and see me immediately. Gong Wuliang said to the 1,000-sound palace master. The heart of the 1,000-sound palace master shivered. The sect master had used the power hidden in the Tianyuan province. From this, one could see how furious the sect master was. It seemed that the sect master was going to do something big this time around. Immediately, the 1,000-sound palace master hurriedly responded and withdrew. As for the disciples gathered outside the hall, they needed to meditate between heaven and earth to pay homage to the sect's brothers and elders who had passed away. Tianyuan province was naturally in a state of turmoil. Once the Xianyuan sect was angered, the situation in Tianyuan province would naturally change. The people in Tianyuan province naturally smelled the invisible smell of gunpowder. Although the Xianyuan sect dominated Tianyuan province, it didn't mean that they could sit back and relax. There were also many forces below that were covetously eyeing Tianyuan province's position as the overlord of Tianyuan province. As for how the Xianyuan sect would react, it would take at least a night to discuss. Sacred Flame Royal City, White Deer Manor. In the White Deer Manor, there were 2 primitive emperors overseeing it. Their strength was already very strong, which was simply surprising. When the sky was slightly bright, Do Ling had already turned over and got out of bed. She then called the Howling Moon Wolf King and prepared to go to the pleasure casino to learn. However, just as Do Ling was about to go out, she suddenly stopped and looked at the figure of a red-clothed woman who appeared at the door. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Do Ling opened the door and saw a woman in a red robe appear in front of her. The woman's face was also very delicate, making her unforgettable. It was as if she was the most beautiful goddess in one's dreams. The woman smiled at Do Ling and said, "I was passing by and was thirsty, so I came to ask for water." "Water? Then come in." Do Ling moved sideways to let the woman enter the house. The Howling Moon Wolf King at the side was extremely scared. It shivered and covered its eyes with its paws, as if it was extremely afraid of the aura of the woman in front of it. "Coming out to ask for water, so early in the morning. You're really interesting," Do Ling couldn't help but say. When the red-clothed woman walked into the courtyard, 2 figures jumped down from the treehouse. Nangong Wuji and Hong Shi-san sized up the red-clothed woman in front of them with astonishment. Hong Shi-san had been sleeping outside, but it was too cold in the middle of the night, so he directly went to sleep beside Nangong Wuji's treehouse. Both of them were origin emperors, but when they saw the red-clothed woman in front of them, they became extremely nervous. When they saw it, they couldn't believe it at all. The woman's aura was so terrifying. Although the woman did not have any malice, her cultivation realm was extremely high. The woman glanced around, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. "Can you stop the Mystic Yuan sect with just a few of you?" the woman said contemptuously. However, it brought them great shock. "Who are you?" Nangong Wuji said in a cold voice. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a terrifying person. He didn't know who had provoked him. If Nangong Wuji knew about this, he would definitely beat that person to death. Nangong Wuji thought to himself. Nangong Wuji, a former member of the Imperial Extreme Palace. 10 years ago, he was injured by the Desolation Sky Scorpion and left the underworld. Hong Shi-san, the 19th generation successor of the Whirlwind Staff Skill, has fallen to such a state. It's really pitiful. Little girl, even I can't see through you. Chapter 7:15. The King of Fire looked at the people in front of him with interest. Then his gaze fell on the room where Li Zongjio was cultivating in seclusion. His gaze slightly condensed. At this moment, Nangong Wuji and the others had already felt that the person in front of them had ill intentions. The person's gaze fell on Li Zongjio's position. Could it be that the person was targeting Li Zongjio? This brat had indeed provoked someone he shouldn't have. Who are you? Nangong Wuji's face darkened. If the person could clearly know that he was a member of the Imperial Extreme Palace, then the person must not be a simple person. Nangong Wuji could not even think of resisting the other party's imposing manner. This made Nangong Wuji extremely shocked. This person's strength was far above his. If they were to fight, Nangong Wuji might not be a match for the person in front of him. You're not qualified to know who I am. When Li Zongjio comes out of seclusion, ask him to come and see me. I've already come to see him. This is my sincerity. Otherwise, I'll have to settle accounts with him. The King of Fire said. His actions and eyes were filled with a kind of charm that would make people's hearts flutter. For Nangong Wuji and the others, it was absolutely terrifying that this person's every move could affect their minds. When Nangong Wuji and Hong Shi-san finally reacted, they were both covered in cold sweat. When they looked at the King of Fire, they directly disappeared from where they were. To be able to disappear without a trace, the King of Fire's strength was quite terrifying. Hiss! This person's strength is at least a 7th grade primitive emperor, Hong Shi-san said in surprise. His expression was extremely shocked, which really made Hong Shi-san feel frightened. There were countless experts hiding in the city, and Hong Shi-san was only a 2nd grade primitive emperor, which was nothing in the city. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was already the highest level of cultivation. However, in the eyes of the Origin Emperor Realm experts, this was already in existence at the very bottom of the hierarchy. No, at least a 9th grade primitive emperor, Nangong Wuji said in a deep voice. His tone was solemn. Nangong Wuji used to be a 6th grade Origin Emperor, but now he had fallen to such a state. However, it didn't mean that Nangong Wuji hadn't seen any top-notch experts. Nangong Wuji had seen a few 9th grade Origin Emperors before. Those who could reach such a level had a transcendent realm and level. Just like the lady in red, she looked like an ordinary person. But upon closer inspection, only those who were stronger could feel the pressure of such an expert. If an ordinary person stood in front of the woman in red and looked at her, they wouldn't feel any pressure at all. They would just feel like an ordinary person. So strong. Fuck, are they here for revenge? Then I have to pack up and leave. Hong Shi-san originally only wanted to deal with the Mystic Yuan sect, but the woman in red clearly looked more terrifying than the Mystic Yuan sect. She was at least a 9th grade primitive emperor realm expert. If she was a supreme being expert, then what was there to do? He didn't even need to take revenge. Pack up my ass. It's just a broken bowl and a broken stick, Nangong Wuji said with jealousy and disdain. It's getting late. I have to go and beg for food, otherwise I won't have any food to eat today. Hong Shi-san took his bowl and stick and walked out of the manor step by step. The sudden visit of a top-notch expert really frightened these people. However, Do Ling didn't feel nervous at all. That sister is very beautiful. Why do you all look so scared? Do Ling looked at the two people curiously and expressed her confusion. Ahem, I almost forgot that you are also a little monster. Nangong Wuji naturally knew that Do Ling's identity was extraordinary, but he didn't expect that her identity was so extraordinary that even the lady in red couldn't see through her. This could only mean that Do Ling was someone who couldn't be offended. Oh, the casino is about to open. I have to hurry, otherwise there won't be any good seats. Seeing that it was getting late, Do Ling hurriedly went out with the Howling Moon Wolf King. The Howling Moon Wolf King's state gradually recovered after the lady in red left. Otherwise, it would have been cowardly, hiding in a corner and shivering. It was really a disgrace to the Wolf King. Such a thing was really embarrassing for a Wolf King. Moreover, the human world seemed to be too dangerous. The Howling Moon Wolf King counted when he was free. In this small courtyard, there were 4 or 5 people who had the ability to kill him. How could the Howling Moon Wolf King survive in this place? He had no status at all. It seemed that he had to go out and bully some other metabeasts, subdue them, and then catch them and bully them. When the Howling Moon Wolf King first came here, he was very impressive. However, he gradually felt that his physical strength could no longer keep up with the rest of the pack. For the Howling Moon Wolf King, this kind of life was really too miserable. He had to get rid of it as soon as possible. No, this kind of expert actually came here personally. Nangong Wuji finally woke up from the shock of seeing the King of Fire. Now, as he looked at Nangong Wuji, he was extremely shocked. Even such an expert came here personally to find Li Zongjiu. Didn't this mean that Li Zongjiu was even more important? Just thinking about it made him feel scared. Nangong Wuji's eyes were also filled with extreme shock. He looked in the direction of Li Zongjiu. In his heart, he was determined to find out the background of this kid. It seemed that some of the things that happened to this kid were extremely exciting. At this moment, Li Zongjiu didn't know that the King of Fire had come to find him personally. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take it seriously. This was because he was refining an extremely important elixir. Even with Li Zongjiu's cultivation, it still took him nearly 3 days to refine the elixir. On the 3rd day, in the sky above the White Deer Manor, a terrifying thundercloud had already appeared and was brewing. Hong Shi-san also stuck his head out of the tree. It was sunny just now. Why is it so dark all of a sudden? Damn, it's going to be thunder. Hong Shi-san exclaimed when he saw the dark cloud in the sky and jumped down from the tree. Now, Hong Shi-san would sleep until noon every day. Then he would go out to beg for food in the afternoon and come back in the evening. It seemed that he was very busy. Living on top of this tree house was also shamelessly staying here. No matter how Nangong Wuji urged him, he couldn't drive him away. In addition to practicing martial arts, Nangong Wuji was also designing the open space beside the treehouse. As a former master architect, Nangong Wuji's craftsmanship had been neglected for many years. Now that he picked it up again, he needed to put in a lot of effort. The thundercloud doesn't look like it's going to rain. It looks like it's going to eat people. Nangong Wuji was holding a pen and a carving knife. When he raised his head and looked at the dark cloud, he was also surprised. He looked at the sky and didn't see such dark clouds. It was obvious that this dark cloud had come specifically for them. No, to be precise, it was coming for Li Zongjiu, who was in seclusion. Chapter 716. At this moment, almost everyone in Royal City could see the emergence of this thundercloud, the terrifying power that seeped out of the terrifying thundercloud. It really made people break out in cold sweat. They were also deeply aware of the terrifying power of the thundercloud. In the Mirror Moon Villa, Master Jingyue was teaching Kuin Arashir the use of mental energy. When she discovered that Kuin Arashir's mental energy was actually very special, she was unusually surprised and immediately became interested in teaching him. Therefore, Kuin Arashir, who had just escaped from Sun Yu's Sea of Suffering, fell into Master Jingyue's fire pit again. This situation was naturally painful and joyous for Kuin Arashir. This was a good opportunity to learn new skills. Given Master Jingyue's status, ordinary people would not have such luck and opportunities. Therefore, Kuin Arashir also treasured this opportunity very much. When she sensed the appearance of the thundercloud in the sky, Master Jingyue also cast a look of horror. This is a pale lightning cloud. Master Jingyue's mental energy sensed that the power of this pill lightning was at least grade 6 or above. Grade 6 pill lightning. Who can attract such a pill lightning? Master Jingyue was not the only one. Many experts in the city also noticed Li Zongjiu's situation. The intelligence agencies also began to work quickly. During this process, they also reported Li Zongjiu's situation one by one. Attracting a grade 6 pill lightning, regardless of whether it was a success or failure, meant that a grade 6 alchemist had appeared. It's Li Zongjiu. It's Li Zongjiu again. Li Zongjiu has broken through to become a grade 6 alchemist. A grade 6 alchemist. How is that kid possible? Qian Wuji and the rest, who were still lingering in Royal City, immediately went to investigate when they sensed the appearance of the grade 6 pill lightning. When they found out that the person who had attracted the pill lightning was most likely Li Zongjiu, they could not help but feel a sense of dread. One must know that just a second ago, Qian Wuji had gathered a group of his scoundrel friends and was preparing to attack Li Zongjiu. At the very least, he had to take revenge for the past. That was why Qian Wuji was so shocked. Damn it, it's best if he gets struck by lightning, Qian Wuji thought to himself, within the heavenly stellar medicine manor. Both Elder Baiku and Elder Suirong were shocked when they sensed the terrifying power. This is the power of a grade 6 pill lightning. Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Su Hong was currently handing over some matters to a few big shots from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. This was because there would be an important competition at the beginning of spring next year. Currently, these big shots were making preparations. In this competition, they wanted to completely display the name of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion in the Saint Flame Empire. Not only within the borders of the Saint Flame Empire, but it would also have an absolute influence on the entire mainland. What is that? One of the big shots was the first to sense the existence of the pill lightning. He stood up and walked out of the window. At first, he couldn't sense it clearly, but later, he could clearly see that it was a pill lightning, and it was a grade 6 pill lightning. The appearance of this pill lightning immediately caused the hearts of the big shots to tremble. A grade 6 alchemist. In my city, there's actually a 6th grade alchemist. Su Hong, who is this person? The big shot said directly. At this moment, Su Hong was also dumbfounded. When did this happen? A grade 6 alchemist was refining pills. Now, there were less than 10 grade 6 alchemists in the city. Half of them were in seclusion. 2 of them were in the palace, and one of them didn't make a move easily. He had retired from Jianghu for many years to recuperate. There was also the master of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. He had been wandering outside these years, and there was no trace of him. Other than that, there were no other grade 6 alchemists. There was also Tsang Chu from the Spirit Valley sect. That old guy was taken away by the people of the Spirit Valley sect. It was said that they paid a great price. Now, the Longevity Pavilion was also making trouble for the Spirit Valley sect. The value of a grade 6 alchemist was comparable to 10 yuan emperor experts. If they could find a wild grade 6 alchemist and directly recruit him to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, it would be a very good thing for the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Although the old master of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion was a grade 6 alchemist, he hadn't shown up for a long time. His condition was not very good. If something happened, it would lead to a shortage of new alchemists. Wouldn't the problem be serious? Therefore, it was necessary to find a new grade 6 alchemist to take charge of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. This, just when Su Hong himself was at a loss. Su Sha suddenly barged in. Elders, Deputy Pavilion Master, a grade 6 pill lightning has appeared in the city. According to the information, this alchemist is most likely the Imperial alchemist Li Zongjiu. Su Sha appeared at the door and said in surprise. For Su Sha, this was something that she couldn't believe, but the information showed it. The place where the pill lightning appeared was the Bailu Manor, where Li Zongjiu was. After knowing that it was Li Zongjiu, Su Sha didn't care who was in the meeting and directly rushed in. When she saw that the Vice Pavilion Master had personally come to the meeting, Su Sha knew that she was done for. Nonsense, who let you in? Get out. Su Hong immediately shouted in a low voice. After all, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion belonged to the Imperial Court. In the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, there was a strict system. If she barged in casually, she might be treated as an assassin and killed directly. Su Sha was about to leave and escape, but the deputy pavilion master waved his hand. You just said, "Who is this grade 6 alchemist?" The deputy pavilion master asked very seriously. Su Sha couldn't help but feel nervous. She had made a big mistake by barging in rashly today. She didn't want to bring any trouble to her grandfather. You don't have to worry. It's Li Zongjio. It must be him. The deputy pavilion master looked at Su Hong, and Su Hong quickly said, "This person is a student of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Some time ago, he won first place in the exchange competition between the 3 major alchemy academies and obtained an alchemist qualification certificate. It's all him. Su Hong, I don't care what methods you use. You must rope this person into our Heavenly Pill Pavilion." Su Hong's face was naturally filled with a trace of surprise. No matter what methods you use, the weight of this sentence was quite heavy. Yes, Deputy Pavilion Master. Su Hong quickly agreed. Soon after, he began to make preparations. No matter how one put it, this pill lightning grand banquet was definitely not to be missed. It was likely that there were many pairs of eyes within the city staring at Li Zongjio. As long as Li Zongjio appeared, there would definitely be a situation where everyone would fight over him. Chapter 717. At this moment, Li Zongjio was not disturbed by the outside world. When Nangong Wuji and the others sensed the appearance of the thunderclouds, they had already strengthened their defenses. During this process, they also prevented some people from taking advantage of the chaos to carry out some destructive actions. Hong Shi-san also changed his usual mischievous smile and watched from a high place. Lu Winshan, who was in the stable, personally felt the appearance of the pill lightning in front of him. He could barely open his eyes as the lightning flickered. However, Lu Winshan's face was full of envy and admiration. This realm was also what Lu Winshan was thinking. If he was the one facing the pill lightning today, how wonderful would it be? Given Li Zongjio's strength, today's pill lightning was enough to wake some people up. After all, there would always be some people who would think that Li Zongjio was just a young man who could be casually ignored. In fact, Li Zongjio's strength was there for all to see. A grade 6 alchemy master was enough to make a colossus like the imperial court pay attention to him. After all, if he was an primitive emperor expert, some people might have scruples about his previous background and who he had offended before running away. However, it was different for a grade 6 alchemy master. It did not matter who he had offended. As long as a grade 6 alchemy master came to seek refuge, no matter the price, they would have to make him stay. This was how strong and firm they were. It was absolutely impossible for a grade 6 alchemy master to seek refuge and then drive him out. Such a scene would definitely not occur. From now on, the people of Sacred Flame Royal City would also recognize the value of Li Zongjio. They would clearly realize the position that Li Zongjio could stand in. He was so arrogant and domineering. No wonder he's so young and frivolous. He's so capable. Lu Winshan exclaimed. Tian Fei, who was sitting with Lu Winshan, was also dumbfounded. Did he hear wrongly? A grade 6 alchemy master? The young master was a grade 6 alchemy master? Li Zongjio's strength was simply too terrifying. In fact, it had already reached a terrifying level. It was unbelievable. Naturally, it wouldn't be so simple. Everything Li Zongjio had experienced was equivalent to his cultivation. It had always been like this. These people could see how strong Li Zongjio's external cultivation was, but they didn't know what Li Zongjio had experienced. They could only treat it as Li Zongjio's demonic talent. From now on, another giant would definitely appear in Saint Flame Royal City. He did not look down on Li Zongjio because of his age. With Li Zongjio's strength, he was completely capable of standing on equal footing with the other big shots in the city. In the secret chamber, Li Zongjio stared intently at the Azura cauldron in front of him. With the strength of the Azura cauldron, It naturally had no problem withstanding the power of the grade 6 elixir. However, Li Zongjio felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be a wisp of remnant soul in the Azura cauldron, causing Li Zongjio to be unable to condense the elixir. How dare you compete with me for the elixir? How presumptuous! Li Zongjio slapped the Azura cauldron in front of him, and his mental strength immediately rushed into the Azura cauldron. When Li Zongjio's mental strength opened up in the Azura cauldron, the flames that filled the sky gradually appeared in front of Li Zongjio. Within the endless flames, there was a golden elixir that was brewing. However, it had not taken the final step. This was the longevity myriad yuan elixir that Li Zongjio had painstakingly refined. From the longevity myriad yuan elixir, there was a surging life force. With the spread of this life force, the power that appeared would be coveted by any origin emperor powerhouse. This was a kind of quantitative change that led to qualitative change. Come out. Li Zongjio's mental strength instantly swept through the flames in front of him like a storm. Behind him, the blood dragon was hovering. After all, the thing he was facing was not ordinary, and he could not be too careless. Although Li Zongjio did not know the situation in front of him, Li Zongjio could feel that the existence of this thing must be very strong. I didn't expect that such a small place could have such a method of refining elixir. Thanks to this elixir, it actually woke me up. An aged voice whizzed out from within the flames. Li Zongjio's heart sank a little when he heard it. This was because it was just a voice, but it was as if the divine might of the heavens had descended. You're quite capable. Li Zongjio felt the pressure descending. The surrounding flames that originally belonged to Li Zongjio were actually mobilized by him at this moment. Boom! It was as if a heavenly aura had forced the surrounding flames away. Through the flickering flames, Li Zongjio also saw a dark shadow coming towards Li Zongjio. The blood dragon roared, turned around, and blasted forward. Where did this reptile come from? Get lost. Immediately, a palm print, like the Buddha's Vajra, sent the blood dragon flying. Boom! The powerful blood dragon did not even engage in battle with the enemy before it was sent flying by the palm. After it fell to the ground, its body swayed, as if it would disappear at any moment. When Li Zongjio saw this move, he was slightly surprised. The power of this move looked extremely extraordinary. Such a move was something that even Li Zongjio had never seen before, so he was naturally surprised. However, when the person rushed in front of him, a terrifying devouring force attacked, as if it was about to devour Li Zongjio. Immediately, Li Zongjio reacted quickly. Desolate heaven essence. It was an ordinary swing of the stick, but it made the black shadow hurriedly retreat, quickly retreating to the rear. Damn it! How did you get such a divine item? The person's voice suddenly became sharp. Although it had only brushed past the black shadow, it seemed to have caused considerable damage to the latter. Li Zongjio did not expect that the desolate heaven essence would have such a miraculous effect on this person. There are many things that you can't imagine, Li Zongjio said disdainfully. Immediately, the yuan beads in his body began to circulate rapidly. The blood dragon's soul, which had been dispirited, also became excited. Blood soul hell. When he used the Hell Prajna technique, the boundless power instantly trapped the black shadow. Boom! The black shadow was immediately alarmed. Small world technique. This is impossible. The black shadow shouted in excitement. However, after shouting, the black shadow heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this wasn't the legendary small world technique, even though it was similar in form. However, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. Small world technique? They were in Li Zongjio's blood soul hell. Therefore, no matter what the shadow did or said, it would be difficult for it to escape Li Zongjio's eyes. From the beginning, Li Zongjio felt that the person in front of him was somewhat strange. There was even a gap between their cultivation techniques. Most importantly, no matter who became like this, they had probably disappeared long ago. How could the person in front of him live until now with the power of a remnant soul? What exactly are you? Li Zongjio said to the black shadow in front of him. The black shadow looked like a ghost. Between the top and bottom, only the head was clear. The lower the head, the more transparent it became. The legs were already in a state where they could not be seen. This appearance was extremely interesting. What am I? If you dared to say such words to me 200 years ago, you would have been a pile of minced meat. The person's tone was not small. Li Zongjio could not help but sneer. You really think highly of yourself. Since you are unwilling to speak, there is no point in keeping you alive, Li Zongjio said as he raised the desolate heaven essence in his hand. He looked like he was about to hit the black shadow. However, the black soul screamed at this moment. Wait, both of his hands were raised in front of his body, as if he was afraid that Li Zongjio's staff would come down and shatter his soul. Young man, for you to have such a cultivation level at such a young age, I will take you in as my disciple on account of your talent. The black soul boasted shamelessly, minding his own business. Following that, he even took the initiative to think about what to prepare for the apprenticeship ceremony. This surprised Li Zongjio. Could it be that the self-righteous cultivation of people nowadays had already reached such a level? It was an eye-opener for Li Zongjio. According to the rules of the apprenticeship ceremony, you need to prepare 500 virgin boys and 500 virgin girls for me. However, time is tight now, so you can just offer this golden core to me. The black soul said. Li Zongjio adjusted his body. When he saw the black soul's actions, he smashed the desolate heaven essence in his hand at the black soul's head. What are you doing? The black soul shrieked as it was instantly shattered by the power of the desolate heaven essence. When Li Zongjio saw the drifting energy, he couldn't help but be moved. Immediately, his mental strength spread out and collected the shattering power of the black soul. Letting this guy talk so much nonsense had already delayed Li Zongjio for a long time. Li Zongjio didn't come here to listen to this guy's stories. With such a cowardly attitude, Li Zongjio couldn't be bothered to say more. After collecting the surrounding soul fragments, Li Zongjio's mental strength moved and he left the Azura cauldron world. The elixir pill was still being baked outside. The use of these soul fragments was to allow Li Zongjio to know the memories within the fragments after refining them in the future. Compared to directly interrogating, it was naturally easier. When it came to doing things, he was never one to dawdle. Prepare to receive the power of the pill lightning. Li Zongjio's body returned to normal. Without the interference of the mysterious black soul, Li Zongjio began his final action. Immediately, with a slap of his hand, the medicine cauldron was sent flying. Then, Li Zongjio's body abruptly flew towards the barren mountain that belonged to him. This barren mountain was bought by Li Zongjio, previously under the order of someone. Now this barren mountain was close to 1,000 mu in size. For Li Zongjio it was already enough. Boom! Li Zongjio's body had just landed when the thunderclouds stopped brewing. Instead, it directly descended from the sky like a furious dragon descending to the world. The purple lightning struck Li Zongjio's Azura cauldron. Li Zongjio's body also endured the terrifying power of the lightning. Crackle! Immediately, the power of the lightning spread over Li Zongjio's body. However, Li Zongjio was able to quickly refine this power. Ancient golden tyrant body art. This elemental art circulated crazily in his body, rapidly digesting the power of the lightning around his body. Comfortable. For ordinary people, this pill lightning was as terrifying as the god of death. However, for Li Zongjio, this pill lightning was the best thing to temper his body. The power of this pill lightning was not too strong. After all, it was just the pill lightning of a beginner grade 6 elixir. When it reached the intermediate grade 6 and advanced grade 6 elixir, it would be truly terrifying. When a grade 8 pill lightning appeared, it could already form a kind of energy that could destroy heaven and earth. Even a part of its power poured into this barren mountain. Immediately, the barren mountain rocks that they were sitting on were forcefully tempered. Some of the originally useless rocks and yellow soil also possessed a special power at this moment. A total of 7 pale lightning bolts fell in succession. One after another, they fell on Li Zongjiu's body. When the pale lightning dissipated, many experts appeared in the vicinity of this barren mountain. However, with Nangong Wuji, Hong San, and the others here, they naturally would not act rashly. It's done. The 10,000 yuan longevity elixir. Li Zongjiu's eyes revealed a trace of joy. After all, it took a lot of effort to refine this elixir. When a dazzling golden elixir appeared in front of his eyes, Li Zongjiu's face revealed a smile. Li Zongjiu, you killed my Mystic Yuan sect's disciple. Today, my Mystic Yuan sect will carry out the order to kill you. A rough voice suddenly reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Chapter 718. A thunderous sound was heard. A sound that was far more violent than the sound of thunder came from afar. 7 figures swiftly charged over from the horizon in front of his eyes. These 7 figures were riding on raging lightning bolts. Hong San, who was at the side, immediately became agitated when he saw the surging lightning bolts appear. These damn things really took the initiative to come to me. Hong San immediately stomped the crutch in his hand on the ground, and an extremely terrifying aura rushed towards the 7 figures. Bastards of the Shenyuan sect, your grandfather is here! Hong San's Yuan Emperor aura spread out. Those who had gathered around to join in the fun also felt the terrifying murderous aura coming from Hong San. This old thing, Nangong Wuji, stomped his foot. Couldn't he just bear with it and wait for a while before launching a sneak attack? Now that he had rushed out, what was the meaning of this? However, these people weren't a threat to Nangong Wuji and the others at all. The people who had come from the Shenyuan sect were a supervisor and 6 Shenyuan sect law enforcement guards. Judging from their attire, the person who had come was a law enforcement guard in black from the Shenyuan sect. Other than the supervisor in white and the law enforcement guard in black, who were Yuan emperors, the other 5 people were only at the peak of the Yuan monarch realm. The 7 of them were originally very aggressive and were ready to take down Li Zongjiu in one go. After all, this kid had just displayed the strength of a grade 6 alchemist. If they did not take him down now, things would become even more miserable and complicated. This was because the appearance of a grade 6 alchemist would definitely make some forces go crazy. They would even be willing to face the pressure of the Shenyuan sect to ensure the safety of Li Zongjiu. In this way, it would not be easy to kill Li Zongjiu. Although the Shenyuan sect was the biggest sect in the Tianyuan province, its influence was limited after all. A strong dragon could not defeat a snake in its own territory. Once there was a conflict, it would naturally be difficult to settle it. It was already a very risky move for them to cross the border of a province to hunt Wu Qi down. The Shenyuan sect also had its own enemies. If a large number of experts were sent out, the sect would be empty. They might be ambushed. Although the sect wouldn't be destroyed, it wouldn't be a problem for them to cause some damage to the sect. However, the sudden appearance of 2 primitive emperors shocked the Mystic Yuan sect and the others. The supervisor of the Mystic Yuan sect by Jinghen and the black-clothed law enforcement officer, Wei Xiongli. Behind him were 5 white-robed law enforcers, all of whom were peak Yuan monarchs. Even the 4 great families of the city might not be able to resist such a lineup easily. They would have to join forces, at the very least. However, when they were trying to capture Li Zongjiu, they actually encountered such a tough opponent, which surprised the 2 of them. This has nothing to do with you. It's a grudge between the Shenyuan sect and Li Zongjiu. Do the 2 of you want to be enemies with the Shenyuan sect? Bai Jinghen said coldly. The 9 figures rose into the air and faced each other. However, the aura of Nangong Wuji and Nangong Wui was not inferior to Bai Jinghen and the others. Awu! The roar of the howling moon wolf king was heard from afar. Then, like a gust of wind, it brought Do Ling, and soared into the sky. They came to a position next to Nangong Wuji. Staring at the menacing people in front of her, Do Ling Er's big, watery eyes suddenly became fierce. Are these people here to fight? Girl, stay back. Be careful, Nangong Wuji said hurriedly. Why would a little girl like her be needed for this kind of thing? If that was the case, it would be too embarrassing for them. Hong Shi-san looked at Bai Wuheng in front of him. Hey, do you think this is the Tianyuan province? What is the Shenyuan sect? Hong Shi-san said disdainfully, although Hong Shi-san's main enemy was the sect master of the Shenyuan sect. Hong Shi-san did not mind killing a few of these lackeys who bullied others and looked down on others. He wanted to collect some interest first. You're courting death. Xiong Lei was about to rush up. He was wearing a pair of iron finger gloves, and his wrists were as thick as an ordinary person's thigh. He looked extremely fierce. However, when Xiong Lei was about to attack, he saw the crutch in Hong Shi-san's hand. You are Hong Shi-san. Xiong Lei recognized the crutch. He immediately said in surprise, Years ago, this crutch killed an elder of the Shenyuan sect. It could be said that it was a very serious incident that happened in the Shenyuan sect. Looking at Hong Shi-san's appearance now, although his face was full of stubble, his eyes were full of hatred. It could be more or less recognized that the person in front of him was Hong Shi-san, who was hunted down by the Shenyuan sect in the past. Since you still recognize your grandfather, why don't you kneel down and kowtow to him? Hong Shi-san said. He was not in a hurry to take action. In any case, there would be a battle sooner or later. Today, these people obviously wanted to launch a sneak attack on Li Zongjiu. All he needed to do was to block these people and wait for Li Zongjiu to recover. Everyone, this is the sacred flame royal city. You can't mess around here. Unknowingly, two black-clothed and golden-armored figures appeared not far away from them. Seeing the two men's attire and the looming gold medal on their waists, these people were slightly shocked. Top-secret guards. The Shengyan dynasty was the fiercest and most powerful organization. The outside world did not know how many experts there were in this organization. This was because every time there was an enemy that could not be dealt with, a more powerful figure would appear among the top-secret guards to solve the problem. Later on, the top-secret guard had become an extremely powerful deterrent. One time, they had captured a wanted criminal who had killed dozens of people. This person was also the young lord of a first-class sect. However, on that day, the top-secret guard had only dispatched 2 people, and they had swaggered the wanted criminal away from the first-class sect. Otherwise, this first-rate sect would only end up being annihilated. Bai Jingheng saw the appearance of the 2 top-secret guards. He knew that there was something fishy going on. The top-secret guards were in such a hurry that there must be someone behind them. Today, they wanted to take Li Zongjiu's life, but they had already missed the opportunity. He exchanged a glance with Xiong Lei. He had already made up his mind to leave now and make a decision later. We were too impulsive. However, the Mystic Yuan sect will not let him off easily for killing our men. Tell Li Zongjiu to wash his neck and wait for us. As Xiong Lei spoke, he sounded like a ferocious lion roaring in a low voice, which was very shocking. Nangong Wuji and Hong Shi-san did not pursue the matter. After all, the other party outnumbered them. If a fight really broke out, the odds of victory would not be high. Furthermore, the 5 peak Yuan monarchs were not to be trifled with. If they were in their Yuan spirit state, their destructive power would be boundless. Let's go. Xiong Lei waved his hand and prepared to leave with his men. However, at that moment, a voice was heard from the top of the barren mountain. You came to my private territory and let out a few farts. How can I, Li Zongjiu, continue to show my face if the world finds out? Chapter 719. As soon as he said that, a shadow came from the top of the mountain. Li Zongjiu tapped his feet lightly, and his figure appeared in front of everyone. Many people who had never seen Li Zongjio before were trying their best to remember Li Zongjio's appearance. This was a 6th-grade alchemist who was extremely popular in the city. Even if they couldn't make friends with him, they couldn't afford to offend him. Facing an alchemist, there was such pressure. Li Zongjio's figure appeared at an extremely fast speed. Even the primitive emperors couldn't see Li Zongjio's movements clearly. The 2 top-secret guards looked at Li Zongjio. Private territory? This was what they were concerned about. If this was a private property, then some of the fierce fights would have nothing to do with them. In Royal City, fighting and even any violent incidents were prohibited. Once discovered, it would be strictly investigated. However, there were too many grudges in Jianghu. It wasn't easy to deal with all of them. Violent incidents also happened from time to time. There was also a very special rule. If you trespassed into other people's private territory and were beaten to death, the imperial court wouldn't pursue the matter. After all, if you went to provoke them, the people in Jianghu wouldn't follow so many rules. You could bring people to kill people in other people's families, but the range of activity must be within the private territory. Once others ran to the main street, you couldn't do anything. If you did, it would be investigated and you would bear the crime of murder. The consequences were quite serious. Although this place was a barren mountain, it had become Li Zongjio's private property. It had been bought by Li Zongjio. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem for Li Zongjio to kill the people in front of him. The 2 top-secret guards seemed to have discussed for a while before they left. When there was no murder, there was no need for the top-secret guard to show up. Only when there was a problem would the top-secret guard appear to solve it. Today, he had received special instructions from someone to protect Li Zongjio. But now, it seemed that they were no longer needed. Bai Jingheng and Xiong Lei grinned sinisterly when they saw the 2 top-secret guards leave. They were simply digging their own graves. Initially, the mystic Yuan sect did not want to break the rules. However, now that Li Zongjio had taken the initiative to jump out and seek death, they could not be blamed for being cruel. Hee, you must be Li Zongjio. Are you going to come with us yourself, or do you want us to break your legs and take you away? Xiong Lei laughed coldly. At the same time, he touched the gloves in his hands. When he looked at Li Zongjio, he seemed to be imagining the scene of Li Zongjio being beaten to a pulp. Li Brat, these people are not simple. Nangong Wuji said in a deep voice. Li Zongjio had used some unknown method to kill Xiao Yuan and the others that day. However, the strength of these people was not simple. They were not as simple as Xiao Yuan. These people were specialized in carrying out some ferocious missions, facing extremely ferocious characters. Their combat experience was definitely not comparable to trash like Xiao Yuan. Even the strength of the 5 white-clothed law enforcement guards was enough to kill Xiao Yuan easily. The level of the people they were facing now was not the same. Hee, you are quite confident. You are all from the mystic Yuan sect, right? It just so happens that my barren mountain needs some blood to water it. I can only ask you for help. Li Zongjio said immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure charged towards Xiong Lei. Boom! Li Zongjio's movement was extremely fast. However, Xiong Lei and the others were not ordinary people. Moreover, the gap between Li Zongjio and Li Zongjio's realm was relatively large. When Xiong Lei saw that Li Zongjio was attacking him, the corners of his mouth curved into a sneer. You are really overestimating yourself. The 5 of you, take care of those 2. Leave him to me. Xiong Lei also made a solemn vow. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed towards Li Zongjio. In Xiong Lei's eyes, Li Zongjio was just a jumping clown. Facing Li Zongjio, who was rushing towards him, Xiong Lei directly raised his fist. Boom! The air seemed to be compressed by Xiong Lei's strength. He directly pressed Li Zongjio's body onto his fist. When he was about to kill Li Zongjio with a punch, he suddenly realized that Li Zongjio's body had disappeared. Boom! A terrifying force directly penetrated Li Zongjiu's afterimage and spread 100 meters away. The surging fist aura was like boiling magma. It was as if it was going to roast the sky. He escaped really fast. Heaven and earth overturning fist. Xiong Lei immediately waved his fist around him. Immediately, a terrifying force filled the air. As the surroundings trembled, it forced a figure in front of him. It was as if the figure was about to be crushed by this force. Desolate heaven essence, break for me. Li Zongjiu used the hidden dragon art under his feet. His body entered an ethereal state and reached the extreme. His figure appeared and outlined a state of Mount Sumeru in the sky. The formless space became Li Zongjiu's stepping stone and was also an excellent hiding place. Boom! The desolate heaven essence carried the heaven-crushing force. It was like a 10,000-foot-tall mountain sweeping across. The aura of the mountain blocked all the fists that were constantly thundering out, easily dispersing all the power. Even Xiong Lei's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Good weapon, but this weapon is not something you can control. Overlord's cauldron. A dazzling flame immediately emerged from Xiong Lei's body. Behind Xiong Lei, a gigantic flaming golden tortoise appeared. The golden tortoise stood on its feet and bravely used its hands to block the attack. This action immediately formed a terrifying aura. It was as if he had easily resolved the might of the thousands of mountains on Li Zongjiu's body. But in fact, Xiong Lei had overestimated his own strength and underestimated the power of the desolate heaven essence. When the pair of tortoise palms landed on the aura formed by the desolate heaven essence, they began to be crushed. Pum! Xiong Lei's body was sent flying by the force. Puff! Xiong Lei spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body was sent flying backwards. Pum! His body fell from the sky and smashed into the barren mountain. Oh my God, only one move. Hong Shi-san was extremely shocked when he saw the scene. He could not believe his eyes. This scene was simply too exciting. The weapon in Li Zongjiu's hand was simply a divine weapon. A casual wave of the weapon was enough to cripple Xiong Lei. You're courting death. Immediately, the law enforcers behind him rushed forward. The 5 of them took the lead and rushed towards Li Zongjiu. When the 5 of them moved, Hong Shi-san did not hesitate. He held the seemingly old crutch in his hand and enveloped the 5 of them with his aura. You people, I already said that I don't need your help. Hong Shi-san said faintly, blocking the people in front of him. Form the annihilation array. One of them said. The 4 people behind him immediately surrounded Hong Shi-san. They took out their swords and pointed them at Hong Shi-san. It's still the same old trick. Hong Shi-san was no stranger to the annihilation array. He did not expect that after so many years, these people had not made any progress. You and I don't need to fight. Nangong Wuji, looked at by Jing Hen and said, Don't force me to hit you. Bai Jinghen looked arrogant and proud, which was exactly what Nangong Wuji hated the most. If he was still at the peak of his cultivation, he would not have waited for these people to act arrogantly in front of him. If he did not speak, he would have slapped each of them if they dared to speak. If it was 10 years ago, Nangong Wuji would be more arrogant than Li Zongjiu. Offend the mystic Yuan sect for this brat? Nangong Wuji, do you think that the Imperial Extreme Hall, which you rely on, will help you? You think I need the Imperial Palace to fight you? You think too highly of yourself. I advise you to get lost quickly. That little brat will really kill you. Chapter 720. Nangong Wuji tried to persuade him. Dou Ling, who was standing at the side, was also about to make a move. However, she was forcefully held back by Nangong Wuji. If they were to rush out and something were to happen to them, how would he explain himself? One should know that these 2 people were also disciples of his heavenly star, Medicine Manor. After all, Nangong Wuji was an elder of the heavenly star, Medicine Manor. Other than staring at Bai Jinghen, he was also paying attention to Li Zongjiao's situation. Xiong Lei landed on the mountain peak. Li Zongjiao followed closely behind, not giving Xiong Lei a chance to catch his breath. The desolate heaven essence slammed heavily on Xiong Lei's body. At this moment, Xiong Lei was surrounded by the power of the blazing, golden-armored tortoise. He was able to block Li Zongjiao's attack. Wow! However, Xiong Lei did not fare well either. After this attack, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with fragments of his internal organs. Damn it! Xiong Lei felt as if his bones were about to shatter. His eyes were filled with fear. Immediately, he hurriedly got up and wanted to escape. However, just as he got up and ran a short distance, he found that Li Zongjiao was already blocking his way. Run? It's too late. Li Zongjiao's lips curled into a sneer. Xiong Lei, who still had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, clutched his chest to prevent his injuries from worsening. However, he was still trying his best to fight his way out. He immediately stomped his foot and charged towards Li Zongjiao. Boom! Sky-soaring cannon. After running, Xiong Lei suddenly soared into the sky. The blazing, golden-armored tortoise behind him seemed to have retracted its power, leaving only a tortoise shell behind as it charged forward. Li Zongjiao smiled disdainfully. He had let this guy live for too long. Blood Soul Hell. The power of hell spread out. Immediately, Xiong Lei's figure was enveloped by it. Xiong Lei instantly entered an extremely peculiar space. Within this space, Xiong Lei's qi and blood power seemed to be ignited rapidly. Boom! Xiong Lei was completely unable to break free from the shackles. When he realized that he was in such a realm, Xiong Lei was terrified. This is the power of a realm. Who are you? Before Xiong Lei could finish his words, his throat was pierced by a flying dagger. Xiong Lei's gaze also stopped there, only leaving an extremely small gap at the throat. After the vast flying knife made a circle, it returned to Li Zongjiao's hand. I'll use your blood to nourish my mountain. As his voice fell, a few more streams of essence force directly chopped off Xiong Lei's 4 limbs. PFFF. Lei's body Xiong's toes to stop Xiong Lei S2 his blood flowed his SS2. Let's do. The energy contained in the fresh blood of a primitive emperor was rather terrifying. This was originally a barren mountain. However, after being struck by lightning and nourished by the blood of a primitive emperor, this barren mountain had already possessed extraordinary attributes. Xiong Lei. Bai Jinghen couldn't help but cry out when he saw Xiong Lei's miserable state. Xiong Lei would have died in vain if Bai Jinghen hadn't intervened. When Nangong Wuji saw Bai Jinghen's miserable state, he couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Li Zongjiao was really ruthless. Bai Jinghen was most likely dead. Such an attitude was in line with Nangong Wuji's temper. This kid is really ruthless. Douling immediately turned her head when she saw this scene. Oh my God, there's blood! Douling was almost scared out of her wits. She became very nervous and quickly closed her eyes. If she saw the blood, who knew what would happen? Get out of my way! Bai Jinghen wanted to rush out, but he was blocked by Nangong Wuji's open palm. He couldn't get close to Xiong Lei for a long time. He could only watch as Xiong Lei gradually lost his vitality. How dare you! Bai Jinghen roared angrily. A giant, white-furred ape suddenly emerged. Bai Jinghen's strength was also condensed to the extreme. When he saw Nangong Wuji standing in front of him, Bai Jinghen raised his fists and hammered downwards. Boom! However, Nangong Wuji didn't panic when he saw the terrifying power approaching him. As his hands moved, a wave of surging yuan power immediately formed a layer of reincarnation graphite in front of him, easily blocking this wave of energy. Boom! For ounces deflected 1,000 caddies. That terrifying force was completely diverted to the side by this profound qi. Nangong Wuji, this is your choice. Don't blame me for being impolite. Bai Jinghen was thoroughly enraged when Nangong Wuji made his move. Impolite? Then why don't you do it? A contemptuous voice sounded from the side. Both Nangong Wuji and Bai Jinghen were taken aback. Where did this kid come from? Even Nangong Wuji was shocked. He hadn't stared at Li Zongjio for a second and had already arrived beside him. Li Zongjio didn't hesitate to throw out the desolate heaven essence as soon as he appeared. Boom! The desolate heaven essence moved and came crashing down like 1,000 mountains. At that moment, Bai Jinghen finally realized how terrifying and despairing the situation Xiong Lei had faced was. Damn it! Even Bai Jinghen couldn't help but curse out loud. Then, Bai Jinghen also felt a great pressure and was directly overwhelmed by this power. Bang! Bai Jinghen's body was sent flying. However, the great ape origin spirit reached out and caught Bai Jinghen. The great ape origin spirit moved a considerable distance back and stared fiercely at Li Zongjio. After putting Bai Jinghen aside, the great ape origin spirit pounded its chest and stomped its feet as it charged at Li Zongjio. From the looks of it, he seemed to be eager to tear Li Zongjio apart. Let me! Nangong Wuji was also prepared to show his skills. He immediately blocked the great ape origin spirit's path with a flash of his body. Li Zongjio glanced at Hong Shur-san, who was fighting with the 5 white-clothed law enforcers in the sky. If you can't kill these 5 people within 100 breaths, you will leave White Deer Manor. Li Zongjio said indifferently. Hong Shur-san was unhappy when he heard this. This kid was clearly provoking him. Did he really think that he could look down on old masters like them just because he had some skills? It seemed like he couldn't continue to hide from Hong Shur-san. Otherwise, Li Zongjio would really think that he was old and weak. Whirlwind staff technique. Straight to the root of the problem. Hong Shur-san growled. Immediately, the stick in his hand became fierce and violent in an instant. Rumble. Immediately, the gale seemed to carry sharp blades. The law enforcers who were discussing how to take Hong Shur-san down were immediately shrouded by the gale and turned into a pile of minced meat floating in the air. Was this the legendary whirlwind staff technique? He had killed 5 peak Yuan monarch experts in an instant. In the eyes of others, this magnificent feat was simply an extremely shocking operation. However, Li Zongjio only nodded reluctantly. It was still somewhat useful. Chapter 721. Damn it! Bai Jinghen could not help but curse when he saw that the 5 of them had been killed by Hong Shur-san. Could it be that the name of the mystic Yuan sect was no longer useful? How dare these people kill the people of the mystic Yuan sect so wantonly? Hong Shur-san, the mystic Yuan sect will not let you off. Bai Jinghen shouted angrily. However, he immediately turned around and fled. Unfortunately, it was too late. Li Zongjio had appeared above Bai Jinghen's head without anyone noticing. Bai Jinghen was immediately enraged when he saw Li Zongjio appear. Do you really think that I can't beat you? Bai Jinghen took out a gourd called the Golden Sword Gourd. It was a magic weapon that could transform into a flying sword. Bai Jinghen blew at the gourd. Suddenly, the gourd in his hand turned into a shining sword of light and flew directly towards Li Zongjio. Although they were only 100 meters apart, the flying sword flashed with a cold light. Li Zongjio felt the power of the flying sword and immediately used the hidden dragon skill. However, the flying sword's speed suddenly increased, making it difficult for him to escape. Then, Li Zongjio released the power of the Bloody Soul Hell. He wanted to forcibly trap the flying sword. However, the power of the flying sword instantly shattered Li Zongjio's Bloody Soul Hell. Boom! The hell, which was not very sturdy to begin with, was instantly shattered. However, the flying sword was also crushed by the power of the hell. When the Bloody Soul Hell was shattered, Li Zongjio was obviously severely injured. When he saw the scene in front of him, he suddenly realized that the power of hell that he had painstakingly built had been destroyed by this idiot. This was a provocation to Li Zongjio. Bai Jinghen was extremely shocked to see that Li Zongjio was still alive. The gourd flying sword was a life-saving item that he had spent a lot of money to buy in the black market. Even an expert of the same level as him, a second-grade primitive emperor, would have an 80% chance of being killed instantly. It was that powerful. However, when he saw Li Zongjiu standing in front of him, and scathed, Bai Jinghen could not believe it. Bai Jinghen naturally would not use the gourd flying sword unless he had no other choice. He had never imagined that Li Zongjio would be able to block it. "You, what kind of monster are you?" Bai Jinghen pointed at Li Zongjio as he spoke. As for Li Zongjio, he put away the desolate heaven essence in his hand. His eyes were burning with anger. "You really deserve to die." The bright and resplendent golden light on his fist was also releasing energy. When it appeared in his hand, Li Zongjio could feel the power of the Golden Dragon Origin Spirit. The Golden Dragon Origin Spirit slowly rose behind Li Zongjio. A supreme majesty was released from the Golden Dragon's body. Whoa! In an instant, even the birds and beasts that were tens of thousands of miles away could feel the deterrence from the sovereign dragon tribe. Just a breath was enough to make them tremble in fear. Finally, Li Zongjio released the Golden Dragon Origin Spirit in front of everyone for the first time. That kid! Nangong Wuji's face reflected the golden light as he looked at the Golden Dragon Origin Spirit. The shock he felt was indescribable. What a terrifying aura! It's actually the Dragon Clan's origin spirit, Hong Shi-san said in a daze. No wonder Li Zongjio exuded such a powerful aura. Hong Shi-san was completely shocked when he learned that Li Zongjio's strength was so terrifying. The Golden Dragon Origin Spirit not only represented Li Zongjio's powerful strength, but also represented Li Zongjio's brilliant future. After today, Li Zongjio's fame would spread all over the world. The Golden Dragon Origin Spirit. How domineering! This was the path that was destined to lead to a brilliant future. Bai Jinghen stared blankly at the Golden Dragon while his White Ape Origin Spirit retreated. Although the White Ape Origin Spirit was terrified and its instincts told it to flee, it still stayed by Bai Jinghen's side to protect him. It stared at Li Zongjio. Die! As his voice faded, Li Zongjio's body abruptly fell downwards along with the Golden Dragon. His fist contained an unparalleled majesty. Bai Jinghen was confident that he could block this punch. Although Li Zongjio's origin spirit was of good quality, it was not on the same level in terms of strength. Therefore, there was still hope. However, when Bai Jinghen saw Li Zongjio's eyes, his body stiffened. His body involuntarily stiffened on the spot. Even the white ape did not resist as it stood there in a daze. The evil soul, Li Zongjio, usually hid his talent power very well and rarely displayed it. However, this time he did not hesitate to release it and completely fixed Bai Jinghen's body. Buzz! Bai Jinghen's body stiffened for a second. From an outsider's point of view, Bai Jinghen seemed to have been scared out of his wits. In fact, Bai Jinghen could feel everything that was happening in front of him. When the power fell and bombarded his body, Bai Jinghen felt pain. He felt as if he was being torn apart. No. Bai Jinghen's cry came from the bottom of his heart. He had no chance to do anything. Li Zongjio's fist hit Bai Wuhen's head. The overbearing power instantly poured into Bai Wuhen's body and tore it apart. Boom! Bai Wuhen's body exploded into pieces. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Such a heroic scene, in the eyes of anyone, was like a bloody firework. When the fist landed, it meant that all the people from the mystic Yuan sect had died at the hands of Li Zongjio and the others. Li Zongjio and the others did not need to bear any responsibility, as the place where they died was where Li Zongjio belonged. On the mountain peak, Xiong Lei, who was soaked in blood, also closed his eyes. The people of White Deer Manor were fighting the mystic Yuan sect. The sudden outbreak of the bloody battle had caught everyone by surprise. Even the rule that primitive emperors were not allowed to fight was broken. However, no one said anything about it. "Ha ha! This feels so good." Hong Sure-san laughed heartily. For him, today was the best day of his life in the past few years. It could even be said that it was a hearty day. Chapter 722. In the past, although Hong Sure-san had the cultivation of an origin king, he had not dared to confront the mystic Yuan sect head-on. Killing a few Yuan monarchs was not a big deal to the mystic Yuan sect. However, the people he had killed today were extremely important figures in the mystic Yuan sect. Just the fall of these two primitive emperors was enough to make Hong Sure-san overjoyed. Killing the 5 law enforcers also made him feel better. Even before Li Zongjio had made his move, Hong Sure-san might not have dared to kill them. After all, he had not made sufficient preparations. Otherwise, these people could have gathered a terrifying force and killed him at any time. Hong Sure-san still wanted to take revenge, so he could not die like this. However, Li Zongjio's words had encouraged him at that moment. If he did not dare to take action when his enemies were right in front of him, there was no need to talk about killing Gong Wuliang in the future. Perhaps he would even be too scared to move when he saw his enemies. Finally, he was able to take his revenge. This is just some interest. One day, I, Hong Sure-san, will wipe out the entire mystic Yuan sect. Hong Sure-san made up his mind. For many years, the mystic Yuan sect had been hiding in Monarch City. Therefore, they had not specifically come to deal with Hong Sure-san. After all, it was good that Hong Sure-san was hiding here. As long as he did not continue to harass the mystic Yuan sect, it did not matter if he remained in exile. Unexpectedly, Hong Sure-san's temperament changed drastically after he found Li Zongjio. He had not killed his enemies for many years. Now he had finally settled the matter. Hong Sure-san thought to himself, "Ha ha! Boy, you are really brave. You even dared to kill the people of the mystic Yuan sect." Nangong Wuji admired Li Zongjio's way of doing things. After all, he had been like this in the past. After being poisoned, he had become rather low-key. At the same time, he had also comprehended a lot of things during this process. The more he comprehended, the more he believed that his actions were right. If there was a grudge, he had to take revenge. If he kept waiting, when would there be an end? If Li Zongjio's place becomes a place where others can come and go as they please, how can I establish myself in the future? Li Zongjio said indifferently. Although killing these people would cause a lot of trouble, if he didn't kill them, they would come to kill him. Therefore, he had to strike first to gain the upper hand. However, given the strength that you have displayed today, there will definitely be many people who will want to protect you. You don't have to worry. Even if the Xian Yuan sect comes, they won't dare to do anything. Nangong Wuji said slowly. At the same time, he was also curiously sizing up Li Zongjio. You really managed to refine a 6th-grade medicinal pill. Li Zongjio didn't waste any time. He stretched out his hand, and the 10,000 yuan longevity elixir appeared in his hand. When Nangong Wuji and the others saw the elixir, their eyes lit up. This was a 6th-grade medicinal pill. Such a young 6th-grade alchemist. For any faction, it was extremely precious. Congratulations, Li Shao. Nangong Wuji and the others didn't finish their words. Someone rushed out impatiently and flew toward Li Zongjio and the others. I didn't expect to see you again on the day of your breakthrough. I'm late to congratulate you. Please accept this Millennium Phoenix grass as a congratulatory gift. Feng Tingfei appeared in front of Li Zongjio with a smile. When Li Zongjio and the others saw Feng Tingfei, they weren't surprised at all. Take it. Let's go down. Li Zongjio and the others flew out and returned to the White Deer Manor. Feng Tingfei also handed over the Millennium Phoenix grass. Ying, who stepped forward and took the box. Even among the grade 6 medicinal herbs, the Millennium Phoenix grass was considered a top-notch existence. This showed that the 100 Medicine Pavilion was quite generous. They weren't stingy at all. The 100 Medicine Pavilion is really generous. It's a 6th grade medicinal pill. Nangong Wuji said jokingly. One had to know that in order to find these medicinal herbs, it could be said that he had gone through untold hardships to piece together these medicinal herbs. Now, the 100 Medicine Pavilion gave him a 6th grade medicinal herb. How could Nangong Wuji feel good about it? Haha, if Master Nangong is interested, you can come to our 100 Medicine Pavilion at any time. Feng Tingfei didn't dare to leave Nangong Wuji behind. One must know that Nangong Wuji's identity wasn't simple. Although he had been silent for a long time and now he suddenly emerged, his former majesty was still there. It would be great if he could draw Nangong Wuji to his side. This is the place where Masterly lives. We're from the Myriad Spirits Immortal Shop. We're here to congratulate Master Li on his breakthrough. We'll give you a bottle of Changbai Mountain's Millennium Clear Spring. 3 white-bearded old men appeared at the door. Li Zongjio motioned for Ing Hu to open the door. Today, his white deer manner naturally couldn't be peaceful. Steward Feng, you're so fast. You're here so early. The 3 of you are so diligent. It's rare to see you here. But today, the 3 of you are here at the same time. It's really rare. The people from the Myriad Spirits Immortal Shop also arrived. 2 of the 3 herbal medicine merchants of the Shengyan dynasty had arrived. Wu Qingfeng of the 10 Directions Medicine Hall is here to congratulate Master Li. He brings a pair of ancient chow chow teeth and an inch of white cloud camphor wood. Someone from the 10 Directions Medicine Hall also came. It was Wu Qingfeng, the Vice Hall Master of the 10 Directions Medicine Hall. He controlled the herbal medicine business of at least 10 first-class cities. When such a person went out, he would be protected by experts. But now Wu Qingfeng came alone. The rest of the people looked at him with new eyes. Wu Qingfeng was really good at giving out favors. The 3 herbal medicine giants had already gathered at Li Zongjio's White Deer Manor. Lu Winshan, who was hiding in the stable, saw this scene and his eyes were full of envy. Although the gap between a 6th grade alchemist and a 5th grade alchemist was only a small step, it was a big step. It was definitely not an ordinary thing to take this step forward. 1 step could reach the sky. If he, Lu Winshan, could have such an opportunity, he would have no regrets in his life. Tian Fei, who was beside him, was trembling. When he saw the Sex law enforcement guards come, he was so scared that he didn't dare to show up. After all, Tian Fei knew the methods of these law enforcement guards. But he didn't expect that these ferocious law enforcement guards would be killed by Li Zongjio and the others. Tian Fei was truly shocked by the leeway in which the situation could be reversed. It could even be said that it was too fast. It was completely unimaginable. Li Zongjio and the others were actually so strong. There were many people outside who came to congratulate them and also brought a lot of gifts. Li Zongjio accepted all of them and didn't leave out a single one. Why would he be embarrassed to accept these gifts that were sent to his doorstep? As for if he wanted to find Li Zongjio for help in the future, he would have to pay. Anyway, this thing was given by you. I didn't ask you for it. Only the weak would care about the exchange of favors. A strong person like Li Zongjio wouldn't care about these things. When the time came, if he didn't like you and didn't want to help you, then he would just not help you. What could you do? Only when you become a real strong person. Then others would ask you for help. Otherwise, no matter how many favors you gave them, if they didn't want to talk to you, then they wouldn't want to talk to you. The gifts have been delivered. You can leave first. If there's anything in the future, we'll talk about it later. Li Zongjio said directly to the people in front of him. The arrival of these people made Li Zongjio's White Deer Manor seem a little crowded. Masterly, you have just broken through and still need to consolidate. We won't disturb you and will take our leave first. If Master Li needs anything in the future, feel free to look for me, Wu Qingfeng, at 10 Direction Medicine Hall. The rest of the people were still in a daze, but Wu Qingfeng was the first to speak. He cupped his fists at Li Zongjiu and left immediately. Need anything? This was quite a big request. Just 10 minutes ago, Li Zongjiu, Nangong Wuji, and the others had directly killed 2 Yuan emperors and 5 peak Yuan monarchs from the mystic Yuan sect. Before this, if they investigated a little, Li Zongjiu would be responsible for the death of the mystic Yuan sect's young sect master. Chapter 7:23. Although Wu Qingfeng came alone, anyone could see that the sincerity of Tenfang Medicine Hall was the greatest. As for the rest of the people, they naturally said their goodbyes and left one after another. It was enough for them to leave a good impression in front of Li Zongjiu. If there were any problems in the future, they would be able to take care of it. At least now, Li Zongjiu did not refuse them to come in. Masterly, then we will leave first. See you at the Dark Horse Pill Competition. Feng Tingfei was smiling in his heart. When he was in the 10,000 T villa, he accidentally made such a connection with Li Zongjiu. Since Li Zongjiu represented their 100 Medicine Hall, it could be said that the 100 Medicine Hall was now assured of victory. If that Grandmaster Lon died, then so be it. Look, even now no one came to avenge him. What was there to say about such a thing? Fortunately, he had promised Li Zongjiu before, and his relationship with Li Zongjiu was not too stiff. Feng Tingfei felt quite lucky about this. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Now was a better opportunity to directly draw Li Zongjiu to the 100 Medicine Hall. Compared to others, their 100 Medicine Hall's chances were naturally higher. The rest of the people could only envy at this time. Moreover, what these people wanted to know was that they would also be facing Li Zongjiu in this Dark Horse alchemy meeting. This was undoubtedly a very challenging thing, such a young level 6 alchemist. It wasn't easy for them to find a 6th grade alchemist to help them, and this big opportunity was picked up by their 100 Medicine Hall. Today, Feng Tingfei had definitely made a great contribution. Obviously, Li Zongjiu did not mean to invite these people to sit down and chat, so soon these people left. These people are really amazing. In such a short time, they have made so many treasures. You've made a killing this time. Nangong Wuji also looked at Li Zongjiu enviously. However, he had experienced such a day before. Back then, when he broke through to the 6th grade Origin Emperor realm, it was incomparably glorious. The number of people who came to congratulate him was no less than 100. The scene was much more spectacular than this. After he was poisoned, not many people were willing to lend him a helping hand. Heavenly Pill Pavilions, Su Hong requests an audience. Su Hong said from outside the manor. Elder Su Hong actually came personally. Li Zongjiu took the initiative to open the door and welcomed Su Hong in. Li Zongjiu was also very optimistic about Su Hong's words. After all, this person was a good person and treated Li Zongjiu sincerely. In addition, he also strongly supported Li Zongjiu. Within the scope of his duties, Li Zongjiu could naturally see that. The Heavenly Pill Pavilion is here too? Nangong Wuji and Hong Shi-san looked at each other. Obviously, Li Zongjiu's action this time was also very big. It even attracted the attention of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Only Su Hong came, which also showed that the people of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion were relatively arrogant. Similar to the Jianghu forces, the people who came were also second in command. Although Su Hong was a Director General Elder, he was not the main management after all. He was only responsible for these matters. His position was similar to that of the principal elder of the Xianyuan sect, Xiao Yuan. Take a seat. There are not many stools. At this moment, Tian Fei was very sensible. He went into the house and brought out some tables and chairs and placed them in the courtyard for these big shots to sit down. From this point, it could be seen that Li Zongjiu's attitude towards these people was very different. Among the people who came, The ones who could bring more benefits to Li Zongjiu were naturally the representatives of the three big herb merchants. Even Wu Qingfeng came in person. It should be known that Wu Qingfeng was the second in command of the Vice Hall Master level. With just a word, he could multiply Li Zongjiu's value. However, even such a person could not sit in Li Zongjiu's house. On the contrary, after Su Hong came, he received such treatment, which was unbelievable. It should be known that with Su Hong's identity and age, he would gradually decline to the second in command in 5 or 6 years. He would not even be able to worry about the affairs of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. I'll get straight to the point. The Heavenly Pill Pavilion wants to invite you to join us. After Su Hong sat down, the first thing he said was straightforward. Su Hong's style of negotiation was really simple and clear. He went straight to the point. Hong Shi-san and Nangong Wuji were also quite surprised. Just now, a large group of people did not directly state this point. They were all very secretive about it. What benefits can you give me? Li Zongjiu also directly said. He was not reserved at all. The two people at the side were dumbfounded. The Heavenly Pill Pavilion will help you suppress the matter of the Xianyuan sect. In addition, if you are willing, you can first come to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion and become a Technique Imparting Elder. Technique Imparting Elder. This position required at least a grade 5 alchemist with dozens of years of experience. If this position was given, it would be equivalent to becoming a signboard of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. However, this Technique Imparting Elder would have to give lectures regularly. However, after becoming a Technique Imparting Elder, he would be able to enjoy the corresponding benefits of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Moreover, Li Zongjiu had a grudge against the Xianyuan sect. So far, the lives of 3 primitive emperors and the young sect master were in the hands of Li Zongjiu. Since it was so serious, they would at least fight to the death. However, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion was still willing to protect Li Zongjiu. There were bound to be many more things involved in this. They never thought that the Heavenly Pill Pavilion would be so generous. In the eyes of Nangong Wuji and the others, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion was already very good as an institution directly under the dynasty. There is no need to become a Technique Imparting Elder. I don't have that much time. Li Zongjiu said. Joining the Heavenly Pill Pavilion was also something that Li Zongjiu had planned for a long time. There was naturally no harm in having a good relationship with the Xingyan dynasty. Even after 3,000 years, the Xingyan dynasty was still at its peak. It could be seen that the only outcome of going against the Xingyan dynasty was to be destroyed. For example, the Qingyuan villa was destined to not be far from death. Speaking of the Qingyuan villa, it had to be mentioned that if Li Zongjiu was slightly free, he would definitely destroy the Qingyuan villa. There was also the poison sect of the southern region. Li Zongjiu would not let any of them go. For many lone wolves, joining some forces seemed to tie their legs and restrict their freedom. However, in fact, this was an extremely stupid idea. As long as you were strong enough, joining a force and obtaining some benefits, what harm would there be? Naturally, there was no harm. Even if these people wanted you to do something you didn't want to do, you had enough strength to refuse. What else could they do to you? If you stayed in such a place, you would become a puppet of these people and lose your value from then on. If you are not willing to become a Technique Imparting Elder, there is a position suitable for you. This is the Honorary Elder token of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Seeing this token is equivalent to seeing the Pavilion Master. The rights and benefits you enjoy are equivalent to that of a Deputy Pavilion Master. However, to obtain this Honorary Elder token, there is still a small process. Su Hong said, Chapter 724, Honorary Elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion? The meaning of this Honorary Elder was quite sufficient. Taking it out represented the entire Heavenly Pill Pavilion. This kind of reputation was an extraordinary thing. Nangong Wuji and Hong Shi-san's eyes were wide open. What kind of glory was this? What kind of authority was this? just because Li Zongjie was a young 6th-grade alchemist. He could obtain such a noble status. Wasn't this a little too hasty? Hey, this token is the same as my grandfather's. Seeing the token in Su Hong's hand, Do Ling-er was surprised. Oh. Su Hong looked at Do Ling-er in surprise. Is it true, girl? Your grandfather is so awesome? Nangong Wuji said in surprise. Even in front of this little girl, his choice of words was rather vulgar, which showed his true nature. It's okay. Anyway, he has a lot of tokens, and likes to hang them on the wall, Do Ling said. Su Hong looked at Do Ling-er carefully. Throughout history, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion had issued no more than 5 honorary elder tokens. Until now, there were only 2 honorary elders that could be contacted. One of them was the alchemy master in the Imperial Palace, and the other was the mansion master of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Su Hong didn't know where the remaining token owners were and whether they were dead or not, because he didn't know much about it. Perhaps only the pavilion master of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion knew. What's the process? Li Zongjie asked. Since there was such a good thing, he could enjoy so many benefits just by putting his name on it. For Li Zongjie, of course, this was the best. He didn't have to waste too much time doing these things. In addition, the privileges he enjoyed were not small. It was exactly what Li Zongjie wanted. You need to pay a certain amount of contribution, even if it's herbs, elixir recipes, and so on. I'll give this token to you first, Su Hong said straightforwardly. Anyway, this was before they came. It was also the deputy pavilion master himself who said that no matter the price, he had to make Li Zongjie stay. Therefore, Su Hong was already prepared. This honorary elder position was not too excessive for Li Zongjie. Based on his performance today, it was only natural for him to be given such a position. Who else in the Imperial City could have Li Zongjie's strength and performance? Contribution? I haven't gotten any benefits yet. But you want to take something from me first. Li Zongjie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was actually such a situation where he was at a disadvantage. It's just a formality. You should at least show some appreciation. Otherwise, I won't be able to report back. Su Hong also sighed. In fact, it could be said that it was dispensable. However, the rules were here, and Su Hong was a very law-abiding person. This matter would certainly not be easy to get away with. Do you still have the thing I gave you last time? Li Zongjie asked Do Ling-er, who was beside him. Whenever there was a fight, Do Ling-er would be very excited. Now he actually asked her about it. What is it? Do Ling-er was stunned. Then she remembered the thing Li Zongjie gave her before. Ah, you mean this? Do Ling-er took out a primordial stone from her arms. What is this? Su Hong looked at the small primordial stone and didn't know what was engraved in it. This thing is enough for you to report back, Li Zongjie said lightly. Su Hong was also skeptical. What could be in this small primordial stone that was enough for him to report back? In fact, Su Hong meant that he could take out 5 or 6 grade 6 primordial stones to report back. However, he was given such a small primordial stone. He didn't know what was inside. When Su Hong took the primordial stone and used his mental strength to scan it, the shock on his face could no longer be hidden. Could this be? The expression on Su Hong's face was very interesting. In his life, this old face rarely showed such a high emotional fluctuation. What Li Zongjie gave Su Hong was the second part of the universe 9 revolving needles. Until now, the second part of the universe 9 revolving needles had not been circulated. Some time ago, because of the universe 9 revolving needles, many people even died. Even Lu Winshan, because of the universe 9 revolving needles, was imprisoned until now. Until now, no one from the Spirit Valley sect came to save him. Even now, Lu Winshan was wondering whether the people from the Spirit Valley sect thought that he was dead or that the Spirit Valley sect had perished. The Heaven and Earth 9 revolving needles was worth countless elixir recipes. countless spiritual grasses and spiritual medicines, and countless experts. Because of the appearance of this set of needles, it was very likely that the prestige of the heavenly elixir pavilion would increase. Even more people would come to work for it because of its reputation. This was something that Su Hong had never expected. Li Zongjio would actually hand over such an important item to him. This made Su Hong excited. I'll hand it over now. I'll hand it over now. There's no time to waste. Keep the token well and come back to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion to make a note of it. Or I'll send you the document and you can take a look at the rules and regulations. Su Hong said. Then he ignored Li Zongjio and the others behind him and quickly ran away. With such a precious item in his hands, Su Hong even felt a little uneasy. Fortunately, Su Hong was an elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Otherwise, he wouldn't be safe even in the Sacred Flame Royal City. The few of them were extremely shocked as they watched the anxious Su Hong rush out of the door. They even felt extremely puzzled. What exactly was that thing that actually caused Su Hong to be so flustered? Could it be some kind of treasure? What treasure did you give him? How could it frighten someone to this extent? A set of needles. Li Zongjio said. Needles? Nangong Wuji frowned. Universe 9 revolving needles. Brat, you're really willing to part with it. Nangong Wuji immediately came to his senses. Previously, he helped Li Zongjio send the array to the Black Water Forest. Naturally, he knew about this item. However, he didn't expect that Li Zongjio would be so generous as to give this set of needles to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. In that case, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion would be able to instantly expand their influence after obtaining this set of needles. It was all thanks to this set of Universe 9 revolving needles. What Universe 9 revolving needles? What's that? Hong Shi-san was not a member of the alchemist community, nor was he a member of the alchemist community. He could not understand what the two of them were talking about. What kind of needle could actually be used to exchange for the token of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's honorary elder? Wasn't it too profitable? Just thinking about it made him feel incredulous. However, the most important thing was that Li Zongjio didn't seem to care about it at all. By the way, someone came to look for you. Chapter 725. Who is it? Li Zongjio asked as he threw the identity token into the Southern Kingdom ring. The congratulatory gifts sent by those people were all stored in the Southern Kingdom ring. Given the storage space of the Southern Kingdom ring, this was not a problem. I don't know the identity of this person, but her strength is very terrifying. She said that she has come to find you and expressed her sincerity. Now you should go find her. Otherwise, she will come to you to settle accounts. Nangong Wuji imitated the tone of King of Fire as he spoke. Nangong Wuji didn't know that there was such a powerful expert in the city. This was a provocation to Nangong Wuji, and it might even be a sign of extreme danger. Either this expert came to the Holy Flame Royal City later on, or she had made a breakthrough in her cultivation realm and reached such a level in the past 10 years. Settle accounts with me? Haha, come on then. Li Zongjio said disdainfully. These days, he had so many enemies that he couldn't even count them. Who knew who was who? Li Zongjio didn't have the time to go to each and every one of them and ask them if they were looking for him. Oh, this girl is wearing red. Judging from her appearance, she is a femme fatale. Don't tell me you have a romantic dead outside, Nangong Wuji said. Nangong Wuji said. At the same time, he looked at Li Zongjio with a gaze that all men understood. If it were not for the fact that Nangong Wuji had helped him, Li Zongjio would have slapped him. What did you just say? She is wearing red. Li Zongjio had grasped the main point. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly became serious. Yes, she is as red as blood. Do you remember now? Is she crazy? Who would wear red clothes in broad daylight? She's simply retarded. Li Zongjio said directly. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion to refine the elixir. The matter of the Shenyuan sect is not over yet. You guys should be careful when you go out these 2 days. Also, Hong Shi-san, right? I'll leave the task of guarding the house to you. Remember, don't beg in front of my door and ruin my image." These words were also an acknowledgement and acceptance of Hongshur-sen. In any case, he was a lackey of the primitive emperor. It wasn't a bad idea to take him in. At least, he wouldn't have to personally deal with some ordinary small fries. Don't worry. After witnessing Li Zongjiu's strength and means, Hongshur-san had learned the rules. Nobody had the ability to kill primitive emperors at will. Li Zongjiu had that ability. Following Li Zongjiu and killing these bastards from Shenyuan sect was a worthwhile thing for Hongshur-san. And is your ability to build houses good or not? I haven't even seen a strand of your hair yet. Li Zongjiu ridiculed Nangong Wuji before going into seclusion. Nangong Wuji was furious on the spot. This was a challenge to his professional ability. Wait for me. In 1 month, I guarantee that you'll live more comfortably than the one in the imperial city. Of course, the reason why Nangong Wuji worked so hard to complete this task was because Li Zongjiu indeed had the ability to refine pills that could help him recover his strength quickly. After all, he was close to becoming a grade 6 alchemist. Previously, when Nangong Wuji's cultivation was still at its peak, he had to behave himself in front of this level 6 alchemist and did not dare to act rashly. Such a person was a peerless expert who could command hundreds of people. Although the person standing in front of him was young, he had unlimited potential. He had to serve Li Zongjiu well. Whether or not he could achieve more in the future would depend on Li Zongjiu's level. Since there's nothing else, I'll continue to play. Do Ling rode on the Howling Moon Wolf King and left White Deer Manor. Because Li Zongjiu's reputation was growing, no one dared to act rashly in front of anything under Li Zongjiu's name. In the stable, the tightly bound 9th Prince, Xian Ming, woke up from his coma. However, his vision was still blurry. Suddenly, he saw a black shadow approaching him quickly. Bang! With a muffled sound, the 9th Prince lost consciousness once again. Lu Winshan could not help but weigh the stick in his hand. TSK. This feeling is really great. In the 7-star flame room, Xiao Zhao delivered Li Zongjiu's information to Song Jiu. This included how Li Zongjiu had ostentatiously killed 2 Yuan emperors and 5 peak Yuan monarchs of the mystic Yuan sect. He had refined a level 6 alchemy pill and attracted a pill lightning. The 3 big herbalists had personally come to congratulate him. Finally, he had become an honorary elder of the Sky Elixir Pavilion. Each of these things was an incomparably glorious and miraculous thing. It was directly destined that the person's future achievements would be limitless. However, these 4 events had all happened to the same person, and they had all happened within the span of a single day. It was simply impossible for anyone to react. When Song Jiu saw the information in her hands, she even suspected that the information was wrong. How could there be such a monstrous person? This person is really monstrous, unparalleled. Song Jiu's eyes were filled with shock. There was nothing else. Even with her mental fortitude, she was still immersed in shock for a full hour. Originally, Song Jiu thought that having such achievements at her age was already enough to show disdain for the heroes. No elite could compare with Song Jiu. Therefore, Song Jiu's heart had always been incomparably arrogant. When she made the agreement with Li Zongjiu, it was also in the name of cooperation. Now, Li Zongjiu had truly grown to the point where even the Song family could not contend with him. He could kill primitive emperor experts as he wished, and he had even killed 2 of them. It was true that the Song family had primitive emperor experts, but there was only 1 of them. It was not even enough for Li Zongjiu to kill. Now, in White Deer Manor alone, there were 2 great primitive emperors overseeing it. One of them was the infamous Nangong Wuji in the city. When Nangong Wuji had dominated the sacred flame royal city, Song Jiu was just a child. Now, she had become Li Zongjiu's subordinate in a flash. The Qi family. When the major families knew about Li Zongjiu's situation, their reactions were naturally different. Some families had bad relations with Li Zongjiu, while some families had some dealings with Li Zongjiu. However, for the Qi family, it was naturally a great thing. When Qi Yanran heard the news, she immediately went to Qi Shaohan to verify it. Although Li Zongjiu was a person in the alchemy circle, after all, he had contact with them before. When they learned that Li Zongjiu had broken through to the 6th grade alchemist realm, the elders below were simply going crazy. Is that true? Our Qi family has helped Li Zongjiu twice. It should be enough for Li Zongjiu to refine an elixir for us. That's right. Without our Qi family's help, how could Li Zongjiu have broken through to the 6th grade alchemist realm? It must be the supreme grade primordial stone fragment that we gave him last time that allowed him to break through. Within the Qi family, several elders immediately slammed the table and stood up. One after another, they began to make guesses. At the same time, they began to think about what they should ask Li Zongjiu to do and what kind of medicinal pill he should refine for them. The few of you are really shameless. Last time when we gave out the primordial stone fragment, the 3 of you opposed it the most. Immediately, some elders began to quarrel with each other. Old Nine, don't slander us. I am just stating facts. Don't fan the flames here. How am I fanning the flames? Don't tell me that the more than 20 people sitting here are all fanning the flames and adding oil to the fire? Qi Shaohan calmly looked at the group of people below who were quarreling and did not care. It was very normal for there to be conservatives and radicals. There were conflicts within the family, so there was competition. Only with competition could there be progress. However, regarding Li Zongjiu's breakthrough, it was still a big matter to deal with. A 6th grade alchemist, and even now, an honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. A casual sentence from him was enough to raise the Qi family to the sky. Yanran, go back and prepare some things. You can send them to Li Zongjiu as a congratulatory gift. Send a congratulatory gift? Why? Why do I have to go? Qi Yanran seemed to have realized something in this matter and immediately blushed. Chapter 7:26 White Deer Manor. Li Zongjiu was in the training room. He did not immediately refine the 10,000 yuan longevity elixir. Instead, he summoned his blood soul hell. In front of the power of the flying sword, it was directly minced into pieces. The power of hell that he had painstakingly refined was crushed just like that. He should have caught that kid and given him a good beating. Directly smashing his body into smithereens was letting him off too lightly. Although it's broken, the power is still there. I just need to refine it again. Li Zongjiu opened his hand and saw a cluster of pitch-black energy mixed with blood-red energy. It had formed a small black ball. This was the result of the concentrated hellish energy. It was just that the power could not be condensed and used. Let's put it aside for now. Although the blood soul hell was useful, it was still risky when facing some experts. That damned flying sword was actually so powerful. If it wasn't for the blood soul hell blocking it, then Li Zongjiu would have been seriously injured by that sword. I want to know the origin of that old man hiding in the Shura cauldron. With Li Zongjiu's experience in his previous life, he could roughly guess the old man's origin. But all of this still needed to be confirmed. The reason why Li Zongjiu wanted to break through to the absolute saint realm was not only because of the instinctive pursuit of power, but also because he wanted to see the world outside the Shengwu continent. Not many people would believe him if he said it out loud. Just the scope of the 13 states of the Xingyan dynasty was enough to cover the heavens and the earth. The vastness of the mountains and rivers was so vast that even an origin emperor expert would have to spend more than 10 years to traverse it. Even some dangerous places would not be easily approached, because it was very normal for such a place to want to devour your life. Li Zongjiu immediately sank into his spiritual world. Under the power of the desolate heaven essence, the mysterious old man's last breath was taken away. When one's cultivation reached such a level, there was no distinction between good and evil. In order to survive, the old man would definitely devour Li Zongjie one day. The reason why the old man was able to reveal his true form this time was probably due to the effect of the pill. That was why he appeared directly. It was also an instinctive reaction, and Li Zongjie happened to catch it. With this, he directly crippled the latter. The old man's power suddenly appeared in Li Zongjie's spiritual world. It had only been a short period of time, but the power that had been shattered began to condense on its own. It would not be long before the power condensed again. The mysterious old man would definitely be reborn from this power. He's really capable. If this power was allowed to spread freely, wouldn't he be able to maintain an immortal body? Ordinary people might not be able to understand, but Li Zongjie could understand the mystery behind it. Li Zongjie had seen such a method before. That was the power of the Phoenix clan. The so-called Nirvana rebirth was not a fiction. Those fellows had been able to revive for generations in a strange way. It was indeed a rather strange existence. However, that was the power of the Phoenix clan. How could it be possible for a human to do it? It's a pity that you met me. If it were anyone else, you might still have a chance to revive. Li Zongjie could not give the old man a chance to revive. Immediately, obsidian fire appeared in his palm. With the appearance of the terrifying obsidian fire, the drifting power began to frantically escape. However, where could they escape to in Li Zongjie's spiritual world? A domineering power instantly swept out. Boom! The power of obsidian fire spread out. It directly refined the black soul power one by one. It's really difficult. Li Zongjie looked at the appearance of these things in surprise. It was actually difficult to refine these soul fragments. Immediately, Li Zongjie continued to increase the power of refining. As Li Zongjie's power increased, the soul fragments finally began to be refined gradually. At the same time, a memory, like an energy flow of information, flowed into Li Zongjie's mind. These were all the old man's memories. Li Zongjie digested these memories one by one. However, these memory fragments were rather trivial, and there was not much information that could be obtained. However, every piece of information was very important to Li Zongjie. It took him half a day to refine. At the same time, he also spent half a day to sort out the information. Finally, Li Zongjie sorted out the information as if he was peeling silk from a cocoon. Prehistoric realm, sacred martial realm. This person is actually a saint realm expert. Li Zongjie opened his eyes. When he read this information, his heart could not calm down for a long time. This expert, whose soul had been shattered and whose origin was unknown, turned out to be a genuine saint realm expert. However, this guy seemed to be on the run, so he was beaten to such a state. In the end, he hid in the azure cauldron and remained silent until now. As for the old man's past, Li Zongjie naturally did not care. If he had not been hunted down in these years, he would be embarrassed to say that he had wandered the underworld. Therefore, it was an extremely normal thing. However, what was interesting was that this old man opened the door to a new world for Li Zongjie. First of all, Saint Realm experts really existed. The prehistoric realm that Li Zongjie had visited before. However, this prehistoric realm was the prehistoric realm in the old man's memory. The Eldritch territory was filled with ferocious beasts, which were quite terrifying. Those ferocious eldritch beasts were extremely dangerous for supremes like them. Therefore, it was impossible for them to pass through the eldritch territory. After passing through the prehistoric realm, it was a whole new world. This continent was called the Sacred Martial Realm. The Sacred Martial Realm was thousands of times bigger than the Holy Martial Continent. This showed how terrifying the Sacred Martial Realm was. No wonder the old man said that the Holy Martial Continent was just a small place. Compared to the Sacred Martial Realm, the Holy Martial Continent was just a small place. There really are Saint Realm experts, and I even accidentally killed one. This was something that even Li Zongjie did not expect. However, this guy could be considered very powerful to be able to pass through the prehistoric realm and escape here. Even Li Zongjio did not manage to do this. This further solidified Li Zongjio's pursuit of the Saint Realm. The Supreme Being Realm was not the peak. There were stronger experts in the world. In this way, there would be an even greater challenge. Mountain-toppling golden seal. Li Zongjio found a primordial skill in the old man's memory. This mountain-toppling golden seal was the move that the old man used to slap the blood dragon's soul to the ground. The move of a Saint Realm expert must be extraordinary. Although Li Zongjio had dabbled in many martial arts, this was the first time he had seen such a powerful move. If the old man had used it in his peak state, how terrifying would it have been? It was unimaginable. Fortunately, Li Zongjio did not waste any time and killed the old man directly. Otherwise, he might have been stabbed in the back. Fortunately, he decisively crippled this guy. Let's learn it first. In order to prevent these memories from degenerating, Li Zongjio took out a primordial stone and engraved these memories into it. Mountain-toppling golden seal. Saint Realm primordial skill. Chapter 7:27. Most of the memories were in an extremely chaotic state. If Li Zongjio wanted to sort through them with his current mind power, it would be very painful. Not only would it take a lot of time, but it might also be dangerous. There were too many mysteries of the Sage Realm powerhouse. Li Zongjio would not be able to comprehend them all in a short time. Even in Li Zongjio's mind, there were still some remnants of the Sage Realm powerhouse's energy. Only when he became stronger would he be able to refine them one by one. This longevity, 10,000 yuan elixir, should be able to help me reach the level of a 5th grade yuan monarch. Li Zongjio had already reached the level of a 1st grade yuan monarch a few months ago. If he wanted to make a breakthrough in his cultivation base, it would be extremely slow. No matter where he cultivated, it would be extremely slow. It would be a lie to say that he could cultivate steadily and surely, as he did not have enough elixir pills to sustain the process of cultivation. When I have time, I should go back and take a look. I wonder how the situation at home is like. Unknowingly, he had been away for almost a year. After leaving home in the summer, it was already spring. A year's time was very short for people with high cultivation bases. If Li Zongjio wanted to, a few years would pass in the blink of an eye. Those who did not know would think that Li Zongjio had already died in there. He opened his mouth and swallowed the 10,000 yuan elixir. The Shengyan dynasty had never been peaceful. Every once in a while, there would be some trouble and some troublemakers. Now, in the south of Dingkuan province, an extremely terrifying and sinister gang had appeared. When these people attacked, they basically left no survivors. Once they were caught, they would use some extremely cruel means to use these people as food for the insects they raised. This gang was called the Southern Region Poison Sect. The appearance of the Poison Sect in the Southern Region was like a swarm of locusts passing through. It rapidly caused great destruction in several places. It also caused a huge uproar in the territory of the Saint Flame Empire. This was a provocation to the peace of the Saint Flame Empire. However, the armies of the nearby cities were simply unable to pose a threat to the Southern Region Poison Sect. Although they were slightly on guard now, the intentions of these people were very obvious. The provincial government of Dingkuan province had already sent people to investigate this matter, but these people often never returned. Within the borders of Dingkuan province, it formed a large-scale panic. At this moment of crisis, a group of righteous people had suddenly emerged from Qingyuan Manor, which belonged to King Qingyuan. Wherever they passed, they immediately led the local people and formed a huge team to exterminate the poison sect in the southern region. The process was incomparably exciting. Currently, the Qingyuan Villa and the southern border poison sect seem to have formed a confrontation within the Dingkuan province. However, the Dingkuan province's prefecture master found a trace of abnormality in this. This was because the Qingyuan Manor and the southern region poison sect seemed to have formed a method of cooperation. Under such circumstances, they had actually gradually visited all the major cities in Dingkuan province. Now, Half of the cities had the Qingyuan Manor's flag. The slogan of these people was to exterminate the Southern Region Poison Sect, which was a pest gang. If anyone dared to question and refused to join, they would be regarded as an accomplice of the Southern Region Poison Sect. At this point, the Dingkuan province's prefecture master was unable to distinguish between them. What exactly was the situation? After sensing that something was wrong, the Dingkuan province's prefecture master hurriedly spurred his horse and prepared to personally report this matter to the dynasty. After all, it was related to the Qingyuan manor. Naturally, ordinary people did not dare to make a fuss. Even if he was the Dingkuan province's prefecture master, he did not dare to meddle in this matter. However, if he did not do anything, then who knew what kind of situation would develop next? However, if the prefecture master wanted to leave, it would not be a simple matter. It had just rained, and the road was somewhat muddy. The wheels of the carriage ran over the puddles and immediately splashed up mud. Only the Dingkuan province's prefecture master knew. For this trip, he only brought a few of his most loyal guards with him. Even at the fastest speed, it would take close to 2 days to reach the Sacred Flame Royal City. On the way, they would pass by several dangerous places. However, no one dared to kill the prefecture master halfway. If that happened, the Shengyan dynasty would definitely not let them off. Given the Saint Flame Empire's means, it was easy for them to bring out such a deterrent force. My lord, the one who appealed this time is King Qingyuan. Have you thought about this matter clearly? Fang Youji sat in the carriage with the housekeeper, Su Fu, beside him. This old housekeeper had followed him for more than 20 years, so Fang Youji trusted Su Fu very much. King Qingyuan's status is honorable, but this disaster is not something we can stop. We have to report it to the imperial court. Moreover, the imperial court will only know the seriousness of this matter if I go there personally. Fang Youji said in a deep voice. Dingkuan province was one of the 13 provinces. Although the terrain was vast, it was not very rich in resources and did not give birth to many experts. Relatively speaking, it was easier to control. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the poison sect of the southern region or the Qingyuan manor, they all chose Dingkuan province as the starting point to carry out such wanton plundering. My lord, you have to think twice. We are out of Dingkuan province in front. Su Fu opened the window and took a look. If they went there, they would have to take a boat. Once they got on the boat, they would leave the boundary of Dingkuan province. However, this was when they really stepped on the road of appeal. Su Fu, you have followed me for more than 20 years. How can I watch these people fight for power and affect the people of Dingkuan province? No matter what, I can't drag the common people into this. Over the past few days, the number of civilian casualties in Dingkuan province had already exceeded several tens of thousands. My lord, I naturally understand your intentions. However, I am sorry this time. I can't let you cross the river. Su Fu suddenly said. Fang Youji was also taken aback. What kind of nonsense was Su Fu spouting? Just as Fang Youji was shocked, the sound of a horse reining in came from the front. In the end, it was the sound of weapons clashing. Clang, clang, clang. My lord, let's go. A blood-curdling scream came from outside the carriage, but soon after, the sound of a blade falling could be heard. Chapter 728. Fang Youji was in the carriage. At this moment, he had already realized what had happened. Unfortunately, Fang Youji himself was not good at fighting. When he saw Su Fu, he clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with grief and indignation. Su Fu, I've treated you well. Fang Youji roared with all his might. For many years, he had always believed in Su Fu's sincerity, but who would have thought that at this most critical moment, the first person to stand out and betray him would actually be Su Fu? Magistrate, if you had listened to my advice and not appealed, things wouldn't have turned out this way. I've done my best, Su Fu said in a low voice. Then Su Fu lifted the curtains of the carriage and said, Please, my lord. Fang Youji knew that he would not be able to escape death. He did not expect that even the government of Dinkuan province had been infiltrated by these people. If he still could not see through these people's intentions, then Fang Yoji would be too stupid. However, when he thought about how his family might be implicated, Fang Yoji's heart was filled with hatred. If he had known this would happen, he would have helped his family settle down. However, he expected that these people wouldn't dare to go too far. If the family of a province of the Shengyan dynasty were killed, the imperial court would definitely send people to investigate. If these people wanted to achieve something, they wouldn't have gone so far. When Fang Yoji walked out, he saw the 3 corpses on the ground. Even among the 6 guards, 3 of them had betrayed him. The 3 of them put away their blood-stained sabers. In the face of absolute benefits, even people who lived with each other day and night could point their weapons at each other. If they didn't make a move, the other party would be the first to strike. The most important thing was to strike first and gain the upper hand. What do you want now? You betrayed the imperial court. You won't have a good ending. Even in the face of death, Fang Yoji proudly puffed out his chest, unafraid of death. Don't worry, my lord. After today, you will still be our lord, Su Fu said with a smile. At this moment, several figures appeared in the surrounding dense forest. Whoosh! 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 A dozen blood-robed guards landed on the ground and surrounded the people in front of them. That sharp, murderous intent was incomparably clear. When this power appeared, Fang Yoji felt his scalp go numb, as if the other party's knife was constantly scraping his scalp. Hiss! Magistrate Fang, long time no see. A rough voice came from the dense forest. Black Tiger Banner's banner commander, Zhao Hanjiang. Fang Yoji recognized the person in front of him, the Black Tiger Banner's banner chief. Now, Qingyuan Villa had sent countless experts. Moreover, the countless experts weren't disorderly. Instead, they were divided into 8 banners. Under each flag, there was a banner master who led them. At the very beginning, the Black Tiger Banner's banner master Zhao Hanjiang had already come to look for Fang Yoji. He actually wanted to borrow Fang Yoji's military authority. Naturally, he was dismissed by Fang Yoji. Currently, the manpower of the 8 great banners was gradually expanding within Dinkuan province. At that moment, they wanted to cleanse the 8 banners of their crimes. Once they were cleansed and turned into a regular army, the deterrence they would form would be even more terrifying. As long as Magistrate Fang is willing, we will send you back to your residence today and pretend that nothing happened today. What do you think? Zhao Hanjiang said in a low voice. He looked at Fang Yoji in front of him. Although there would be a lot of trouble if they killed the magistrate of a province, they had already cleaned up Dinkuan province. All they needed to do was put in a little more effort. If Fang Yoji was willing to cooperate, things would be even simpler and more convenient. There's no need to say anything more. You people and the masters behind, you will not have a good ending. Fang Yoji said indifferently. A real man was born as a man. There were some things he could do, but there were also some things he absolutely couldn't do. Fang Yoji was still very clear on this point. Even if he had to die, he had to preserve his reputation. You really like being an honest and upright official, Zhao Hanjiang couldn't help but say. He looked at Fang Yoji in front of him and waved his hand helplessly. The surrounding blood-robed guards also drew their swords and walked over to Fang Yoji. Kill him! One of the blood-robed guards suddenly sped up and rushed in front of Fang Yoji. He brandished the blood-rimmed blade in his hand. However, the light from the blade didn't seem to pierce Fang Yoji's neck. Instead, it split his own neck in half. Whoosh! The blood-robed guard's head immediately fell to the ground. What? When Zhao Hanjiang saw the scene, he was shocked. Such a strange scene had to be caused by an expert in the dark. Boom! Someone seemed to be flying over from a great distance. Boom! A figure landed on the ground. It was a handsome young man with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. He held the sword in his hand as he turned around to look at Fang Yoji and the blood-robed guards around him. You must be from Qingyuan Manor. Tian Fei straightened his body as he looked at the person in front of him. Who are you? Has Qingyuan Manor offended you in any way? When Zhao Hanjiang saw the person who had come, he realized that he didn't recognize Tian Fei. However, Tian Fei shook his head and didn't say anything. Whoosh! Tian Fei unsheathed the sword in his hand. Everyone felt a sharp aura sweep past their necks. The moment this aura appeared, they all felt a sharp aura sweep past their necks. The blood-robed guards instinctively wanted to fight to the death with Tian Fei. However, they immediately realized that they couldn't move at all. Their heads had been neatly cut off. It was an extremely shocking sight. Pillars of blood spurted out from the necks of the blood-robed guards around them. They all flew up into the sky. Damn it! When Zhao Hanjiang saw this, he immediately realized that the person who had come was very strong. He wasn't someone he could withstand. He immediately flew back. If he escaped into the dense forest, he might have a chance. Su Fu and the 3 guards also quickly flew in all directions. They hadn't expected Fang Youji to have invited such a powerful expert. Fang Youji was also very shocked. He didn't understand who this young man who had suddenly appeared before him was. 1 sword becomes 3 qi. Tian Fei used a yuan skill, and the sword in his hand suddenly split into 5 swords. With a whoosh, the swords chased after the 5 people who had fled. Bang! 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 The 5 people who had fled were immediately pierced by the swords. Their bodies fell straight to the ground. Zhao Hanjiang was still lying on the ground, but he wasn't completely dead. He wanted to crawl forward, but he saw the young man squat in front of him and look at him coldly. Then, the young man took Zhao Hanjiang's storage ring. Don't worry, your whole family will be here to accompany you, Li Zongjio said indifferently. Zhao Hanjiang's eyes widened when he heard this. This young man wanted him to die with everlasting regret. Young master. Tian Fei greeted Li Zongjio, who had just walked out of the dense forest. Fang Youji, on the other hand, was somewhat unable to react. This young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him had actually killed all these people so easily. This was something that he absolutely did not dare to believe. That was the Black Tiger Banner Chief, one of the 8 banners of Qingyuan Villa. You. Who are you? Fang Youji asked. You must be the magistrate of Dingkuan Province. You're a man. Get on the carriage. Li Zongjio waved his hand and asked Fang Youji to get on the carriage. Fang Youji didn't understand the situation, but these people didn't seem to be in the same group as those people. Get on the carriage, Tian Fei said. Then he sat on the coachman's seat. His self-awareness was quite high. What Fang Youji wanted most now was to go back and settle down his family. At the same time, he needed to find out the identity of these people in front of him. Go. Tian Fei drove the carriage back the way they came. Chapter 729. You're Li Zongjio. When Fang Youji heard Li Zongjio's name, he immediately exclaimed. Obviously, Li Zongjio's reputation was very resounding. Even the dignified Kuan State capital knew of Li Zongjio's name. My name is already so resounding now. Li Zongjio was slightly surprised. It's not easy for such a young and promising person to appear in Dingkuan Province. Of course, we have to take good care of him. After you graduate from Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, you can consider working in my province. It can be considered as giving back to your hometown. Fang Youji quickly said. He wanted to establish a good relationship with Li Zongjio first. There were many talents in Dingkuan Province. However, there were very few people who were as famous as Li Zongjio. This was because the things that Li Zongjio did in Royal City had already caused many reputable forces to send people to his residence to retrieve the files. I can consider it. Li Zongjio nodded and said, but it doesn't seem like you have the final say now. Li Zongjio looked at Fang Youji and said, after refining the longevity myriad yuan elixir, Li Zongjio prepared to go home. Firstly, Li Zongjio was now an honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Even if the Heavenly Pill Pavilion could deal with the Xianyuan sect, it would only be within the boundaries of Sacred Flame Royal City. If the people from the Xianyuan sect were to launch a sneak attack on Luoxia City, it would be very risky. That in itself was extremely risky. If they were to come, Luoxia City would definitely not be able to stop them with its current strength. Therefore, Li Zongjio prepared to return to Luoxia City to see the situation first. Who knew that so many things would happen in Dingkuan Province? In the direction of the ferry, Li Zongjio met with these people from Qinyuan Villa face to face, and then killed them all without leaving a single armor behind. Therefore, even if Fang Yoji boarded the ship, he would be killed by these people when he got off the ship. In order to deal with Fang Yoji, Qinyuan Manor had made a very thorough deployment. Since there were people that Qinyuan Manor wanted to get rid of, Li Zongjio naturally had to rescue them. Along the way, Fang Yoji recounted everything that had happened in Dingkuan Province. After Li Zongjio learned about it, he nodded. "You are indeed a little arrogant. However, since I've encountered this matter, there's no need for you to appeal. Where are the 8 banner masters? Take me there directly," said. Li Zongjio said just now, "You've killed a Black Tiger banner master. As for the remaining 7 banner masters, they should be in the Middle Reaches Mountains recently because the people from the Southern Borders Poison sect have appeared in the Middle Reaches Mountains recently. They seem to be preparing to wipe out the Southern Borders Poison sect in the Middle Reaches Mountains recently. Therefore, they are wantonly plundering the military power and replacing it with someone else. Since they dared to touch Fang Yoji's head, it meant that most of the people below were just mere figureheads. In fact, most of the people who appeared below had already been replaced. They were so resourceful that they wanted to cover the sky with one hand. This kind of strength really surprised Fang Yoji. Then let's go to the Middle Mountain area. Tian Fei, head southeast. Yes, young master. He brought Tian Fei with him on this trip. Nangong Wuji wanted to design a house and build a mansion. Hong Shisan's duty was to guard the house. Yinghu wanted to watch Lu Winshan and supervise him to refine elixirs. Dou Ling was free. She was immersed in gambling almost every day. As an elder of the Heavenly Star Medicine Mansion, Nangong Wuji actually went to the casino to gamble like Dou Ling, or when he was free. They were simply a pair of weirdos. Fortunately, the skills of these 2 people were worse than the other. Although they liked to gamble, they never won more than a few times. Naturally, Tai-Fai came to report this. He really admired these people. They didn't cultivate all day long and only knew how to do these things. Therefore, he only asked Tian Fei to serve him on this trip. Tian Fei naturally felt very honored. To be able to follow the young master was something he couldn't wish for more. Unlike Gong Changhe, Tian Fei felt that Li Zongjio was truly capable. Therefore, he also felt admiration and respect from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, Li Zongjio's style of killing people he didn't like was really enviable. It was really carefree. We're going to the Middle Mountain area now. Aren't we going to prepare? Fang Yoji was obviously a little surprised. Just the 3 of them were going to kill their way there. Fang Yoji was just an ordinary person. Although he was physically strong, when it came to fighting, he probably couldn't even defeat an ordinary farmer. He was a civil official who followed the civil service. What could he do if he went there? At this moment, the Middle Mountain area could be said to be the gathering force of the Qing Yuan Manor and the Poison sect of the southern region. If they rashly rushed there, it was an action of courting death. What's there to prepare? If we hurry, we can still go back and have dinner. Li Zongjio looked at the sky. Immediately, the carriage sped along the road. It rushed madly. The Middle Mountain area was about 300 miles away from the Dingkuan Province city. The enemies had already gathered in such a place. Only then did he decide to make a trip to the Sacred Flame Imperial City. Even if he went there, by the time he returned, the situation would have already changed. At this moment, the Middle Mountain area. The reason why it was called the Middle Mountain area It was because there was a long river that ran through the Dingquan province. It was called the Qianding River, and the middle reaches of the river were located here. That was why it was called the Middle Mountain Area. The Eight Banners Army had already surrounded the Middle Mountain Area. Currently, most of the third grade and second grade cities in the Dingquan province were deterred by the Eight Banners Army's power. The closest city to the Middle Mountain Area was the giant Jade Wave City. It was a second grade city. When the Eight Banners Army locked onto the Middle Mountain Area, they felt like an army pressing down on the border. They wanted to take down the giant Jade Wave City first. They seemed to want to use the name of upholding justice to force the giant Jade Wave City to let them pass. However, the giant Jade Wave City was one of the giants among the second grade cities. Its strength was even close to that of a first grade city. Naturally, it wouldn't compromise so easily. How could it not see the wild ambition of these people? The one who controlled the giant Jade Wave City now was the Zheng family. Currently, the Zheng family and the city governor's mansion of the giant Jade Wave City were working together to resist the Eight Banners Army. In fact, the giant Jade Wave City was also under great pressure. In the city governor's mansion of the giant Jade Wave City, there were a total of 5 great clans in the city. 3 of them were led by the Zheng clan and followed their leader blindly. Even the city governor had to carefully consider the Zheng family's opinion. The head of the Zheng family, Zheng Yonghui, the city governor of the giant Jade Wave City, Pang Shan. In addition, the clan leaders of the other 4 great clans were gathered here. They were discussing the matter of the Eight Banners Army, which was constantly pressuring them from outside the city. Currently, the voices in the city are extremely loud. The banner commander of the White Tiger Banner of the Eight Banners Army has given us a deadline. We have 2 days to open the city gate to welcome them and provide them with sufficient supplies. Otherwise, we will be regarded as the accomplices of the poison sect in the southern region. Pang Shan said, "This kind of situation should not have happened at all. Are these people crazy?" Zhang Yonghui clapped his hands. Everyone was shocked. This is a blatant seizure of power. Zhang Yonghui's eyes were like a pair of angry lions. The other great clans didn't dare to look Zhang Yonghui in the eyes. They immediately understood the difference between Zhang Yonghui and the other great clans. The Zheng family had worked hard for many generations for the sake of the giant Jade Wave City. It could be said that without the Zheng family, the giant Jade Wave City wouldn't exist today. The reason why Pang Shan was able to sit on the city governor's seat was because of the Zheng family support. Otherwise, there would have been more chaos. If we allow these bandits to enter the city, the stability of our city will be destroyed. The giant Jade Wave City will change hands and become a puppet of the Qin Yuan Villa. Although some people could see this point clearly, they had no other choice. The bandits were coming with great momentum. In addition, the threat of the poison sect in the southern region did exist. The bandits used this as an excuse to wipe out more than half of the cities in Dingquan province. Obviously, there was a huge conspiracy behind this.